Off message. By Zelvara. Chapter 1, 6 a.m. is the only clean hour. The coffee she made herself. This was not a political statement. It was simply the first rule of 6 a.m., before the building filled, before Derek arrived with his laminated schedule and the controlled urgency he had been perfecting for 11 years, before the phone started and Theo Parrish's documentary crew finished setting up their equipment in the corner they had colonized 3 weeks ago. Before any of that, there was the coffee, and the coffee was hers, and she made it standing at the small machine on the credenza by the window the way she made everything, precisely, without ceremony, the way you do a thing you have done 10,000 times. Natalia Vega poured the coffee, set the mug on her desk, and did not sit down. She read standing up. She had read, somewhere, that standing accelerated cognitive processing, and she had tried it once and found she liked it, and now it was simply how she existed in the mornings, upright and mobile and already halfway through the overnight briefings before the coffee had stopped steaming. The polling memo was on top. She had asked for it on top. Derek had left it on top. This was the kind of small, reliable efficiency that kept a campaign running, and she was grateful for it in the same wordless way she was grateful for good pens and an accurate calendar. The numbers, she was within 4 points of Beaumont. 4 points, 3 weeks out, in a district that had returned Carl Beaumont to Washington 6 times. Her field director had called this a gift. Her finance director had called it an opportunity. Derek had called it a good sign and then paused for long enough that she'd asked him what he wasn't saying, and he'd said nothing, it's fine, in the tone that meant he was thinking 2 moves ahead. She was also thinking 2 moves ahead. She just wasn't saying it either. She turned to the next page. The overnight media clips, flagged in order of importance, a piece in the Tribune about Beaumont's education record, which she'd already read, a segment from the 11 o'clock news about primary turnout projections, which she'd already factored in, and a social post from an account with 22,000 followers that had screenshotted a moment from last week's fundraiser, her and Derek standing at the back of the room while a donor made a toast, her expression in the photograph something close to amused. The caption read, "Vega doesn't just tolerate the speeches, she enjoys them. She's actually paying attention." The post had 800 shares. She set the memo down and drank her coffee, looking out the window. 7th floor, looking east. The city was already moving, delivery trucks, early commuters, the particular gray-gold light of an October morning in Washington that had never not looked like the opening of something. She had been looking out office windows in this city since she was 23 years old, first as a state assembly aide, then as an assemblywoman, then as a freshman congresswoman, now as, what? A woman who had spent 20 years being extremely well prepared for the next thing, standing in her campaign headquarters at 6 in the morning, watching the city start. She turned back to her desk. The schedule was laminated. Derek had started laminating the daily schedules 3 campaigns ago, after she'd spilled coffee on the paper version at a critical moment during a finance call, and he'd never mentioned it. He'd simply arrived the next day with a laminator and presented the new format as though it had always existed. She had never thanked him. She had shown up on time to every meeting since. Today, 7 a.m. briefing with the finance director. 9 a.m. county endorsement announcement. Beaumont had been counting on that endorsement and she'd gotten there first, which was not ruthless, it was arithmetic. 11 a.m. debate prep with Joe Castañeda, who had been in this office for 6 days and had already reorganized 2 systems and gotten into a documented argument with a field staffer about the structural integrity of the opposition research. Filing methodology. Noon, lunch with the Tribune editorial board. She would not get their endorsement. She was going to the lunch anyway because not going was worse than going and losing. 2 p.m., policy review. 6 p.m., donor event, the Caldwell dinner. Derek had flagged the Caldwell dinner in his pre-schedule notes as important, were the Navy, which meant he had thought about optics, which meant he was managing her, which she would address the next time she saw him. She flipped the laminated sheet over. The back was tomorrow. She read it anyway. From the corner of the room, Theo Parrish's camera was already rolling. She had given him access, structured, bounded, carefully measured access, because embedded documentary coverage was worth something and because she had read Theo's previous film and it was rigorous and fair and she respected rigorous and fair even when it was being applied to her. The crew arrived at 6:30 most mornings. Today they were early. She could see the small red light of the camera across the room and she did what she always did. She noted it, she filed it, and she went back to work. Priya Anand arrived at 6:20, which meant something had happened before 6:20. The Hernandez field team is short 2 canvassers this weekend, Priya said, without preamble, dropping a tablet on the edge of Natalia's desk. She was wearing yesterday's blazer and the expression of someone who had been making quiet, managing calls since before the sun was up. I've got 2 names from the volunteer pool, but one of them is also on the Beaumont volunteer list from 3 months ago, so. So what? So do we care? Natalia picked up the tablet. Scanned the volunteer file. He switched because we have better coffee in the office and his girlfriend made a phone bank volunteer. Priya looked at her. I read the volunteer intake forms, Natalia said. Yes, he's fine. Pull him in. How do you have time to read volunteer intake forms? I read standing up. It's faster. Priya made a note that contained her opinion of this and said nothing out loud. This was one of the several things Natalia appreciated about her. Derek arrived at 6:47 and set the real version of his schedule, not the laminated one, the working one, with the hand-annotated margins, on her desk without a word and poured himself a coffee from the machine she'd already used and stood across from her, and they went through it like they'd gone through every morning schedule for 11 years, quickly, efficiently, the shorthand of people who had fought a lot and agreed on almost everything that mattered. Joe Castañeda's prep file on Beaumont's healthcare record, he said. You should read it before the 11. I read it last night. All of it? To the footnotes. He looked at her. She added an appendix. I read the appendix. He made the face he made when he was recalibrating, which involved his jaw moving slightly and nothing else. She's thorough, he said. Yes. More thorough than I expected. Natalia picked up her coffee. That's generally true of people Renata Voss recruits. Renata's got her own reasons for everything. She always has. It hasn't stopped her from being right. She looked at the schedule. What do you know about Joe's history with Roper Campaign, 2018. Longbow Action Fund, 2019 through 2022. 2 cycles with the House Majority PAC. Renata pulled her out of that for something in Austin that I can't get full detail on. He paused. She's never worked a congressional primary this close to the wire before. That's a liability. It's a variable. He said it the way he said everything, uncertain, carefully, without editorializing, letting her do the math. She's good. I hired her because she's good. Then what are you telling me? I'm telling you she's thorough. She added an appendix, and she reorganized the opposition filing system in a way that I hate and cannot argue with. He picked up his coffee. That's all I'm telling you. Natalia looked at the window. The morning light had shifted from gray gold to simply gold. In 2 hours the building would be full, the phones would start, the day would be off and running in the particular hurtling way of campaign days, which had no natural stopping point and simply had to be outlasted. She had been outlasting them for 20 years. Anything else? She said. Beaumont's campaign manager is making calls to the East Side Business Association. Trying to shore up their endorsement before your November event there. When's our event? 3 weeks. Move it up. Derek made a note. He did not ask how or where they'd find the date, because the date would be found or made. That was how this worked. He had been making notes in her service for long enough that he no longer asked about the mechanism. The documentary crew, she said. Parrish and 2. Same as last week. Tell them the finance briefing is closed. Already did. And the prep sessions. Parrish will push back. I'm aware. Tell him anyway. She set the laminated schedule face down on her desk and opened the day's first real file, the Beaumont education record, annotated in blue ink in Joe's handwriting, which was precise and slightly cramped and covered both margins and the footer and had at some point spilled onto a post-it attached to the back cover. She read the post-it first. It said, Infrastructure Policy Footnote 12 cross-refs a discrepancy in the 2019 budget testimony. Flagging. Not sure if useful yet. J.C. Natalia pulled up the 2019 budget testimony on her laptop. She was still reading it when the rest of the staff began to arrive. The morning moved the way mornings moved, in fragments, in escalations, in the overlapping demands of 17 people who all needed some portion of her attention. She gave what was needed and retained the rest. She had gotten good, over the years, at this partition, at operating on the surface of the day while keeping some interior chamber sealed and working. It was not dissociation. It was efficiency. It was, Derek had told her once, slightly alarming to observe from the outside, but useful. The thing that had happened, earlier, to Priya, whatever it was that had landed her in the office at 6:20 with yesterday's blazer and that particular expression, resolved itself by 8, 2 phone calls, 1 tactical adjustment to the weekend canvassing map, and a text to the field director that Natalia sent herself because it was faster than routing it through 3 other people. Priya had looked at her when the field director texted back 5 minutes later with a confirmed adjustment, and Natalia had already moved on to the finance briefing prep notes, and Priya had gone back to her desk without saying anything. This was, as far as Natalia was concerned, a fine outcome. At 8:45, she found the box. It was in the back hallway between the copy room and the supply closet, which she was only passing through because she'd taken the long way around to avoid the documentary camera crew, who had set up in the main corridor at an angle she found impractical. The box was cardboard, labeled in fading marker, Vance for Congress 2020, General Files, MISC. It had been there long enough for the edges to soften. Inside, binders, printed memos, a precinct map for a district that had been redistricted 2 years ago, paper clips in 3 different sizes, and 40 or 50 miscellaneous documents shoved in without order or category. Previous tenants' overflow. No one had touched it. She stood in the hallway and looked at the box. Then she looked at the time. She had 14 minutes before the finance briefing. She pulled the box into the copy room. It took 35 minutes. She worked methodically, sorting into categories, legislative records, donor files, administrative correspondence, documents that had no business being kept and should have been shredded 2 years ago. She built 6 stacks on the copy room table, labeled them on post-its from the dispenser by the machine, and transferred them to the appropriate sections of the general files shelf where they should have been all along. No one asked her to do this. It had no political utility. The filing improvement would benefit, possibly, the 3 people in the office who still used paper files, and possibly no one. She did it anyway, with the focused attention she gave everything, because the records were wrong and they needed to be right and someone was there to do it. At 9:20 she walked into the finance briefing 3 minutes late, which was the only time in anyone's recent memory she had been late to anything, and said nothing about it, and no one in the room said anything about it either. By 11 o'clock, the building had reached its working temperature, all 17 staff members plus the volunteer pool plus Theo's crew and 2 journalists who'd been given structured access and were therefore present in approved locations, doing approved things. The main room hummed. Someone's phone was playing a podcast too loudly and someone else had addressed this and there'd been a brief exchange that resulted in headphones and no lasting damage. Across the bullpen from Natalia's office, the new desk was occupied. Joe Castañeda was not, precisely, sitting at it. She was perched on the edge of it, one boot on the floor and one on the crossbar of the chair, files spread across the surface in an organization that looked like chaos and apparently wasn't, because she kept reaching for documents without looking and finding them. She was on the phone. She was also, simultaneously, cross-referencing something on her laptop and making a notation in a yellow legal pad that she'd had to hunt across the desk for but located with the confidence of someone who knew exactly where she'd put it even if it wasn't obvious to anyone else. Natalia watched her for approximately 4 seconds, which was 3 seconds longer than she'd intended. She had known, in the abstract, that Joe Castañeda was good at her job. Renata Voss had said so, and Derek had said so, and Renata and Derek rarely agreed on personnel. What she had not known, because it wasn't in a file, was how Joe Castañeda moved in a room, the quality of her attention, which was constant and slightly unnerving, the way she occupied physical space, which was less space than she took up conceptually. She was compact and in motion even while sitting still, and she was wearing a blazer over a shirt that was slightly the wrong register for the blazer, and there was a piece of hair that kept falling from her bun that she kept pushing back without appearing to notice she was doing it. She was also, Natalia noted, watching everything in the room at all times, including, for exactly the same 4 seconds Natalia had been watching her, watching back. Natalia went into her office. The prep session was at 11. She looked at the Beaumont education file, which she had already read 3 times, and then at the annotated margins, which she had read twice, and then at the post-it about the infrastructure discrepancy, which she had pulled up and confirmed and which was, in fact, useful, more useful than Joe had flagged, because it connected to a budget reallocation that Beaumont had quietly walked back in 2021 and which created an inconsistency in his current education messaging that could be surfaced at exactly the right moment. Joe Castañeda had found it. She had flagged it as uncertain. She had attached it to the outside of the file so it wouldn't get missed. Natalia wrote a note on a separate post-it and stuck it to the front of the file. Infrastructure note. Follow the 2021 reallocation. Worth developing. She put it on the corner of her desk where it would be the first thing she handed over. 11 a.m. The door opened. Joe came in with the legal pad and a coffee she'd made for herself and the expression of someone who was already 3 thoughts ahead of the room. You added an appendix, Natalia said. It needed one. The footnote 12 cross-reference. Joe stopped just inside the door and looked at her. You read the appendix. I read everything. A pause, the first pause of many, the first in the particular rhythm that would come to define their working sessions, which was the rhythm of 2 people who processed at approximately the same speed but from different angles and occasionally crashed at the intersections. The 2021 reallocation, Joe said. It was not a question. Useful. I wasn't sure. It's useful, Natalia said again. She was already looking at the file, already moving to the next thing, which meant she did not see the way Joe tilted her head when she'd said something true and had it confirmed, the small, precise focus of someone who had just learned something they planned to keep. She heard Joe set her coffee down. What do you want to start with? Joe said. Education posture. Then we build out from the reallocation. She looked up. Tell me what you know that you haven't put in the file yet. Joe sat down, on the edge of the desk, one boot on the floor, which was apparently how she always sat, and picked up her legal pad. How long do you have? 45 minutes. Then I'll start with the interesting part, Joe said. She did. By the end of it, Natalia had 2 new notes, one revised position, and the specific sensation that accompanied conversations in which someone had thought as carefully about something as she had and arrived from a completely different direction. She had had this sensation periodically in her career, with Derek, occasionally, with a policy analyst named Gareth who had worked for her 3 campaigns ago and then gone to a think tank. She catalogued it the way she catalogued all useful data, carefully, without attaching meaning to it. Joe gathered her files. At the door, she paused. The 9 a.m. announcement, she said. The Hernandez endorsement. What about it? Beaumont's campaign put out a statement an hour ago saying they were never pursuing the Hernandez endorsement and they wish Congresswoman Vega well. Natalia looked at her. Which means, Joe said, they were, and they lost it, and now they're managing the narrative. So. She tucked the legal pad under her arm. Thought you should know. She left. Natalia looked at the closed door for a moment. Then she picked up her phone and sent Derek a text, Beaumont's statement on Hernandez. Track who they call next. She put the phone down and looked at her desk, the file, the notes, the laminated schedule, the mug of coffee that had gone cold 20 minutes ago without her noticing. Outside the door, the building continued its hum. The desk across the bullpen from her window was empty again. Joe had taken her files and her legal pad and her coffee and gone somewhere else in the building to be thorough. Natalia poured the cold coffee into the small potted plant on the windowsill, something she had been doing for so long that the plant had, against all odds, survived 4 campaigns, and poured a fresh one. She stood at the window and drank it. Somewhere in the building, Theo Parrish's camera was rolling. Tomorrow, someone new would be fully present in all of this. Someone who had been here 6 days and already found the 2021 reallocation and reorganized the filing system and paused at the door to give her information she needed that wasn't technically in the job description. Natalia put that thought in a file marked data, no current relevance, and went back to work. The city continued outside the window, gold-lit and moving, doing what cities did. It was barely 9:30. The day had 47 more hours in it, at minimum. She was, as always, prepared. Chapter 2, The Woman Who Rearranges Things. She had been in the building for 6 days when she broke the first thing. It was a stapler, not broken, technically, but jammed in a way that required disassembly, which Joe Castañeda had performed on the corner of Ryan Webb's desk while Ryan watched with the expression of someone watching a weather event he had no power over. Ryan was a second-year field coordinator who had, until 6 days ago, considered himself reasonably competent at his job. He had since revised this assessment, not because Joe had said anything to suggest otherwise, but because watching her work had recalibrated the metric. "You don't have to," Ryan started. "There's a staple sideways in the loading mechanism," Joe said, not looking up. She had the stapler open on both hinges and was applying a pen cap to the jammed staple with surgical precision. "This is why it's catching. Someone's been forcing it." "I've been forcing it. For like 2 weeks." "Yeah, I can see that." She extracted the staple. Loaded a fresh strip. Tested it twice. Set it back on his desk. Done. Ryan looked at the stapler. "How did you know?" "I worked in a field office in 2019 with a stapler that did the same thing," Joe said, already moving. "Same model. If the loading spring is off by more than 2 millimeters, they always catch." She was gone before he could respond. This was, Derek had come to understand in 6 days, simply how Joe Castañeda operated. She noticed what was wrong. She fixed it. She did not wait to be asked. She had reorganized the opposition research filing system on her second day, not because anyone had asked, not because it was professionally within her scope, but because she had opened the filing cabinet, spent approximately 45 seconds with it, and determined that the existing system would, within 2 weeks, result in someone being unable to locate a critical document at a critical moment, and that this was unacceptable. Her new system used a color-coded tab structure cross-referenced by date, subject, and strategic relevance. It was documented on a laminated sheet she'd attached to the inside of the cabinet door with a magnet she'd brought from somewhere. Derek, who had designed the original system, had looked at her new one for a long time. "It's better," he'd said finally. "I know. I still don't like it." "That's okay," Joe had said. "You don't have to like it. You just have to use it." He'd filed this, along with approximately 400 other data points from the past week, under the general category of Joe Castañeda, which was its own expanding subcategory under good problem, possibly also problem. He watched her cross the bullpen now, legal pad under her arm, en route from wherever she'd been to wherever she was going next. She moved quickly and with direction, not the rushing, performative urgency of someone who wanted to be seen working, but the particular focus of someone who had a list and was working through it. She stopped at her own desk. Put the legal pad down. Looked at something on her screen. Picked the legal pad back up. Kept moving. He had hired her because she was excellent. She was also, he was increasingly convinced, going to rearrange something he would miss. He returned to his budget call. Joe had 3 things she needed to finish before 4 o'clock, and she was going to finish them, and the fact that the building was more interesting than most buildings she'd worked in was simply a variable she was managing. The opposition research for Beaumont's healthcare record, which she'd submitted a preliminary draft of yesterday, needed 2 more data points, a 2018 committee vote and a cross-reference to a donor funding chain that she'd identified this morning and hadn't finished tracing yet. She had the committee vote. She was working on the funding chain. It was going to be there, she could feel the shape of it, the way you feel the edge of something in the dark. The 2021 budget reallocation discrepancy she'd flagged for Congresswoman Vega, Natalia, though Joe was careful about that in her own head, careful about the register, because she had been in this building 6 days and there was a difference between the names she used internally and the names she used aloud, had come back from the 11 o'clock prep session with a note attached, infrastructure note, follow the 2021 reallocation. Worth developing. Joe had read the note. Natalia had read the appendix. This was not surprising, exactly, because Natalia read everything, but it was satisfying in the way that precision was always satisfying. The third thing was personal. She needed to call Renata. She was doing them in order of urgency, which meant the Renata call was last, which meant she had approximately 2 hours to work out why she was slightly reluctant to make it. She was not, she told herself, being dramatic. It was simply that Renata had recruited her for this campaign with a warmth and specificity that Joe had, in the moment, received as professional generosity and was now, 6 days into the actual campaign, reviewing for fine print. She pulled up the funding chain and started building the diagram. "You're watching her," Priya said. Natalia did not look up from the policy brief. "I'm reading." "You've been looking over that page for 4 minutes." Priya set a stack of updated field reports on the corner of the desk. "Which is 2 minutes more than any page in the history of your reading habits. The language in this paragraph is imprecise. It's always been imprecise. You approved it." Natalia looked at the brief. Priya was, technically, correct. She had approved this language 3 weeks ago during a policy review she'd conducted at 7:30 in the morning with 1 cup of coffee and a full day ahead of her, and the language was imprecise, and she had missed it. She was not going to admit this. "It needs to be fixed before the Tribune lunch," she said. "I'll flag it for Diane." "Thank you." Priya did not move. Natalia looked up. Priya had the expression she deployed when she had something to say and was deciding whether this was the moment, a very specific expression, honed over 7 years of working adjacency, that involved a slight narrowing of one eye. "She's good," Priya said. "The Castañeda hire." "Yes." Derek was nervous about the timeline. Bringing someone new in this close to the primary. Derek is professionally nervous. It's one of his functions. Renata Voss vouched for her. Natalia set the brief down. "I know. Are you concerned about something specifically, or is this a general observation?" Priya thought about this. "General," she said. "She's good. I like her. I just like to note things." "Consider it noted." Priya picked up her field reports and left. Natalia looked at the page she'd been on for 4 minutes. The language was imprecise. She read it once more and circled 2 phrases and wrote revise, clarity in the margin and turned to the next page. Through her office window she could see the bullpen, and in the bullpen, past 3 rows of desks and 2 junior staffers and a volunteer who had been there since 7 a.m. and was developing a slightly hollow look, Joe Castañeda's desk. Joe was not at it. The thing about the opposition research, and Joe had formed this opinion over 7 years in the field, 3 PACs, 2 congressional campaigns, and 1 spectacularly complicated state senate race in 2022 that she did not fully talk about, was that it was not actually about damage. The best oppo researchers understood this. The worst ones thought it was about finding the worst thing, the biggest weapon, the most explosive discrepancy. Those researchers got things wrong, or got things right in ways that blew up in their campaigns' faces, because they were so excited about the weapon that they forgot to ask whether it was the right weapon for this particular battle. The best researchers, the ones Joe admired and tried to emulate, understood that opposition research was about truth. You found the complete picture of a person, and then you found the places where that picture contradicted something they were claiming, and then you built a case. Carefully. Accurately. With documentation that would survive scrutiny, because anything that didn't survive scrutiny was worse than nothing. She had built good files. She had built files she was proud of and files that had won races and files that had, once or twice, changed outcomes she believed needed to change. She had never built a file on a candidate she was working for. She was becoming aware, in a way that she was choosing to leave unexamined for the time being, that she was building one. It was not intentional. It was not strategic. It was simply what she did when she paid close attention to something. She documented it, she cross-referenced it, she started seeing the pattern. And Natalia Vega had a pattern, visible if you were watching the right things. The note on the post-it, worth developing. 2 words, blue ink, the same precision she applied to everything, and the thing underneath it, the thing Joe was choosing not to examine, was that Natalia had read the appendix, and the footnote, and then added the inference Joe hadn't written yet. Joe pushed the piece of hair back behind her ear for the 4th time in an hour. The bun was a lost cause. She needed a better elastic. She found the donor chain. It connected, as she'd suspected, through a subsidiary PAC to a healthcare lobbying organization that had contributed to Beaumont's 2018 re-election campaign. Not illegally, nothing illegal. Politics was full of legal things that told you everything you needed to know, and which also funded a coalition that had quietly lobbied against the provision Beaumont claimed to support in his current healthcare messaging. She wrote it up in 12 lines. Clear, documented, cross-referenced. She attached the source chain. She flagged 2 points of potential dispute, because good research acknowledged its own uncertain edges. She added an appendix. Natalia's phone rang at 4:17. Gloria, the screen said. Which meant the week was officially off schedule, because Gloria called on Wednesdays, and it was a Thursday. She picked up. Mija. Her mother's voice had the particular quality it got when she was calling about something specific while pretending to call about nothing. How is it going? Primaries in 3 weeks. We're within 4 points. The Hernandez endorsement came through this morning. I meant, how are you? The same. You sound tired. I'm always tired, Mama. You sound like the tired that's on top of something else. Natalia looked at the window. The afternoon light was coming at a horizontal angle now, gold going amber. How's the book club? A brief pause. Her mother accepted the redirect with the grace of someone who had been accepting redirects for 43 years. We're reading the new Elena Ferrante. Half of us hate it. Half of us think it's the best thing we've read in 10 years. It's the most engaged we've been in months. Which half are you in? The hated half. She's too slow for me. A pause. How is the new researcher working out? Natalia went still. Fine. How do you know about the researcher? Priya called me. Priya called. Why would Priya call you? She calls me sometimes. Gloria said this as though it were a normal and established fact, which, Natalia realized, it apparently was. She says the woman is very thorough. She is. She says she reorganized the filing system. She did. Is she good at her job? Natalia looked at the stack of files on her desk. The one on top had 2 pages of appendix and a post-it that had contributed to a morning that had moved differently than she'd planned. Yes, she said. She's very good at her job. Good, her mother said, in the tone that had a sentence after it that she wasn't going to say. They talked about the campaign for 20 minutes. Gloria asked questions that were specific and informed. She had been following Natalia's career since the first assembly race, had read every piece and watched every relevant clip and understood the game better than she sometimes let on, and Natalia answered them with the particular looseness she reserved for her mother's calls, slightly less edited than her usual, the version of herself that existed before the first race. Come home when it's done, her mother said before they hung up. Just for a weekend. You can sleep. I'll try. You always try. I always do try. I know, baby, her mother said, softly. I know you do. Joe handed the healthcare brief to Derek at 5:15. He read the first page, flipped to the appendix, read the appendix, and looked at her over the top of it. The donor chain, he said. It's clean. 2 points of potential dispute, both flagged. Have you shown this to Vega? I'll show it to her tomorrow. Show it to her tonight. Joe looked at him. It's 5:15. It's a campaign. 5:15 is a suggestion. He handed the brief back. She's in. Joe looked at the closed office door. Through the glass panel she could see Natalia at her desk, standing, reading, the particular upright concentration that Joe had come to recognize as her operating mode. She had her hand on the back of her neck, which Joe had noticed she did when she was working through something difficult. "Tonight," Derek said, and went back to his phone call. Joe went to her desk and picked up the brief. She knocked. "Come in." She came in, and set the brief on the corner of the desk in front of Natalia, who looked at it, then at her. "Healthcare," Joe said. "The donor chain connects through the Marcus Whitmore PAC. It's clean and it's documented." Natalia picked up the brief. Began reading. Joe stayed in the doorway, which was where she'd planted herself with the specific intention of leaving as soon as she delivered the brief, but Natalia was already on the appendix and making a small, precise sound that wasn't quite acknowledgement and wasn't quite approval and was somehow both. "The 2018 contribution," Natalia said, not looking up. "Yes. It's not illegal. It doesn't have to be. It has to be usable." "It is," Joe said. "With the right framing. He says he supports the provision. The provision was lobbied against by people he took money from. The math is visible." Natalia set the brief down and looked at her. "Good," she said. The same word she always used, precise, unembellished, meaning exactly itself. "Thank you." Joe nodded. She should leave. She was going to leave. "The 2021 reallocation," Natalia said. "You're pulling the thread. It connects to the healthcare angle. I think there's an infrastructure to education policy chain that Beaumont's been quietly walking back for 2 years. If I can document it cleanly." "How long?" 3 days. Maybe 2. "You have 2. Joe almost smiled. "Understood." She left. In the hallway, she stood for a moment with her back against the wall, legal pad to her chest, and took a breath. Through the glass panel, she could see Natalia had already gone back to reading. Joe noted this, the quality of it, the specific image of Natalia Vega under the office light at 5:20 in the afternoon, reading her appendix with the focused attention she gave everything, her hand moving to the back of her neck again, and then she filed it in the specific internal folder she was aggressively trying not to open, and went back to work. At 6:45, while 2/3 of the staff had departed and the remaining third was running on caffeine and the particular stubborn energy of people who believed they could outwork a primary, Natalia stood at the bullpen window eating an apple and looking at the room. Desks in various states of organized chaos. Derek's whiteboard, which was always more complete than the digital version and which he would be offended if you photographed. The supply closet with the box she'd reorganized that morning, now properly filed. The new laminated sheet on the inside of the opposition cabinet. Theo's camera, at rest on its stand in the corner. Joe's desk, empty but not abandoned, her legal pad was still there, the yellow cover worn soft at the corners, and her coffee cup, which she'd apparently been using as a makeshift paperweight on a stack of printed source materials. Someone who perched on things rather than sat in them. Someone who made coffee with the intensity of someone disabling a device. Someone who had found the funding chain in an afternoon and handed it over at 5:15 and then stood in the doorway long enough to answer 2 questions and not a moment longer. Natalia ate the last of the apple and threw the core in the trash. She had a donor event in 45 minutes. She had a debate prep at 11 tomorrow. She had a primary in 3 weeks and a 4-point gap that needed to become 6 before the week was out. She had work. She went back to her office and closed the door. Chapter 3, What Are You Waiting For? The day had been long in the specific way that long days were long, not difficult, exactly, not dramatic, just full. 17 decisions, 3 of them actual decisions and the rest the kind of small executive adjustments that accumulated, by 5 o'clock, into a kind of low-grade weight. She had been carrying it long enough that it had stopped feeling like weight and started feeling like the natural density of things. Diane walked in without knocking, which was her established prerogative, and set a revised policy briefing on the desk. The Tribune language, she said. I've cleaned it up. Natalia picked it up. Read the revised paragraph. It was better, the same substance, reordered into something that wasn't going to be misread or selectively quoted. Thank you, she said. Diane did not immediately leave. This was also her prerogative, though she exercised it less frequently, and when she did it meant something. Natalia had learned, in 9 years, to read the difference between Diane leaving and Diane staying in the same way you learned the difference between weather fronts. The quality of the air in the room shifted slightly before the thing arrived. She set the briefing down and waited. Diane looked at her for a moment, a long, level look, the kind she gave things she'd been thinking about for some time. You're very good at wanting things for other people, Diane said. I've been watching you do it for 9 years. Natalia said nothing. The education policy. The healthcare brief. The endorsement this morning. She paused. You are precise and focused and completely effective, and every bit of it is for something outside yourself. That's the job. Part of the job, Diane said. The part you do very well. A beat. I keep waiting for you to want something for yourself, Diane said. I've been waiting for 9 years. I'm still waiting. Natalia looked at the briefing on her desk. The cleanly revised paragraph. The stack of files next to it, the healthcare brief, the reallocation thread, the laminated schedule for tomorrow. The 9 a.m. is at 7:30 now, she said. I moved it. Diane looked at her for one more moment. Good night, Congresswoman, she said. She left. The office was quieter without her. Natalia stood in it, still standing. She was always standing, and the statement sat in the air the way statements did when they had been said carefully and meant completely. She did not engage with it directly. She did not, as a matter of practiced habit, engage with statements like that directly, because engaging with them meant being still long enough to let them arrive somewhere, and she was not in the habit of being still unless it was strategic. She picked up the healthcare brief. Set it down. She picked up the laminated schedule. Tomorrow, 7:30 finance meeting, 9 a.m. debate prep, 11 a.m. coalition call, noon policy review, 2 p.m. The afternoon was dense. She turned it over. The other side was tomorrow's evening. The Caldwell donor event. Important, where the Navy. She turned it back over. The statement moved through the room at the speed of something she wasn't going to be able to outrun by reading the schedule again. You're very good at wanting things for other people. This was, she knew, true. She had known it was true for some time, had filed it under operational framework and not looked at it directly. She wanted her constituents to have better schools, cleaner infrastructure, a health system that worked. She wanted her staff to be successful. She wanted the campaign to win. These wants were ordered and purposeful, and she knew exactly how to pursue them. The other category, the things Diane was gesturing at, the private inventory of things Natalia Vega wanted for Natalia Vega, was a filing cabinet she had not opened in a long time. She knew it was there. She called her mother. Gloria picked up on the second ring, which meant she'd been expecting a call, which meant Natalia's timing was more predictable than she liked to believe. You're calling late, her mother said, not unkindly. It's 8:15. For you it's late. This was also, probably, true. How was the book club? Natalia asked. Terrible. In a wonderful way. Her mother's voice settled into the easy warmth of someone who had been narrating her own days to her daughter for 43 years and found it no less worth narrating. Maria argued with Castañeda for 40 minutes about whether a character who lies to protect people is moral. It was the most alive I've felt in a Tuesday. Who won? No one wins those arguments. That's what makes them good. A brief pause. You sound like you have something on your mind. I'm calling to see how you are. You called 2 days ago. I can call 2 days in a row. You can, her mother said, in the same tone as last time, the tone that contained an entire sentence that she was choosing not to use. How are the numbers? Moving. Natalia looked out the window. The evening dark had settled, the city going gold and electric where it had been gray and natural. We're within 4 points. The Hernandez endorsement came through. The healthcare research is strong. And the new researcher? You asked me this already. I'm asking again. She's very good at her job, Natalia said, in exactly the same words she'd used that morning. She found a funding chain that connects Beaumont's healthcare messaging to a lobbying organization he took money from in 2018. It's clean and documented and usable. That's the job answer. It's a good answer. Natalia. She looked out the window. A cab turning on the corner below, its light off. She's thorough, Natalia said. She argues with the right intent. She finds the things that are true and she brings them forward, and she stopped. She's thorough. That's the right word. Her mother was quiet for a moment in the particular way that was not an empty silence but a full one. How are you sleeping? She asked. Fine. Fine how? 5 hours. Maybe 6. Mija. It's a campaign. It's always a campaign. Her mother said it without accusation, which was more accurate and more devastating than accusation would have been. It's been a campaign for 20 years. Natalia said nothing. I'm not arguing with you, her mother said. I just sometimes wonder. Another pause. What are you waiting for? The question sat in the room. Natalia knew what her mother was asking. She had always known what her mother was asking, the subtext of every call, every visit, every mija in the tone that meant something. She had always answered it the same way, with the campaign, with the numbers, with the next thing. The next thing was always there, which was both the reason she was good at this and the reason the question kept recurring. I'm not waiting, she said. I'm working. Those can both be true, her mother said gently. They talked for 40 minutes after that. The book club, her mother's neighbor who had gotten a dog against the building's policy and was managing the building manager with a combination of charm and plausible deniability that Gloria found hilarious. The campaign, the numbers, the Beaumont flank, the timeline. Natalia's voice loosened slightly over the course of it, the way it always loosened with her mother, the particular register that existed before the first campaign, before the first race, before she became the Congresswoman and started carrying the specific weight of that as though it were the only weight worth carrying. Her mother said good night and told her to sleep and said she was proud of her in a tone that made the pride feel distinct from the winning, which it was, which it had always been, and Natalia sat with that for a moment after she hung up, in the dark and quiet of the now empty office, the city orange lit outside the window. She picked up her bag. Put on her coat. She was passing through the bullpen when she almost walked into Joe Castañeda. Joe was coming out of the copy room with a stack of printed files and a coffee. It was 8:55 at night, but apparently the coffee was ongoing, and they both stopped in the middle of the corridor with approximately 4 feet between them and negotiated the spatial logistics of 2 people in a small hallway. Sorry, Joe said, stepping left. Natalia stepped right. They ended up in the same relative configuration, just shifted. Sorry, Joe said again, stepping right this time. Natalia watched this. Just stop moving. Joe stopped. Natalia went around her. Still at it? Natalia asked, because she was passing and the question was reasonable and she was not going to examine why she'd asked it. 2 more sources to nail down on the infrastructure chain, Joe said. I'll have it to you by noon tomorrow. I said 2 days. I said maybe 2. Natalia looked at her. Joe had the slightly distracted quality of someone still halfway inside a line of thinking, the stack of files balanced against her arm, the coffee in her other hand, a piece of hair in her face she was attempting to blow away rather than address manually, with limited success. Go home, Natalia said. You can't read a funding chain at 9 o'clock. I read funding chains at any hour. That's not an argument in your favor. Joe looked at her with the look she gave arguments that had a logical gap in them, a slight tilt of her head, the assessment running. You're here at 9 o'clock. I'm leaving. Lucky you. She said it without sharpness, matter of fact, and went back toward her desk. Natalia watched her go, the stack of files, the coffee, the easy confidence of someone who decided where she was going and was going there. Something moved in the quiet. Natalia went home. In the car, she watched the city go past. The driver was a man named Alan who had driven for her 3 times a week for 2 years and had the excellent quality of not speaking unless spoken to. She watched the blocks go by. The K Street corridor, the lit windows of offices where someone's campaign or lobbying shop or think tank was also running late. A restaurant with a short line outside it. A couple standing at a corner, engaged in the kind of conversation that involved one of them doing most of the talking and the other watching with their head tilted slightly. What are you waiting for? She was not, she thought, waiting for anything. She was working toward something. That was different. Waiting implied passivity, implied an arrangement in which the thing would arrive without effort, and nothing in her life had ever arrived without effort, and she was fine with that, she had always been fine with that. The distinction between working toward and waiting for felt important. She turned it over. The thing was, Diane's statement and her mother's question were different angles on the same point, which was the point she did not let herself engage with directly, which was that the campaign was not a substitute for a life, it was a component of one, and there were other components she had filed under later for so long that she'd stopped inventorying them. She had not thought about this consciously. She was thinking about it now because 2 people who knew her well had said the same thing on the same day, and Natalia Vega had not maintained her record of never being late to anything by being the kind of person who ignored a pattern. The driver turned onto her street. The weight was still there, the 17 decisions, the accumulated density of the day. But there was something else now, sitting under it, something she'd been carrying long enough that she'd stopped feeling its shape. She was still trying to identify it when the car stopped at her building. She said goodnight to Alan. She went upstairs. She stood in her kitchen for a moment, looking at the apartment, which was clean and ordered and contained nothing she hadn't put there deliberately, the bookshelves, the policy files on the counter, the one window that faced east and got the morning light. The photo of Daniela, in her desk drawer in the office, which she had been meaning to move somewhere more visible for years and had not. She looked at the east window. She made tea instead of more coffee, because it was almost 10, and she went to bed with a brief that needed reading, and she read it, and she fell asleep in the middle of the 3rd page. She had been doing this, carrying the thing, filing it, going to sleep, for a very long time. Tomorrow, there was debate prep at 9, and Joe Castañeda would walk into the room with her legal pad and her coffee and her arguments that were precise and good faith and aimed not at winning but at getting things right. Natalia had noted this. She was not going to note it again. She turned off the light. Chapter 4, 40,000 engagements. The Caldwell event was the kind of fundraiser that had stopped feeling like fundraisers after you'd attended enough of them, which was to say it had a shape, cocktail hour, organized mingling, remarks by 2 people who had thought carefully about what they were going to say, followed by 40 minutes of less organized mingling in which the actual conversations happened. Natalia had attended more of these than she could accurately count. She moved through them with the practiced ease of someone who had learned, years ago, that donors wanted 2 things from a candidate, to feel heard and to feel that their hearing the candidate mattered. She was good at providing both. The Caldwell event was in a function room at a hotel near DuPont Circle, which held approximately 90 people and was at approximately 70 capacity when Natalia arrived. Derek was already there, stationed near the entrance with the look he wore at these events, attentive, pleasant, tracking everything. He handed her a glass of sparkling water as she came through the door. "McKinley's here," he said. "Left side, blue suit. I see him. He hasn't committed to the endorsement." "I know. You have about 30 minutes with the room before Caldwell wants to do remarks. I'll start with the tables on the right. McKinley will come to me." Derek made the slight face that meant he thought she was right but was reserving judgment. He had been reserving judgment on this particular bet for 11 years and she had been right often enough that the face had become less skeptical and more habitual. She moved into the room. The work of these events was in the details, the specific thing you mentioned to the person whose father had been ill, the campaign position you referenced for the donor who'd sent a letter about it 3 weeks ago and would know you'd read it. She moved through the first half hour like water finding its level, easy and purposeful, the smile genuine in the places where genuine was the right register. Joe Castañeda had arrived 7 minutes before her, which Natalia knew because she had a habit of clocking entrances. Joe was across the room, in conversation with a couple near the windows, donors whose names Natalia recognized from the file, and she was doing the thing she did, which was paying slightly more attention than the situation seemed to call for. Not in a way that was visible. In a way you only noticed if you were watching for it. Natalia was watching for it. She crossed the room on a diagonal, McKinley, 2 other introductions, a conversation about the infrastructure timeline that she conducted while keeping half her attention on the room, which was how she operated in these spaces, and arrived at the window cluster when the couple Joe had been talking to moved on toward the bar. Policy rollout? Joe said, without preamble, because Joe's version of small talk was not small. The infrastructure timeline, Natalia said. Peterson and his wife. He's on the Transportation Subcommittee's Donor Advisory Board. He wanted to know when we're moving. What did you tell him? After the primary phase announcement in the first week of November. Joe tilted her head. That's later than your public position. My public position is that we're committed to moving quickly. This is the more specific version for people who can help move it. They're not mutually exclusive. They're not. So why not say November in the public position? Natalia looked at her. It was a good question. It was, she was aware, a version of a question Diane had been asking her for years about the gap between what she said publicly and what she actually thought. Because November becomes a deadline, Natalia said. And deadlines become liabilities if the vote timing shifts. Or November becomes a commitment, and commitments build trust. Commitments build expectations. Which is how trust works, Joe said. Not arguing, just running the logic, the same way she ran all the logic, with the intent of getting it right rather than winning. Natalia went very still. It was the stillness that meant she was paying close attention, though she was not, in that moment, aware of this as a tell. She was aware only that the argument had a shape and the shape had something in it she wasn't ready to look at yet, and that Joe Castañeda was watching her with the specific quality of attention she gave things she hadn't figured out yet. The November timeline, Natalia said. What's your analysis of the risk? Small. The vote calendar is stable through Q1. The only variable is the appropriations fight in December, and Beaumont's more exposed on that than you are. Build me the case. Give me 48 hours. You have 24. Joe looked at her. That's not. You have 24, Natalia said again. The rollout decision needs to be made before the Tribune lunch. When's the Tribune lunch? Tomorrow. Then I have, Joe paused. I have 14 hours. 13 and a half, Natalia said. The lunch is at noon. Joe looked at her for a moment with the look that was not quite exasperation and not quite amusement and contained elements of both. You knew the lunch was at noon before you asked for 48 hours. Yes. That's, she started to say something. Stopped. Fine. 13 and a half hours. I'll need the Q1 vote calendar and the December appropriations preliminary. I'll have Priya send them. Tonight. Yes. They were facing each other near the window now, and at some point in the conversation Natalia had turned fully toward Joe rather than maintaining the diagonal that allowed her to watch the room, which was her normal configuration in these spaces. Joe had a glass she hadn't touched. Her hand was in the air, mid-emphasis, because she'd been making a point about the appropriations fight and had not yet finished it. The appropriations exposure, Joe started. Beaumont's vote in. And Natalia had gone very still again, precisely focused, because Joe was about to give her something she needed and she was not going to interrupt it for the world. Across the room, a woman named Patricia Caldwell, whose family had hosted this fundraiser and who had been in political circles long enough to recognize the specific quality of two people entirely absorbed in an argument, nudged her husband and tilted her head toward the window. 3 tables away, Patricia's college roommate had gotten out her phone because she was, by nature, a person who photographed interesting things. She took 3 photos. She texted the best one to her group chat. By morning it had 40,000 engagements. Natalia read it at 6:04 a.m., standing at her desk, before the coffee had finished brewing. The photo, both of them near the window. Natalia still, focused, turned fully toward Joe. Joe with her hand in the air, midpoint, looking at Natalia with the specific quality of someone making a case they believe in. The light from the windows behind them. The caption, "Is Congresswoman Vega's mystery woman the campaign's secret weapon? We're asking." Below it, 240 replies. She scrolled through 6 of them, enough to understand the register. The way she's looking at her though. Campaign power couple confirmed. This is either the most charismatic political pair since. She put the phone down. She picked it up. The piece was from Aisha Brennan's account, not the Tribune's official feed, Aisha's personal one, which had 115,000 followers and therefore technically existed in a gray zone between professional journalism and public commentary. The piece linked to a brief blog post, 3 paragraphs, 3 photos, a headline, "Inside Vega's campaign, the research is personal." The photos were good. The text was careful, not speculative, not fabricated, just noticing. Natalia set the phone face down on her desk. She stood in the quiet of the early office and let the calculation run, which it would do with or without her permission. 40,000 engagements. A photo that looked, she was willing to admit, exactly like what people were saying it looked like. 3 weeks to the primary. She picked the phone back up and called Derek. He answered before it rang twice, which meant he'd been awake. "I know," he said. "I've been looking at it since 4. It's manageable." "It's more than manageable," Derek said. "That's the thing." A pause. She heard him breathing in the careful way of someone choosing their words. "Can you come in 20 minutes early? I have an idea." "What kind of idea?" "A strategic one." Derek. "I'm not, Natalia. Just come in. I need to show you something." She looked at her phone screen. The photo was still visible at the edge of her notifications, too small to resolve fully, but she knew what was in it. She knew what it looked like. She knew, though she was not going to name this to Derek or anyone else, that it looked like that because there was something in it that was real. Not manufactured. Not performed. Just the visible quality of 2 people entirely absorbed in an argument, at a fundraiser, near a window, on a Tuesday night. "I'll be there in 15, she said. She didn't look at the replies again until she was in the car. There were 4,000 of them by then. She read another dozen. They were mostly kind, interested, amused, the particular register of people who had found something genuine inside something political and were responding to the genuineness. A few were unkind. A few were speculative in ways that made her jaw tighten. One was a screenshot of her last 3 campaign appearances with timestamps and a caption that read the way she always looks the same direction. She put the phone in her bag. She looked out the window. The city in the early morning, the commute beginning, everything in motion. Joe Castañeda had sent the appropriations analysis at 2:30 in the morning. She had been awake at 2:30 in the morning, which was not surprising, and had sent a 13-line summary with a 6-point source chain and a note at the bottom. "The November commitment is clean. Low risk. Your call. JC." Natalia had read it at 5 a.m. It was, as advertised, clean. The case was solid. The call was, as Joe had said, hers. She looked out the window and let the city move past her and thought about the particular way Joe had said your call, not deferential, not performative, not the kind of deference that was actually a transfer of responsibility. Just accurate. It was Natalia's call. Joe had done the work and now the decision was where decisions lived, with her. She had been making decisions for 20 years. The car pulled up to the building. Derek was already inside. He had coffee, a whiteboard, and the expression of someone who had spent 2 hours in the early morning building a case he wasn't entirely sure he was going to be right about. Natalia walked through the door. "Don't say no until you've heard it," he said. I haven't said anything. You have a face. She sat down. Tell me, she said. He told her. Chapter 5, The Professional Arrangement. Derek's pitch took 11 minutes. He gave it standing, which was how he gave anything he'd thought about for a long time, moving between the whiteboard and the window, the way he moved when he was working through logic while also presenting it. The whiteboard had 3 columns, status quo, correction, and lean in. He'd drawn arrows between them. The arrows told the story before he did. Natalia listened without interrupting. The numbers, they were at 41% with suburban women, split-ticket voters who had gone for Beaumont in the last cycle but were persuadable. The photo had driven 40,000 engagements overnight. In an internal poll Derek had run 2 months ago, hypothetical, modeling what a meaningful personal story could do in this demographic, a candidate perceived as having a genuine private life had polled 8 points higher with the exact voters they needed. 8 points was the primary. 8 points was the margin. We don't say anything, Derek said. We don't confirm, we don't deny. We let the story exist and we give it room. Public appearances. The events we're already doing. Caldwell put the photo out there, we just don't correct it. It's dishonest, Natalia said. She said it without heat. It was simply the first objection on the list, clearly labeled, requiring a response. We're not lying, Derek said. We're declining to correct an impression. That distinction is narrower than you're presenting it. The distinction is real. He turned back to the whiteboard. We don't fabricate. We don't manufacture. A photo exists. People made an inference. We don't correct the inference. We allow the inference. Yes. Natalia looked at the whiteboard. The arrows moved from status quo to lean in through a middle column that read correcting actively damages us with the demo that already found the story sympathetic. Beneath it, in Derek's shorthand, correction equals they were fooled. No one likes to feel fooled. He was right. She hated that he was right, and she knew he could see that she was doing the math. It involves Joe, she said. She didn't agree to this. Ask her. She has an independent professional reputation. She came here from the House Majority PAC. If this goes sideways, then it goes sideways in 2 weeks when we win the primary and the story stops being relevant, Derek said. Or we course correct. But the offer has to come from you, and she has to agree. She may not. She might not, he agreed. That's why I'm telling you to ask her. Natalia stood up. She moved to the window. The building was starting to fill, she could hear it through the door, the familiar escalation of movement and conversation that meant the day was starting. Once confirmed, it cannot be unconfirmed, she said. Not cleanly. Not without a story. Primary is in 2 weeks. And after? The general is. We'll deal with after. She looked at him. He held her gaze, which was not something most people managed for long. That is not a strategy, she said. It's the best answer I have right now, he said. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. This, she thought, was one of the things about Derek she had never been able to replace with anyone else. He was wrong sometimes. When he was wrong, he said so. When he didn't know, he said that too. In 20 years of politics she had worked with people who were right 90% of the time and lied about the other 10, and that other 10 was always where things broke. I need to talk to her, Natalia said. I know. Alone. I'll send her in. Give me 5 minutes first. He left. She stood at the window for 5 minutes. Not thinking, exactly, not in the analytical sense of the word. Just letting the situation be the situation without trying to solve it faster than it wanted to be solved. The photo was real. The attention was real. The 8 points was real. And underneath all the real things was a more complicated real thing that she was going to leave in its current location, which was the file she had not opened. She sat down. Come in, she said. Joe came in without the legal pad, which meant she hadn't known this was going to be a working meeting. She had her coffee. She sat in the chair across from Natalia's desk without being invited, which she always did, which Natalia had stopped registering as an anomaly because it was simply Joe's way of being in a room. Natalia gave it to her plainly. The photo, the engagements, Aisha's post, the polling model, Derek's argument, the proposal. She laid it out in order and without editorializing, the way she presented everything, completely, accurately, at the pace of someone who had already made up her own mind about one thing and was asking someone else to make up their own mind about another. When she finished, Joe was quiet. It was not an uncomfortable quiet. Joe was, Natalia had come to understand, very good at silence when she was thinking. The disorganized energy that characterized her presence in the building seemed to recede slightly when she was processing something seriously, as though the channel was too busy for ambient noise. "What's the exit?" Joe asked. "After the primary. The story has a natural shelf life, a campaign relationship that was what the campaign needed and isn't a story once the race is over. And if someone asks directly, we decline to speak about private matters. It's a consistent answer that requires no lie." Joe looked at the window. Then back. 8 points. With suburban women currently splitting toward Beaumont. "Yes. That's the primary." "Yes." Another pause. "You're asking me," Joe said. "Yes." "You're not, this isn't already decided." "No," Natalia said. "I need your agreement. You'd be doing this as a full participant, not as a variable I'm managing. If you say no, I go back to Derek and we find another play." Joe looked at her for a long moment with the focused, assessing look that Natalia had come to recognize as her baseline when she was deciding something real. "What's the day today?" Joe said. Public appearances we're already doing. Campaign events. A few things Derek will add to the schedule, nothing manufactured, nothing that isn't adjacent to actual campaign work. Behavior consistent with the impression. Behavior consistent with. Yes. Joe's mouth moved. Not quite a smile, the thing before a smile, when the thought was funny but the register wasn't quite right for amusement yet. "I'm a professional," she said. "I understand optics." "What's the arrangement?" It was cooler than Natalia had expected. Not cold, but measured, the calculation already run, the decision already being made. Joe had assessed the situation, as she assessed everything, and had apparently reached her own conclusion about what she was willing to do with it. Natalia was aware, in the peripheral way of something she was declining to look at directly, that this coolness should have been a relief. It was the professional register. It was the register she'd asked for. "Equal standing," Natalia said. "I don't manage you. If you're uncomfortable at any point, you tell me and we adjust. If anything changes in the political landscape that makes this untenable, we revisit." She paused. "And your research work stays separate. This doesn't compromise your professional function." "Obviously," Joe said. "I'm saying it for the record." "The record is noted." Joe picked up her coffee. She was looking at the window now, not at Natalia, and there was something in her expression that Natalia couldn't read cleanly, not discomfort, not reluctance, just the quality of someone sitting with a thing for a moment before they named it. "Does Renata know?" The question surprised her. Why would Renata know? "She recruited me." If this becomes a story about her recruitment. Renata placed you here to do research. The optics of who you are in the campaign are not her business. Joe nodded. Slowly. Something in her expression shifted slightly, a small resolution, internal. She looked back at Natalia. "All right," she said. "Yes?" "Yes." She stood up. "I'll need to know the appearance schedule by end of day. I'm not walking into events unprepared. Derek will have it to you by 3. And the rules. I'll write them up." "Don't make them too long," Joe said. "Rules get longer than they need to be and people stop reading them." Natalia looked at her. "I'll keep it to a page." "Half a page," Joe said. "I'll read it twice." She was at the door when Natalia said, "Thank you." Jo paused with her hand on the frame. She didn't turn around. "Thank me when it works," she said, and left. Derek received the news with the specific expression of someone who had given a pitch they were proud of and had not entirely expected it to succeed. He was already building the calendar by the time Natalia had finished the sentence. "First public appearance," he said. "There's the Caldwell post-event reception. Thursday. She'll be there as part of the campaign. We make no announcement, we just behave." "Behave," Natalia repeated. "Naturally." He looked up. "You're going to be fine." "I'm not worried about fine." "Then what are you worried about?" Natalia looked at the whiteboard. "Lean in." "I'm worried about the things I haven't built contingencies for," she said. Derek made the face that meant he had thought about this already and arrived at the same place. "Yeah," he said. "Me too." He turned back to the calendar. "That's what the after is for." She went back to work. Jo called Renata at 6 o'clock from the parking garage where she went to make private calls, not because she was hiding anything, but because the office had 17 people in it and acoustics she didn't trust. Renata picked up on the first ring. She was warm, as she always was, the particular warmth of someone who had genuinely invested in you and also had their own reasons for everything, and both things were true simultaneously, and Jo had known this for years and was now performing the familiar calculus of what it meant. "How are you?" Renata said. "How's the campaign?" "Moving," Jo said. "We're within 4 points." "I heard." "The Hernandez endorsement, that was well done." "That was Vega." "I just confirmed the vote math beforehand." "You're too modest." "I'm accurate," Jo said. "There's a difference." Renata laughed, a warm, genuine sound. "There it is." "Are you settling in?" "Yes." A pause. "There's been a development." "With the campaign strategy." "Oh." Jo leaned against the concrete pillar. "A photo from the Caldwell event." "Social media." "There's a plan to let a certain impression develop with the press." Silence on the line. Renata was very good at silences, she used them the way she used everything, precisely. "What kind of impression?" "Personal. Between me and Vega." "Ah," Renata said. "Just that." "Ah." With a quality in it that Jo couldn't fully name. "I agreed to it," Jo said. "Professional decision. The polling supports it." "I'm sure it does." A pause. "Are you comfortable?" "It's a professional arrangement." "That's not what I asked." Jo looked at the concrete wall across from her. The parking garage smelled of exhaust and cold. 3 floors up, the campaign was running, Derek's whiteboard, Priya's field coordination, Natalia's 6 a.m. coffee and her standing reading and her stillness when she was paying close attention. "Yes," Jo said. "I'm comfortable." "Good," Renata said, warmly. "Keep me updated. I like knowing how you're doing." They said goodnight. Jo stood in the parking garage for another minute after the call ended. Renata always liked knowing how she was doing. That had always been true. She had always received it as care. She was standing in a parking garage at 6 o'clock, having agreed to a professional arrangement with a woman she had been watching with the focused attention she gave things she hadn't figured out yet, and Renata's eye had a shape to it that she was going to leave unexamined for now. She took the elevator back up. The campaign was still running. She had work to do. At 9:30 that night, with the office down to 5 people and the particular focus quiet of late campaign evenings, Natalia wrote up the arrangement in 7 bullet points on a single half-page. She read it through once. It was accurate. It covered the scope, the exits, the expectations, the professional boundaries. It was, she thought, a reasonable document. She read it through again. Somewhere in the brief and efficient language of the 7 bullet points was the shape of something she had agreed to that she did not fully have a contingency for, and she was experienced enough to know that the absence of a contingency was not the same as the absence of a risk. She made one small change, tightened the language on the third point, which had been slightly imprecise, and printed 2 copies. She left one on Joe's desk. She kept one for herself. She looked at the empty chair across from her own desk, the one that had been empty when she'd written the schedule at 6 a.m. 13 days ago and was now occupied, daily, by a person who argued back not to win but to get things right, who had found the 2021 reallocation, who had said your call at 2:30 in the morning and meant it, who had sat in the chair across from her today and said I'm a professional. I understand optics. And had been, Natalia recognized now, in the controlled quiet of the empty office, cooler about it than she'd needed to be. She turned off her desk lamp. She went home. The file she was not going to open remained, as it had remained for 9 days, carefully closed. Chapter 6, for the record. The event was a campaign fundraiser at a townhouse in Georgetown that a donor named Patricia Whitfield opened twice a year for causes she believed in, and the Vega campaign was, this cycle, one of them. Natalia had been here before. She knew the layout: long entry hall, double parlors opening to the right, a back garden that was still warm enough in October for a bar setup. 75 people, a mix of established donors and the persuadables Derek had been cultivating since July. She arrived at the car with Joe. This was not, she had told herself, and she believed it, a significant event. They had arrived at the same building at the same time because they had come from the same place, which was the campaign office, where they had both been working until 6:30. The car had picked them up from the same address. This was logistics, not performance. The photographers at the entrance made it performance. There were 3 of them, which was more than typical for a fundraiser at this scale. Derek had, without being explicit about it, apparently let the right people know. Natalia registered this with the particular interior note she reserved for things Derek had done that she hadn't authorized, which was a note that said we will discuss this, and which she had been making for 11 years without the discussions fundamentally changing anything. She walked up the steps. Beside her, Joe was doing the thing she did at the edge of events, the brief, comprehensive scan that took in the room's geography, the distribution of people, the location of exits and bar stations, and the 2 journalists she had already identified by their slightly too casual stance near the door. This was not performance either. It was simply how Joe arrived at places, the same focused intake she brought to everything, and it happened to look, to the 3 photographers at the bottom of the steps, exactly right. The flash went. Natalia put her hand briefly on the small of Joe's back to redirect her through the door, a natural gesture, unrehearsed, the kind of minor navigation you performed with someone you moved through rooms with, and then they were inside, and the photographers were behind them, and the event had begun. The first 40 minutes were exactly what they were supposed to be. Natalia worked the room in the way she'd worked rooms for 20 years, methodical, genuinely attentive, the particular quality of presence she brought to donor events that was not performance so much as a decision to be fully there. She remembered names. She remembered what mattered to the person attached to the name. She asked follow-up questions from 3 weeks ago and listened to the answers with the focus she gave everything that was true. Joe was doing her own version of the same thing, less practiced, more instinctive, but effective in a different register. She had the quality of someone to whom conversation came naturally because she was actually interested, and people felt it. Natalia watched her, between her own conversations, running the same calculation she ran on everything. What does this tell me? What does it mean? What do I do with it? What it told her was that Joe Castañeda was good at this. Better than she'd expected. Not because she was performing but because she wasn't. They intersected twice in the first 40 minutes, once at the back bar, briefly, exchanging the kind of quick logistical shorthand that any 2 campaign staffers might exchange at an event, once near the parlor doorway, where Natalia had just finished a conversation with Patricia Whitfield's husband about the infrastructure timeline, and Joe had materialized beside her with the specific timing of someone who had tracked the conversations ending from across the room. He's been to 4 Beaumont events this year, Joe said, quietly, as they moved away from the doorway together. He's testing the market. I know. You didn't mention the transit funding provision. I'll save it for the follow-up call. If I give him everything tonight, there's no reason to pick up when Derek calls next week. Joe looked at her sideways. You're very good at rationing what you give people. It's not rationing. It's pacing. Those are the same thing with better branding. The thing about this, the thing Natalia was registering in the peripheral way that she was declining to examine, was that the exchange felt identical to every other exchange they'd had in 2 weeks of working proximity. The argument was real. The shorthand was earned. Whatever the arrangement was supposed to look like from the outside, the inside of it was just them, the way they were, which was to say, like this. She moved on to the next conversation. It happened during remarks. They were standing near the back of the double parlor, standard position, Natalia close enough to respond to questions from the donor making the introduction, Joe slightly behind her and to the left in the configuration that had developed organically over the past 2 weeks and meant, in practical terms, that Joe had a line of sight to the room and Natalia had a peripheral read on Joe. This was not strategic. It had simply become the arrangement. Joe was slightly cold. Natalia knew this because she had watched Joe discreetly rearrange herself twice in the way of someone whose blazer was insufficient for an October evening with an open garden door 20 feet away. Natalia had, in her own internal inventory, noted this and done nothing about it, which was the appropriate response. And then Joe reached up and adjusted her collar. It was not significant. It was the casual, unannounced touch of someone who had simply registered that Natalia's collar had turned under itself in the back. The kind of small physical correction that happened between people in close proximity, unrehearsed, the way you reach out to fix something without deciding to. Joe's hand at the back of her neck, the adjustment made in 3 seconds, gone. Natalia went completely still. It was not the touching. It was the absence of announcement, the assumption embedded in it, the confidence of a gesture that required no permission because they were, apparently, the kind of people who moved through each other's physical space that way. She had not known, until the moment it happened, that they had become that. She continued the conversation she'd been having. Later, much later, after the event, in the campaign office debrief, she would think about those 2 seconds. Not with analysis. Just with the particular awareness of someone who has registered a fact that doesn't fit the existing file structure and has not yet decided where to put it. Theo Parrish caught it at 2.5 in, from the edge of the room, at an angle he had positioned himself for without entirely knowing why. He had positioned himself there because the light was good and the 2 subjects were interesting, and interesting subjects in good light were his professional instinct. He reviewed the footage at 11 p.m. He watched it 3 times. The collar adjustment, Natalia's 2-second stillness, the way she continued talking as though nothing had happened, which was exactly how someone continued talking when something had happened and they were not going to let it show. He made a note. The clip aired on the evening news at 11:17. Derek watched it twice before calling Priya. The collar thing, he said. I know, Priya said. It's 12 seconds. I know. The body language reads. Derek, Priya said. I know. He watched it a 3rd time. Natalia still, Joe's hand at her collar, the seamlessness of it. The quality of it that was not performance. He had been managing campaigns for 20 years and he had produced a lot of manufactured moments and he knew what manufactured looked like, and this was not that. The polling model will pick it up by Thursday, he said. Probably, Priya said. A brief silence. Is she okay? Priya asked. Vega? Yes. She's fine, Derek said. She's always fine. He paused. That's not what you asked. No, Priya said. It's not. The debrief was at 9:30. The office was down to 4 people, Natalia, Joe, Derek, and Priya, who was running the field update from the corner and could be relied upon to stay in her lane. They went through the event efficiently. Who had been there? What had been said? Follow-up calls for Derek's list. The infrastructure talking point, the transit provision, the 2 journalists Natalia had spoken to off-record and what she'd given them. Joe had a legal pad. She was on the edge of the table rather than in a chair, of course, making notations in the shorthand she developed that Natalia had come to read over her shoulder without meaning to. The collar, Derek said, eventually. Natalia looked at him. It aired, he said. 12 seconds. It'll run again in the morning. I'm aware. The body language. Derek. I'm just saying the body language reads. I know what it reads, Natalia said. That's the arrangement. The body language reading correctly is the function of the arrangement. A beat. Jo was writing something on her legal pad that she was not looking up from, which meant she had opinions she was choosing not to voice in this room, which meant she had opinions she would voice later, which meant the debrief was not entirely the debrief. Good, Derek said. Then it's working. Yes, Natalia said. It's working. She looked at her notes. The event, the contacts, the follow-up list. Everything in order. Everything proceeding. Exit review, she said. What else? At 10:15, the debrief ended. Derek and Priya collected their things and left with the expedience of people who had other calls to make. The room emptied quickly the way rooms did at this hour. Jo stood up from the table. She gathered her legal pad. Same arrangement going forward, Natalia said. Events as scheduled. Behavior consistent. Yes. She extended her hand. It was not a decision, exactly. It was the formalizing of something, a professional acknowledgement, the kind of gesture that put a frame around an agreement. Jo looked at it for a fraction of a second. Then she shook it. Her grip was firm and quick, the handshake of someone who had been in enough rooms to know what it meant. She released it cleanly. Natalia held eye contact a beat longer than she'd planned. Across the room, in the corner they had long since stopped registering, Theo's camera, which neither of them had noticed was still running, caught the handshake on a wide shot. He would review it later with the same still quality he brought to all footage that turned out to matter. Jo picked up her bag. She moved to the door. She stopped. This was where she was. Always at the door. It was, Natalia had come to understand, the place Jo paused to say the things she'd decided not to say in the room. For what it's worth, Jo said. Natalia looked up. You're very easy to be publicly in love with. The office was quiet. The building was quiet around them, the late campaign nighttime hum that meant everyone who remained was running on something past tiredness. Natalia held Jo's gaze across the room. She had a response, she almost always had a response, constructed and ready, because the pauses in conversations were where she did her best work. She had nothing. Jo left before she found it. The door swung shut. Natalia looked at the space where she'd been standing. She sat for a moment in the specific quality of the silence that followed statements that had arrived somewhere. Then she went back to the follow-up email. She wrote 2 words, deleted them, and started again from the salutation. She finished the email at 10:53. She read it through once. It was accurate and complete, and she could not have told you, in that moment, what it said. The rules document, 7 bullet points, half a page, printed on the campaign's standard white stock, was in Jo's desk drawer, where she had put it the morning after Natalia left it on her desk. She had read it twice. It was, as advertised, precise. It covered what it needed to cover. The exits were clear. The professional boundary was clearly articulated. She had read it twice, and she had read the space between the lines, which was where the things that couldn't be put in bullet points lived, and she had filed those things under aware of, which was a different folder than dealing with, and she was not yet dealing with them. For what it's worth. She had said it before she decided to say it, which was how she said all the things she meant. It had arrived and she had let it out, and now it was in the room with Natalia, and she had left before she had to watch it land. This was, she knew, the coward's version of honesty. She was building a case and declining to be present for the verdict. She walked home. It was 3 blocks and the October night was clear, and she needed the cold. She had a professional arrangement. She had rules. She had a job to do for under 3 weeks, and then she would leave, and the arrangement would end, and whatever she was building in the margins of her other work, the thing she was declining to name even in her own head, would either be what she thought it was or it wouldn't. She pushed the piece of hair back for the 4th time. She needed a better elastic. She went home. In Natalia's desk, across the office. The follow-up email sat in the drafts folder until she deleted it entirely at 11:30 and called the contact directly. It was a better conversation than the email would have been. She got the commitment she needed. She said goodnight. She sat in the dark for a moment with the city outside the window. Very easy to be publicly in love with. She turned off the lamp. She went home. She did not, for the first time in the 16 days Jo had been in this building, arrive at her apartment and feel the specific texture of the silence as simply silence. Chapter 7, 2 coffees, no explanation. The week after the Georgetown event had a different quality than the week before it. Nothing had changed, technically. The arrangement was the arrangement. The primary was now 18 days out. Derek's schedule had 3 new appearances on it, each selected for its natural adjacency to the campaign work they were already doing, each likely to be photographed. The polling had moved half a point by Wednesday. Derek had called this encouraging. Natalia had called it a data point. They had, as was traditional between them, agreed on neither interpretation and proceeded identically. The thing that had changed was harder to name and therefore easier to not name. Jo was still at her desk by 8. Natalia was still at her desk by 6. The coffee was still made by Natalia alone, and still consumed alone at the window while the building filled. The debrief sessions were still efficient. The working dynamic was the same dynamic it had been since the first prep session, 2 people moving at the same pace from different angles, producing better outcomes than either would have produced alone. The thing that had changed was that the argument at the Caldwell event was now on the internet, and the collar adjustment was now on the internet, and approximately 14 million people had formed opinions about what was happening between them, and none of those opinions were based on anything that was fabricated, and this was, Natalia was finding, harder to manage than she had anticipated. The night it became something else, or the night Natalia admitted it was already something else, which was different, started ordinarily enough. It was a Tuesday. 11:45 p.m. The office was down to 3 people, Natalia, Jo, and a junior field coordinator named Calvin who had fallen asleep in his chair at the back of the bullpen with his headphones on and a spreadsheet open. Neither of them had woken him because he was 23 and had been doing phone banking since 7 a.m. and the spreadsheet appeared to be saving itself. Natalia had been in her office for 14 hours. She had a policy review in the morning and a field briefing at 7 and the follow-up call with the transit donor that she'd been deferring since Thursday. She should, by any reasonable measure, have left 2 hours ago. She was still there because the healthcare brief needed one more pass before tomorrow's coalition call, and she had learned over 20 years of this that one more pass always needed to happen tonight rather than tomorrow because tomorrow was always already full. She poured a second cup of coffee from the machine. She looked at it. She poured another. She walked across the bullpen. Jo was at her desk, on the edge of it, naturally, one boot on the floor, a print document spread across the surface weighted at the corners by a stapler, a coffee mug, and what appeared to be a heavy dictionary that had no business being at an opposition research desk but was apparently doing service as an anchor. She was reading and making notations simultaneously, the legal pad in her lap, the pen moving in the shorthand that Natalia had not meant to learn but had. Natalia set the second coffee on the corner of the desk where there was room for it. She did not explain it. There was no explanation needed. There was coffee and there was Jo and there was an empty corner and the math of that was simply math. Jo looked at the coffee. She looked up. "You apologize by fixing things," Jo said. Natalia looked at her. "That's not what that was." "I know," Jo said. "That's what I said." A pause. Something moved in the air between them, a slight recalibration, the kind that happened when someone said something true in a casual register and both parties had to decide whether to acknowledge the weight of it. Natalia did not sit down. She stood at the corner of Jo's desk, the way she stood in most of her conversations, mobile, the option to leave intact. "The Beaumont Healthcare angle," she said. Jo looked at her, the slight tilt of her head that meant she was deciding whether to let the redirect stand. She let it stand. The committee vote chain is solid. The donor connection holds. The framing's the question: how direct do we go in the forum versus saving it for the debate cycle? The forum is lower stakes. Test it there. If we test it there, Beaumont's team will have seen it before the debate. Yes. Joe looked at her. That's the point? He'll over-prepare for the angle I tested. He won't prepare for the follow-up I didn't test. She picked up her own coffee. They'll be drilling his answer on the donor connection and I'll hit the committee vote instead. He'll be ready for one and not the other. Joe was quiet for a moment, running it. That's actually, she started. Yes, Natalia said. Joe looked faintly annoyed in the way she got faintly annoyed when someone had gotten there first. I was going to say that. I know. Then why did you? Because you were taking too long. Joe put her pen down. I was taking 30 seconds. That's too long. Joe looked at her for a moment with the specific expression that meant she was deciding between two things she could say and was choosing the funnier one. Do you know how exhausting it is to argue with someone who's always right? I'm not always right. You're right more than you're wrong. It's the same problem. That's not a problem. That's a goal. It is if you're the person on the other side of it, Joe said. It's very hard to maintain a position when you're right because then I'm either caving, which I find annoying, or I'm wrong, which I find more annoying, and either way you've won. Winning isn't the point of an argument. Thank you, that's what I've been saying. Natalia looked at her. The lamp on Joe's desk was the only full brightness light in the building. Calvin's monitor was the other, its blue glow at the far end of the bullpen marking his particular suspended state. The rest of the office was in the half-dark of late campaign evenings, the city's ambient light from the windows making the room something between amber and shadow. Joe had a small smear of blue pen on the side of her hand from writing. She'd pushed the piece of hair back twice in the last 3 minutes with the automatic gesture Natalia had started to read as a rough indicator of how deep in the work she was. The more frequently the hair needed resettling, the more thoroughly she was somewhere else in her own head. The education policy, Natalia said. Joe looked up. My own. Not Beaumont's. She moved to the chair across from Joe's desk, not sitting, exactly, which was not how she occupied chairs in this hour, but resting against the back of it, the arms of it. The posture on the funding formula. I've been using the version that tested well in the focus groups and she paused. Missing something, Joe said. The actual argument. The emotional one. The honest one, Natalia said. Which may also be the emotional one, I don't know, I'm not, she stopped. Tell me what you see. Joe tilted her head. It was not the professional tilt, the one she used when she was assessing something at the desk. It was the other one, the personal one, slightly more still. Why are you asking me this? Because your job is to find where the argument breaks and you're very good at it. This is your own policy. Yes. You want me to break your own policy argument. I want you to tell me where it's weak. Joe looked at her for a long moment. Then she picked up the legal pad. The formula argument is technically correct and politically effective and it is missing the child in the room, Joe said. You make the case in aggregate, statewide numbers, national benchmarks, 27,000 students affected. You don't make the case in the specific. The specific is what people remember. She paused. You know a specific. I've seen you almost use it twice. Natalia was very still. The school in the 9th, Joe said. The literacy program. You go very quiet when someone brings it up and then you give the aggregate version. The aggregate version is what we can defend in front of a room of people, Joe said quietly. I know. You say that. She wasn't writing anything. What actually happened in the 9th? A long pause. My mother taught there, Natalia said. Before she went back to school. When I was 8. She looked at the window. The literacy program was defunded the year after I left for college. She spent 4 years building it. A beat. She never talked about it in those terms. She just said the kids deserved better. Joe did not move. That's the argument, she said, after a moment. That's the actual argument. I can't use my mother in a... Not your mother. The kid who lost the program. The kid who needed it and didn't get it because the funding formula treated their school like a variable instead of a place. She set the pen down. You don't have to say your mother. You just have to mean her. The quiet was large. Natalia looked at Joe across the desk, in the lamplit dark of the office at 11:50-something on a Tuesday night, with Calvin asleep at the back of the room and the city doing what cities did outside the windows. Joe was watching her with the stillness that meant she'd said the true thing and was waiting to see if it landed. I'll look at the language, Natalia said. I know you will, Joe said. You'll do it before 6 a.m. Probably. And it'll be better. Yes. Joe picked up her pen again. You're welcome, she said, dryly, and looked back at her document. Natalia stayed slightly longer than she'd intended. She was aware of this. She was aware of Joe's pen moving and the smear of blue ink in the dictionary serving as a paperweight and the piece of hair that had escaped again and was not being addressed. She pushed off the chair. Go home, she said. In a minute. That means an hour. Probably, Joe agreed. Natalia looked at her. Joe was already back in the document, the legal pad filling with notations, the precise shorthand that Natalia had not meant to learn and had learned anyway, because you couldn't be in the same room as something every day for 2.5 weeks without it becoming part of your peripheral vocabulary. She went back to her office. She looked at the education policy brief for 40 minutes, revised 3 paragraphs, and did not use her mother by name. She used a school in the 9th district and a literacy program that had operated for 4 years and a kid who had needed it, and the argument came out truer and more specific and better than anything the focus groups had tested. She knew, reading it, that Joe would know exactly what she'd done. She filed this in the folder she was not opening, with everything else that lived there, and sent the revised brief to Derek's email for the morning, and turned off her office light at 12:40. Joe was still at her desk. Go home, Natalia said, from the doorway. Going, Joe said, which both of them understood to be not quite a lie and not quite the truth. Natalia went home. The polling moved a full point by Thursday. Derek called it better than encouraging. He called it trajectory. The photo from the Georgetown event had been picked up by 2 national outlets and the clip was at 800,000 views. The comments, which Priya had summarized for the record and which Natalia had read once and then declined to reread, were approximately what you'd expect. People who thought it was genuine, people who thought it was managed, people who found it affecting and were surprised to find themselves affected by a political event, and a small and vociferous contingent who had opinions about congressional races that had nothing to do with the incumbent's education policy. Aisha Brennan wrote a piece. It was careful and smart and observed without speculating, which was her characteristic register, and it was called The Campaign and the Chemistry, What Vega's Personal Story Tells Us About Voter Fatigue with Political Performance. The headline was slightly more provocative than the piece, which Natalia recognized as an editor's decision. The piece itself was interested in the question of what genuine looked like inside a machine designed to produce authentic, and the answer it arrived at, without quite naming names, was that it looked like the collar thing. Aisha had watched too many campaigns to be fooled by manufactured, the piece said. What she was watching wasn't that. Natalia read it twice. She read the sentence "what she was watching wasn't that" 3 times. She put the tablet down. She made the 7:15 call with the transit donor and confirmed the commitment and thanked him specifically for the specific thing, and then she stood at the window with the coffee that was starting to go cold and looked at the city in the October morning light and thought about the question Aisha was asking, which was the question she was not asking herself, and which was going to require an answer eventually whether she asked it or not. The campaign bus ran on the 5th day after Georgetown, for a regional appearance upstate that would take them 3 hours each way and return them too late for anything except the debriefs that Natalia would run anyway. She had a briefing book. Joe had the legal pad. They did not talk for the first 40 minutes because they were working. The driver had learned, after one attempt at a radio station, that silence was the preferred medium. The landscape moved past the windows, the suburban corridor giving way to the rural mid-state, the particular quality of upstate October that was orange and gold and slightly cold filtered through highway glass. At some point Natalia looked up and Joe was looking at her. Not the professional look, the one that catalogued. The other one. Beaumont's messaging on the infrastructure contract awards, Jo said, because she had apparently been thinking about this and had arrived at an observation she needed to deliver. He's claiming credit for the Clarkson Bridge project, but the federal funding authorization was signed under the previous cycle. Before his committee chairmanship. I know. I know you know. I'm telling you because the framing matters. If you just say he's wrong, that's an attack. If you say the credit belongs to the process, to the career staff and the engineering teams who actually built it, that's a value statement. It's the same argument. It's not. The first one makes him the story. The second one makes the bridge the story. She tilted her head. Your constituent in Clarkson knows which bridge that is. They drove over it. You want them thinking about the bridge, not about Carl Beaumont. Natalia looked at her. The constituent in Clarkson also has a name, she said. Jo tilted her head further. Listening. Maria de Jesus, Natalia said. She runs the grocery on the main street. She told me at the spring town hall that her delivery trucks had been going 20 miles around because the previous bridge wasn't rated for the weight. When the new bridge opened, she drove the route herself on the first day. She paused. She sent me a photograph of herself in the truck cab. Jo was very still. Maria de Jesus, Natalia said, does not care about Carl Beaumont's committee chairmanship. She cares about the bridge. And you're right, I should say so. Jo was quiet for a moment. Then she picked up her legal pad and wrote something. Then she looked back out the window. You have a lot of those, she said. Names? Specifics. You collect them and then you give the aggregate version. She wasn't looking at Natalia when she said it, she was watching the landscape, the gold October blur of it. I've been watching you do it for 2.5 weeks and I don't understand why. Because the aggregate is what's defensible in a committee hearing. And the specific is what's true. Yes. Jo looked at her then. Those aren't in conflict. They're not always compatible. They should be, Jo said. If the specific is true and the aggregate is the same truth in bigger numbers, they should be compatible. If they're not, one of them is wrong. She paused. Usually the aggregate. Natalia looked at her across the bus seat, the two of them the only passengers, the driver invisible behind the partition, the upstate landscape doing its October thing outside the glass. Jo had the look on her face that she got when she'd made a case she believed in and was watching to see if it had landed. Run it again, Natalia said. Jo looked at her. The infrastructure framing. Run me the full argument. Jo turned toward her on the seat and picked up the legal pad. She ran it, the bridge, the process, Maria de Jesus, the sequence of the argument from opening to close. She was better at this than the version of the argument Natalia had had 3 days ago. She knew it. The closing line, Natalia said. Not quite right. The closing line is. It's strong and it's correct and it ends on Beaumont. End on the bridge. If I end on the bridge, I need 2 words. It stands. That's the close. Jo looked at her legal pad. She wrote it. She looked up. Okay. Yes. I hate when you do that. Fix arguments. Make them better in 2 words when I've been working on them for 40 minutes. You did the 40 minutes, Natalia said. I just heard the shape of it. Jo made a sound that was not quite a laugh. That's a very diplomatic description of you being faster than me. I'm not faster. You think out loud. I think before I speak. It looks faster but it's not. Jo looked at her. There was something in her expression that Natalia couldn't fully catalogue, something that was not the professional look or the argument look or the listening look, but a fourth thing that she was filing under data, classification pending. What? Natalia said. Nothing, Jo said. I'm thinking. About what? Jo looked at her for one more moment and then looked out the window at the passing October. Maria de Jesus, she said. I want to know if she'd be willing to appear at the forum. Natalia looked at the briefing book in her lap. It was a good idea. It was the kind of idea that came from paying close attention to something and then pulling the thread at exactly the right moment, and it was the right idea, and she was going to say so. I'll have Priya reach out, she said. Jo nodded and went back to her legal pad. Outside, the October landscape moved in the particular way of things that didn't know they were being watched, just going, just being the colors they were, just doing what October did. Natalia looked at the briefing book. She closed it. She looked out the window instead, and sat with the specific sensation of being in a moving vehicle in late October with someone who had just thought out loud in front of her for 2.5 hours and whose thinking she had now committed to memory the way she committed to memory anything that mattered. The thing she was not going to name had gotten slightly closer since the bus pulled out of the city. She opened the briefing book again and read the same page she'd already read and retained nothing from it at all. Chapter 8, 8 points with a key demographic. The polling moved 2 points the week after Georgetown. Derek put the numbers on the whiteboard on Monday morning in the green marker he reserved for things that were going right. He stood back and looked at them and said nothing for a moment, which was how he expressed satisfaction without committing to optimism. 43 and climbing, Priya said, from the doorway. 43 and not falling, Derek corrected. We don't call it climbing until it climbs 3 weeks in a row. It's been 2 weeks. 1 more week and I'll call it climbing. He did not erase the green numbers. Natalia looked at them from her office doorway and then went back to her 6 a.m. coffee. 2 points was 2 points. It would be what it was going to be, and being what it was going to be would take the remaining 14 days, and there was a great deal of work in those 14 days that had nothing to do with watching numbers. She had the education policy brief on her desk, the revised version, the one with the school in the 9th and the literacy program and the kid who had needed it. She had used it in 2 coalition calls and 1 press availability, and both times the room had gone slightly more still when she reached that part, in the way rooms went still when they heard something true. She had told Jo none of this. She had told Jo nothing because Jo was a professional and professionals did not require feedback on good advice, and because telling her would require acknowledging that the advice had been good and that Natalia had known it was good when she received it and had spent 40 minutes at midnight writing the revision, and that chain of acknowledgments led somewhere she wasn't walking toward yet. Jo had not mentioned it either. She had simply arrived on Wednesday morning, read the press availability transcript in the coffee queue, and gone to her desk without comment. Natalia had watched her read it from across the bullpen. Jo's face had done the thing it did when she'd seen something that confirmed a theory, a very small, private look of satisfaction that she almost certainly did not know she made. Natalia had looked away before Jo looked up. The town hall was on a Wednesday, 9 days before the primary, at a community center in a suburb that had split 8-5 for Beaumont in the last cycle. The room held 200 and was at 180 capacity. Theo's crew was in the back with 2 cameras. Aisha Brennan was in the 3rd row with her notebook open. The format was open questions, moderated, 45 minutes. Natalia had done this format enough times that it had a comfortable structure, the first third predictable, the middle third where the real questions lived, the last third where the room wanted to feel like they'd had a conversation rather than an event. She was 12 minutes in, on a question about housing affordability, when she heard herself giving the polished answer. It was not a bad answer. It was the answer that tested its 74% favorability with the target demographic, which was to say it was the answer she'd refined over multiple iterations into something precise and defensible and accurate. It was also the answer that was not quite the thing she actually thought, which was slightly more complicated and slightly less clean and considerably more honest. She was mid-sentence when she stopped. She looked at the woman who'd asked the question, a woman in her early 40s with the specific quality of fatigue that Natalia recognized from the policy files as someone who was one housing cost away from a decision she didn't want to make. She started the answer over. The real answer, Natalia said, is that the formula we use to calculate housing assistance eligibility was designed in 1994 for a cost of living profile that no longer exists in this district. I've been saying we need to update it, which is true and correct and politically the right framing. What I haven't said often enough is that the reason we haven't updated it is that the update would require a budget reallocation that would come out of a line item that another committee chair has protected for 20 years, and that conversation is uncomfortable, and I've been having it in closed rooms instead of public ones because closed rooms are easier." The woman looked at her. "I'm going to have it in public more," Natalia said. "Starting here." The room was slightly stiller than it had been 30 seconds ago. In the back, Theo's camera was running. At the side wall, Jo had the look on her face that Natalia had been cataloging for 3 weeks, not the argument look, not the professional look, but the fourth thing. The look that meant something Natalia could now almost identify and was choosing, still, not to. She went still. She finished the answer. The room moved on. After the event, in the parking lot, Jo said nothing about the housing answer. She said, "The third question, the infrastructure one. You had a better close than the one you used." "I know. You stopped yourself. The room wasn't ready for it. I'd used up the candor budget on housing." Jo tilted her head. "Candor budget. You have a finite amount of directness an audience can absorb before it starts reading as performance instead of honesty. I'd already used the good portion. The infrastructure close would have landed as a gesture." Jo looked at her. She was wearing the blazer over the wrong shirt again, the same configuration, somehow always slightly mismatched in register, and somehow it was always the right thing, and the night air had put a little color in her face. "You've thought about this very carefully." "I've been doing it for 20 years. That's not a feeling. That's a system. Systems come from a long time of paying attention to the same thing." Natalia looked at the parking lot, the event attendees moving to their cars. The system came from the feeling. The feeling was a long time ago. Jo was quiet for a moment. "What was the feeling?" "My first town hall. I was 24. State Assembly race." She paused. "I gave a very polished answer about school funding and a man in the second row stood up and said, 'That sounded like something you memorized.' And he was right. And I spent the next 6 months learning how to mean what I said while still saying it the right way." "You were 24. "Yes. And now you're very good at it," Natalia said. "Which is not the same as always doing it." Jo looked at her for a moment. Then she looked away, at the parking lot, with the expression of someone running a longer calculation than the conversation required. "You had the candor budget left when you looked at me," Jo said. "Before you finished the housing answer. You looked at me." Natalia had looked at her. She had not decided to look at her. It had simply happened, the way the collar adjustment had, the body doing the honest thing before the mind finished the deliberation. "Yes," she said. Jo absorbed this. "Okay. That's all?" "I don't know what else to say to that yet," Jo said. "I'm still running it." Natalia looked at the parking lot. The attendees were mostly gone. Derek was by the van, talking on his phone with the particular animated calm of someone managing good news. Theo's crew was breaking down equipment. "The bus debrief," Natalia said. "Maria de Jesus. Priya reached out. She's willing. The forum's in 8 days. She'll be ready." Natalia nodded. She looked at Jo again, a deliberate look, this time, not a reflexive one. "When you ran the infrastructure argument on the bus," she said. "The 40 minutes. Yes? It was good work. The framing, the sequence. The close was the close, but the structure was strong." Jo was looking at her with the stillness she held when she'd said something she meant and was waiting to see if it landed. "Thank you," Jo said. "That's what the specific looks like," Natalia said. "In case you were wondering." Jo smiled. Not the almost smile, the real one, which Natalia had now seen 4 times and which she had stopped pretending not to notice 3 instances ago. Jo said. The donor dinner on Thursday had a different register than the Georgetown event, smaller, fewer cameras, a private home rather than a function room. 8 people around a table. The kind of event where the conversation was the event. The host was a woman named Ellen Cho who had been a campaign donor for 9 years and whose questions were always better than the ones in press availabilities. She hosted dinners for candidates she believed in, and she asked the questions she actually wanted answers to, and the answers became, over time, a kind of private record of who someone was when they weren't performing for a room. Natalia had been to 4 of these dinners over the years. She valued them, and they also, slightly, unnerved her, because Ellen Cho had a gift for the question that landed in the gap between the prepared answer and the real one. Jo was at the table because the arrangement extended to events like this, and because Derek had put her on the guest list, and because Natalia had not found a reason to object. She found, over the course of 3 hours and 2 courses and the kind of conversation that only happened when 8 people were genuinely trying to understand something, that having Jo at the table changed the texture of the dinner in a way she had not anticipated. It was not that Jo was louder than the room. She was, if anything, quieter than usual, listening more than talking, which was what you did at Ellen Cho's dinners when you were new, which was the right instinct. But when she did speak, the room oriented toward her in the way rooms oriented toward people who were saying the true thing. The first time it mattered, Natalia was 2 minutes into the infrastructure timeline when she moved past the Clarkson Bridge context, not deliberately, just at the pace of someone who had given this argument before and knew its route. Jo, across the table, picked it up without looking at her. The Clarkson project specifically, Maria de Jesus, who runs the grocery on the main street, drove the route herself on the first day the bridge opened. Her delivery trucks had been rerouting 20 miles for 4 years. She said it the way you filled in a detail a colleague had moved past, entirely naturally, as though they had been building this argument together for weeks. Which, Natalia thought, they had. She fit the detail into her next sentence without a pause. The table nodded. Ellen Cho made a small notation on the index card she kept beside her water glass, which she only did when something had landed. Across the room, Derek, who had come to this dinner as a courtesy and was stationed near the sideboard with a glass he had not touched, made a note in his phone. He did not show it to anyone. It said, "Not performing." Both of them. Later, Ellen asked Natalia, "What does she see that you don't?" The table went briefly quiet. Jo looked at her plate with the careful expression of someone who had decided that this particular moment was not theirs and was going to stay out of it. "She sees where the argument breaks," Natalia said. "Which means she also sees where it holds." Ellen Cho looked at her for a long moment. She was 61 and had been in and around politics since she was 28, and she had the specific discernment of someone who had watched a great many people at a great many tables and could tell, reliably, when the answer was the real answer. "Yes," Ellen said, and moved on to the next question. Jo's hand was on the table between them, not touching, just present, the way hands were present at a dinner table. Close enough to register. Natalia looked at it once and looked away. Under the table, her own hand on her knee, she was touching the inside of her wrist with 2 fingers. She did not know she was doing it. Gloria's call came on Wednesday, as it always did, at 7:15 in the evening, which was when her mother called after her commute home and before she made dinner, which was the window that had been the window since Natalia's assembly days. This time Jo was in Natalia's office returning a briefing file when the phone rang, and Natalia saw the screen and looked at Jo and made the small gesture that meant you can stay rather than the other gesture that meant give me a moment. Jo stayed. She sat on the edge of the desk. She always sat on the edge of the desk when she was in Natalia's office, as though committing to the chair would imply a permanence she was reserving judgment on, and opened the briefing file she'd just been returning and appeared to be reading it, which meant she was being tactful, which was one of the things about Jo that Natalia had filed and not looked at directly. "Mija," her mother said. "How are you?" "Fine. The town hall went well. I saw the clip. The housing answer. Priya sent it to you." "She texts me," her mother said, in the same tone she used for things that were both slightly inappropriate and deeply appreciated. The housing answer was different. The argument needed to be more direct. "It was more you," her mother said. "Whatever changed it, keep doing it." Natalia looked at the window. Jo was not looking up from the briefing file. Her pen was in her hand, but she wasn't writing. She was, Natalia understood, giving her exactly enough space to have the call while also being present for it, which was a thing you could only do if you had a very fine calibration for what presence actually meant. "How's the campaign otherwise?" her mother asked. 9 days. The numbers are good. We need them to hold. And her mother stopped. A pause. Then, Maria Reyes called me. She said you've been sending the book club her column. I send her column to everyone who will read it. You've been sending it since her first piece in 2019. She doesn't know it's you, you use the campaign email. I use a forwarding address, it's not. Natalia Vega. Her mother's voice had the specific warmth it got when it was about to become a very small and very precise weapon. You have been anonymously promoting this woman's work for 5 years. The column is good. You're embarrassing yourself. I am not. You are embarrassing yourself by being good at this secretly, which is exactly what you do with everything. Mama. She called me because she thought I might know who was sending it, and I said I had absolutely no idea, and she said she'd figured out it was a congressional IP, and I said, well, that certainly narrows it down. Natalia laughed. It was not the managed version, not the event laugh, the one she produced at the right moments, precisely calibrated. It was the other one, the one that came from somewhere below strategy, full and unguarded and unscheduled, the laugh of someone who had been caught doing something kind and could not be annoyed about it because their mother was too delighted. It lasted longer than she planned. She pressed her hand to her mouth, which did nothing. Across the desk, Joe had gone very still. Natalia looked at her. Joe was looking at the briefing file with the careful attention of someone who was absolutely not listening, which meant she had heard everything, which meant she had heard the laugh, which meant the laugh was now in the room with both of them. Natalia looked at the window. And a slight pause. The arrangement. Derek told me about it. Derek, Natalia stopped. Derek talks to you. Everyone talks to me, her mother said mildly. I'm very good at listening. Is it working? The polling supports it. That wasn't what I asked. Natalia moved away from the window. Joe had, at some point in the last 2 minutes, fully set down her pen and was now looking at the middle distance in the specific way of someone who was not listening to a phone call but had registered that something in the room had shifted. Mama, Natalia said. I'll call you Sunday. You always say Sunday. Sunday, Natalia said again, firmly and gently, which was the register she used when she meant it. Her mother said good night and told her to eat something and said the thing she always said, which was that she was proud in a way that had nothing to do with the polling numbers. Natalia put the phone down. Joe looked at her. She's funny, Joe said. She has her moments. She sounds like she sees right through everything. She always has. Natalia picked up the briefing file Joe had been returning. She taught elementary school for 12 years. She knows what people look like when they're performing versus when they're actually there. Joe tilted her head. What do you look like when you're actually there? The question was not aggressive. It was genuine, the same honest curiosity she brought to everything, the intention behind it simply to understand, not to win, not to corner. Natalia looked at her. I don't know, she said. I'd have to ask someone who's been watching. She meant it neutrally. She said it neutrally. She watched it land, which it did, in Joe's expression, the small, very careful stillness that appeared when something had arrived and was being held. Joe dropped her gaze to the briefing file. I'll have the forum prepped to you by tomorrow morning, she said. Thank you. Joe stood up. She was at the door when she turned back. For what it's worth, she said, and this time it was different from the Georgetown version, quieter, more private, a thing said just for the room and no one else, I've been watching. And you're there a lot more than you think you are. She left. The door swung closed with its usual sound. Natalia stood in her office with the briefing file in her hands, and for a long moment she did not add anything to the file she was not opening. She simply stood with it, the fact of it, the weight of it, the specific thing that it was to have been told, plainly and without agenda, that you had been seen. 14 days to the primary. She opened the briefing file. The numbers were good. The work was there. The day was still going. She went back to it. Chapter 9, the thing about arguing back. Debate prep happened in the small conference room off the main bullpen that had no windows, bad lighting, and a whiteboard someone had drawn a territorial line down the middle of in red marker 2 campaigns ago. The line was still there. No one had erased it and no one had asked about it, which was, Natalia had always thought, an accurate portrait of how campaigns managed their shared resources. The room had a table for 6. They used it with 3, Natalia, Joe, and a policy director named Soren Park who had worked the messaging on 2 of her previous races and whose value was that he was very good at being wrong in exactly the way that voters were wrong, which was to say, sincerely, with complete internal logic. The format was standard. Soren played the moderator, Joe ran the attack lines, Natalia answered. They had done versions of this for a week. The previous sessions had been clean. Joe was good at running attacks with the precision of someone who had built the case herself and understood its actual architecture, which meant she hit the real vulnerabilities rather than the ones that merely sounded sharp. Today, 12 days out, was different. Today Joe was running Beaumont's infrastructure record. She had not warned Natalia that she'd spent the previous evening restructuring the attack sequence. She had done it because she'd found a better order, not because she was building to something, but the result was the same. A sequence that moved from the least damaging to the most, establishing a pattern before delivering the contradiction that mattered. It was, Natalia thought, watching the approach develop across the first 20 minutes, very good work. It was also, across the 21st minute, going somewhere she hadn't anticipated. The 2019 capital allocation, Joe said, in the flat, uninflected voice she used for attack delivery, stripped of her usual register, purely clinical. Your opponent has claimed the 11th district broadband expansion as a signature achievement. Can you speak to the allocation timeline? The broadband expansion was authorized under the previous budget cycle and implemented through the State Utilities Commission. The credit for the design belongs to the career staff who. The design, yes. What about the federal matching funds? Natalia paused. The federal matching funds were secured through the infrastructure appropriations package. Which package? The Consolidated Appropriations Act. Which year? She stopped. She knew the year. The year was on the tip of everything. She had read this file, she had read the appendix, she had read everything Joe had put in front of her. But the year mattered here because the year was the thing, and the year, when she reached for it, was not quite. Run that again, she said. Joe ran it again. Natalia got further this time. She got to the matching funds, the appropriations package, and the year, which was 2018, and she gave it, and Joe said, and the committee allocation within that package. She stopped again. She looked at the wall. She did not look at Joe. She looked at the specific middle distance that represented the shape of something she should know and was not finding in the structure she'd built. I don't have a good answer for that, she said. The room was small and the lighting was bad and Soren was making a note on his legal pad that had the quality of a note someone made when they were going to pretend not to have made it. I know, Joe said. That's why I'm asking. The flat voice was gone. Not entirely, there was still the professional register, the deliberate absence of softness that made good debate prep feel like actual combat. But underneath it was the thing Joe never entirely concealed, which was intent. She was not asking because she'd caught Natalia. She was asking because she needed Natalia to find it before Beaumont's team did. The committee allocation, Natalia said. Run the context. The CAA 2018 had 2 competing allocation frameworks in the infrastructure subcommittee, the Kellerman Amendment and the revised Rivers formula. Beaumont supported the Rivers formula publicly. The funding his district received was authorized under Kellerman. She looked at Joe. He voted for the framework that wouldn't fund his district, she said, and then took credit for the funding that came from the framework he voted against. Yes. That's not a gap. That's a liability. That's what I said, 6 days ago, in the appendix. Joe's tone was even. You flagged it as potential and moved on. Natalia looked at the wall again. The red line down the middle of the whiteboard. I moved on because the documentation chain was incomplete. It's complete now. I finished it yesterday. A beat. Soren made another note. Why didn't you tell me yesterday? Natalia said. I'm telling you now. Joe set the attack brief on the table. The forum is in 6 days. This is the angle we test. Natalia looked at the brief. The documentation chain, 3 pages, tight, the kind of sourcing that survived scrutiny because it had been built by someone who knew what scrutiny looked like. She read the first page in 30 seconds. Read the second. She set it down. Soren, she said. Take 5. He left without being asked twice. The room was quieter with just 2 people in it. The bad lighting was the same. The red line on the whiteboard was still dividing the space in half. The Rivers Framework vote, Natalia said. December 2017. Committee vote, not floor vote. It's in the record but it's not prominent. He'll say he had reasons. He'll say the Kellerman Amendment addressed a gap the Rivers Framework left. Which is true. The Rivers Framework did leave a gap. Joe's voice was still even. But he told his constituents he supported the framework that funded them. He didn't. Both things are in the record. So when I surface it, he'll have an answer. He'll have a partial answer. The answer doesn't explain why he took credit for the funding. Joe paused. The argument isn't that he's corrupt. The argument is that he told one story and did another, and the infrastructure record has been the story he's been telling for 6 years. Natalia looked at the brief again. Good, she said. Joe looked at her. The work, Natalia said. It's thorough. The chain holds. She paused for 1 beat longer than she would have in the full room. Thank you. Joe picked up the brief. We should finish the sequence. Yes. Soren came back. They finished the sequence. The session ran 40 minutes over, which was 40 minutes over what the laminated schedule allowed, and Soren had a conflict at 2 o'clock, which meant he had been quietly calculating his exit for the last 25 minutes. He left at 1:53 with the expression of someone who had survived something and would discuss it later with people who would appreciate the account. The room was theirs again. Joe was consolidating the session notes, her legal pad, the attack brief, a handful of post-its that had been stuck to the table at various points during the prep. Natalia was still at the whiteboard, which she had been using for the last 20 minutes to diagram the argument structure, and which now had the documentation chain mapped in blue and Beaumont's public statement record in red, and the gap between them rendered in a third color she had been unable to name and had simply called wrong. The room had the particular quality it got after good prep, productive, slightly emptied, the kind of quiet that came from having said difficult things clearly. Natalia capped the marker. The thing I've noticed, she said, to the whiteboard. Joe looked up. Natalia turned around. About how you argue. Joe set down her pen. You argue back not to win, Natalia said. I've been trying to place it for 3 weeks and that's the shape of it. You argue because you want me to be right. The room was quiet. Joe looked at her across the length of the conference table with the expression Natalia had been cataloging and had now, she realized, identified. It was the look of someone who had been watching something from a careful distance and had just been seen doing it. Is that a problem? Joe said. No, Natalia said. The word came out before she decided how to say it, which was not how she said things, and it was very simply the true answer, and it sat in the bad lighting of the windowless room with everything it contained. She picked up her things. I'll have the Rivers Framework statement drafted by tomorrow morning, she said. Review it before you send it to Soren. I will. She left. In the hallway outside, she walked at her normal pace, measured, purposeful, the pace of someone who knew where she was going. She turned into the stairwell rather than the elevator because the stairs were 3 floors and the stairs gave her something to do with the next 60 seconds. She had said no to a question she had not been ready for and she had meant it, and the meaning was the thing she was not going to stand still long enough to look at in full. She went back to work. Joe sat in the conference room for 2 minutes after Natalia left. She sat with the legal pad in her lap and her pen uncapped and the attack brief on the table and the whiteboard diagram, which was the most she had ever seen Natalia's thinking made visible, the blue chain, the red record, the gap labeled wrong in a third color that wasn't quite orange. No, Natalia had said. With that specific completeness that meant she'd arrived at the answer before she'd decided to give it. Joe wrote one word in the margin of the legal pad. Wrote it, looked at it, crossed it out. She gathered her things. Renata called at 7. Joe was in the parking garage, which was where she went for calls she wanted to have in private, not because she was hiding anything, but because the office had 17 people in it and the acoustics carried more than they should. "How's the debate prep going?" Renata asked. The warmth in her voice was real. It always was. Joe had been trying for 3 weeks to hold both things at once, that the warmth was real, and that Renata was someone for whom warmth and utility were not mutually exclusive. "Well," Joe said. Natalia's sharp. "The infrastructure angle is strong." "The infrastructure angle." A slight pause. "The Rivers framework issue?" Joe went still. "How do you know about the Rivers framework?" she said. "I follow the research," Renata said, easily. "The documentation chain you built has been moving around. Beaumont's people have good sources." "Beaumont's people." Joe looked at the concrete pillar. "How good?" "Good enough." "Joe." "Renata." She kept her voice even. "How specifically do you know about the Rivers framework?" A pause. Longer this time. "I have relationships on both sides of this race," Renata said. "You've always known that." "You have relationships with Beaumont's donor community," Joe said. "I've known that since you recruited me. What I'm asking is whether those relationships include Beaumont's opposition research. The infrastructure record is public information. The committee vote is public. The documentation chain connecting it to the credit claim is not. We built that. It's not on any public brief." She paused. "Who told you about the Rivers framework, Renata?" The silence on the line had a shape to it, not the warm, precise silence Renata used to let space land. A different one. The silence of someone who had been slightly more visible than they intended to be. "I'm not your adversary," Renata said finally. "I want your campaign to succeed." "I know you do." Joe looked at the ceiling of the parking garage. "What else do you want?" "I want you to be careful," Renata said. "Whatever is happening with Vega, the arrangement, she paused. "I want you to protect yourself." "That's not an answer to what I asked." "No," Renata said. "It's not." Another pause. "Call me when the primary's over. We can talk properly then." They said goodnight. Joe stood in the parking garage for a long time after the call ended, long enough for a car to pull in, park, and its driver to walk past her without comment. She stood with the concrete smell and the cold and the conversation replaying in the specific way conversations replayed when you were building a file on them. The Rivers framework. Renata knew it by name. She had not put the Rivers framework in any shared document. She had not mentioned it to anyone except Natalia and Soren, in a closed room with no cameras, 3 hours ago. She went upstairs. Derek was still at his desk. He was on the phone, which was his normal state, but he looked up when she came through and made the gesture that meant hold on and wrapped the call in 90 seconds. "You need something," he said. It was not a question. "Hypothetically," Joe said. "If someone with relationships on both sides of a race were to have access to internal research that hadn't been shared externally." "Not hypothetically," Derek said. "Tell me what you found." She told him. He listened without interrupting, which was not his usual mode. When she finished, he sat with it for a moment, the specific stillness of someone who was not surprised and was deciding which part of not being surprised to address first. "Renata knows the Rivers framework," he said. "By name." "And you didn't tell her?" "No." Derek looked at his whiteboard. "It's not a security issue. Nobody shared the brief externally. It means she has a source inside the building." He paused. "Or she's very good at inference from public documents. The inference would require knowing which document to read and what to look for." "Yes." He looked at her. You're telling Vega? Yes. Tonight? Yes. He nodded. Good. He turned back to his whiteboard. Joe. She was at the door. You did the right thing, he said. Bringing it here. She left. Natalia was in her office at 8:45, which was where she was most evenings at 8:45. The city was dark outside the window and the building was down to its working skeleton and the coffee machine had been off for an hour. Joe knocked. Come in. She came in. She sat down, in the chair, this time, not on the edge of the desk. All the way in. The way you sat when you were staying. She told Natalia what she'd told Derek, in the same order, without editorializing. Natalia listened without interrupting. She was very still in the way that meant she was processing at full capacity. When Joe finished, Natalia asked 2 questions, one about the exact phrasing Renata had used, one about the timeline of the call relative to today's prep session. Joe answered both. Then Natalia was quiet for a long moment. She looked at Joe. You came to me, she said. Yes. You could have sat on it. Waited to see if it developed into something. I could have, Joe said. I'm not going to. Natalia looked at the window. The city outside, the particular darkness of a campaign night, everything out there still running, indifferent to the question of whether this race mattered. I'll call Derek, Natalia said. I already talked to him. She looked at Joe. When? 20 minutes ago. He's expecting your call. Joe stood up. The forum is in 6 days. The Rivers framework argument is clean and it needs to be clean on the record before anyone tries to complicate it. Natalia was very still. The thing about how you argue, Joe said, from the door. She stopped. Never mind. Say it. A long pause. You fix things, Joe said. When something is wrong, in a brief, in a policy position, in the documentation chain, you fix it. You don't wait for it to become a bigger problem. You just fix it. She looked at the door frame rather than at Natalia. I've been watching you do it for 3 weeks and I think you should know it's one of the least ordinary things about you. She left before Natalia could answer. Natalia sat in the quiet of her office for a moment, the city outside, the whiteboard across the room, the brief on her desk with the documentation chain that was clean and about to be tested. She picked up her phone and called Derek. They talked for 12 minutes. By the end of it, the Rivers framework was on the agenda for the forum, the security on the research files had been reviewed, and the Renata question had been named as a variable that needed managing without being declared a crisis, because it was not yet a crisis and managing it as one would create the crisis. She thanked Derek. She put the phone down. She sat for 1 more minute in the quiet and thought about Joe's hand on the doorframe, the slight lean of someone who had something to say and was choosing how to say it, and the fact that one of the least ordinary things about you had landed in her sternum like a precise instrument and was still there. She went back to work. Chapter 10, Off the Record. The thing about a campaign at 10 days out was that the days stopped being days and became something more like pressure systems, building, moving, pressing against everything they touched. The work did not increase so much as it concentrated. The same number of hours contained more things, and the things were more immediate, and the buffer between what needed to happen and the deadline for it happening had compressed to something that could no longer be called comfortable. Natalia operated well in this range. She had always operated well in this range. The sharpening that came with proximity to the end was something she had learned to read as information rather than threat. The clock was useful. The clock made decisions easier because it eliminated the options that required more time than existed. What it did not eliminate was Joe Castañeda, who was in all the same rooms at all the same hours, and who had said one of the least ordinary things about you 2 days ago and had not mentioned it again, and whom Natalia had been not thinking about with the specific intensity of someone thinking about something very hard. The third Wednesday of the campaign cycle. Gloria called at 7:15. Natalia was at her desk, which was where she always was at 7:15. The difference from previous Wednesdays was that Joe was also in the office, Not at her own desk but at the conference table with the debate forum prep spread across it, cross-referencing the Rivers Framework documentation against Beaumont's public statement record one final time before the forum in 4 days. Natalia looked at the screen. She looked at Joe. She picked up. This was deliberate. She had not entirely decided it was deliberate until after she'd done it, but the decision had a shape to it, a small, intentional choice to let Joe stay in the room, to not make the gesture that would have sent her out of it. Mija, her mother said. How are you doing? And I mean how, not how's the campaign. The campaign is. Natalia. She was quiet for a moment. Across the room, Joe was not looking up. She had the focused on the page quality she got when she was being tactful, which was its own form of attention. I'm tired, Natalia said. The good kind. The kind where the work is going well and the tiredness is earned. That's a start, her mother said. What else? That's enough for a Wednesday. Her mother made a sound that was not quite a laugh. I called your office last Thursday. Priya said you'd been there since 5:30 in the morning. The filing deadline was Friday. You have a staff for filing deadlines. I have a staff who handles the filing. I review everything that goes out under my name. Yes, her mother said, in the tone that meant I know, that's what I'm talking about. When did you last eat a meal that wasn't at a desk? I eat at the donor dinners. That doesn't count. That's performance eating. Natalia looked at the window. Outside, the October evening was doing what it did, going dark early now, the light changing in the way that announced the end of things. She had always found late October slightly melancholy in a way she had never fully named, the way you didn't name things that were simply the weather. Mama, she said. Yes? She looked at Joe, who was still not looking up, whose pen had been stationary for the last 30 seconds in a way that meant she was being very deliberate about not listening. I'm okay, Natalia said. I mean it this time, not just as an answer. I'm actually okay. A small pause from her mother, the kind that meant she was calibrating whether to believe it. Good, Gloria said. That's good. A beat. The woman from the photograph, she's there, isn't she? It was not a question. She's working, Natalia said. Of course she is. Her mother's voice had the warmth that lived just next door to amusement. Are you going to tell me about her or are you going to keep telling me about the campaign? Mama. I'm asking a simple question. You're asking a question with a very specific intended answer. I'm asking the same question I've been asking for 9 years, her mother said, and you keep giving me the campaign. I'm trying something different. A pause. What's she like? Across the table, Joe's pen had given up any pretense of movement. Natalia looked at the middle distance. At the window, the dark, the amber city light. At the space of the room, which had a specific quality to it, the quality of something that had been true for a while and was only now being spoken. She argues like she wants me to be right, Natalia said. Not like she wants to win. Like she actually wants me to have the best answer. She paused. It's unusual. Her mother was quiet for a long moment. Mija, she said. Yes. That was all. Just yes, in the tone that meant I know, I've been watching, I'm glad you found the word for it. They talked for another 15 minutes, the book club, a neighbor's new dog, the campaign, the forum. Her mother asked whether she'd looked at the education brief, and Natalia said yes, and her mother said she'd heard it, at the town hall, and that it was better. The part about the school, her mother said. Yes. I didn't know you were going to do that. I decided late. It was right. A pause. Your sister would have liked it. Natalia was quiet. This was the part of her mother's call she could not prepare for and did not try to. The moments when Daniela arrived without warning, just inserted into the conversation with the naturalness of someone who had never quite left. Yes, she said. She would have. They said good night. Natalia put the phone down and looked at her desk. Across the room, Joe was still at the table with the forum prep. She was looking at Natalia now, not the professional look, not the argument look, with the expression Natalia had finally identified and could no longer pretend she hadn't. "I'm sorry," Joe said quietly. "About your sister." The room was very still. "Her name was Daniela," Natalia said. "She died when I was 26. Car accident." Joe was quiet in the way she was quiet when something had landed, the held, attentive silence that left room. "She was younger," Natalia said. 22. She was studying architecture. She had opinions about load-bearing structures that she would explain to anyone who asked and most people who didn't. The specific thing about saying this, about saying it out loud, in this room, to this person, was that it arrived without the weight she usually felt when Daniela came up in conversation. The weight was still there. But it was the right weight. It was the weight of something real rather than the weight of something being managed. Joe nodded. Once, slowly. "Thank you for telling me," she said. Natalia picked up the brief she'd been working on. She looked at it for a moment without reading it. Then she set it back down. "The forum prep," she said. "How are we sitting?" Joe looked at her for one more moment, the assessment running, the file updating, and then she turned back to the table. "Clean," she said. "The Rivers framework is documented to 4 levels of sourcing. Beaumont's statement record has 3 points of direct inconsistency. The only variable is which one he leads with in his own answer, but we've prepped for all 3. She pulled a page from the stack. "I want to walk through the closing sequence one more time. Your exit line from the infrastructure exchange." They worked for an hour. Theo found Joe the next morning at 9:45. She was at the coffee machine, the 3rd cup, which was higher than usual but within the range of campaign final week normalcy, when he appeared at the counter beside her with his own mug and the particular unhurried quality he brought to everything. He had the stillness of someone who had trained himself to take up no space, and it had the effect, as it always did, of making you forget he was there until he said something. "Do you have 15 minutes, he said. Joe looked at him. She knew what 15 minutes meant. She had been wondering when he was going to ask. "On camera," she said. "Yes." "For the documentary?" "Yes." She finished making the coffee. She made it the way she always made it, 2 steps, the specific ratio, the amount of time on the pour, and she looked at the mug for a moment and then at Theo. 15 minutes, she said. They went to the small room he used for interviews, a cleared corner of the back office, a chair, a light he positioned 2 days ago for exactly this angle. She knew the light had been positioned 2 days ago because she had been passing the room and seen him adjusting it and had registered it as preparation, which had registered as for me, which she had then filed under not yet a problem. She sat down. The camera was already running. He sat across from her, out of frame, with his own coffee and a yellow notepad he would not look at. "Tell me about the research process," he said. "How you build a file on an opponent." She told him. She was good at this, at the professional account, the technical description that contained her actual practice without containing anything she hadn't decided to give. She talked for 8 minutes about methodology, sourcing, how you documented a discrepancy versus how you reported one. He listened. He asked 2 follow-up questions, both operational. She answered them. He looked at his notepad. "When did you realize the story had changed?" The room was small. The light was the specific quality of interview light, bright enough to see by, angled to catch expression. Joe had been in enough rooms to know that interview light was not your friend. "What story?" she said. Theo looked at her with the patient attention of someone who had learned to wait longer than the other person could sustain the silence. Joe looked at the camera. "That's not something I'm going to answer," she said. He nodded. Unsurprised. "The research you do on a campaign," he said. "It's about finding the truth underneath the public record." "Yes." "Do you ever find things you weren't looking for?" She looked at him. He waited. "Yes," she said. "That's part of the work." "What do you do with them?" "Document them," she said. "Keep them accurate." Don't use them unless they're relevant. And if they're relevant? Then they're part of the file. She paused. That's the work. You don't get to choose which true things are true. Theo looked at his notepad. Last question. In your experience, and you've worked a lot of campaigns, how do you know when something is real versus when it's working because it looks real? Joe was quiet for a moment. You watch long enough, she said. He thanked her. She left. In the hallway, she stood for a moment outside the door. Through the wall she could hear the muffled sounds of the office, the phones, the field coordination calls, the specific hum of 17 people and a primary in 4 days. She had said you watch long enough, and she had meant it as a methodology, and she had also meant it about everything else, and Theo had known that, and she had known that he knew, and they had both declined to say so. She went back to work. Late. 11 or close to it. The office had thinned to 5, Natalia, Joe, Priya running field updates from the corner, and 2 junior staffers who were working through canvassing data with the hollow-eyed focus of the final push. Joe was at the Beaumont opposition file, which she had been reviewing systematically all week in the way she reviewed everything before a forum, rebuilding the case from the foundation, checking the sources, making sure nothing had shifted in the days since she'd last looked. She found it at 11:12. A discrepancy. Not large. Not campaign ending. A reference in the original briefing file that Renata had sent when Joe had been hired, a secondary source citation that didn't, when Joe pulled it up and read it carefully, support the claim it was cited for. It was in the Beaumont education record, not the infrastructure chain. A citation for a budget allocation figure that the actual source document did not contain. She read the source document twice. The figure was wrong by 4%. In the context of the argument they were building, 4% would not change the substance. The broader claim held. Beaumont's education record was what the file said it was. The one bad number did not alter that. She could remove the citation and replace it with the correct figure, which was better anyway, and no one would know the original had been wrong. She looked at the citation for a long moment. She pulled up the corrected source. She noted the discrepancy in the working file with the date and her initials. Then she got up and walked to Natalia's office. She knocked. Come in. She came in. She set the corrected citation on the desk with a brief annotation, the original figure, the correct figure, the source, and 3 words at the bottom, Renata's file. Flagging. Natalia read it. She read it again. She looked at Joe. It doesn't change the argument, Joe said. The broader claim holds. But it's a wrong number, and it came from Renata's original briefing, and given what we talked about last week. Yes, Natalia said. She set the paper down with a precise flatness that meant she had already filed it in the correct location in her internal structure. Does it connect to the Rivers framework discrepancy? I don't know. It might be coincidence. Or she's a careful person who made an error. Joe paused. Or it's a test. Of what? Of whether I'd surface it. Natalia was quiet for a moment. We use the true things, she said. Joe looked at her. Yes. Even when the true things come with complications attached. Especially then. Natalia looked at the annotation for a long time. Long enough that Joe had begun to think the conversation was over when Natalia said, quietly, I'm glad you found it. I was looking. I know. A beat. You're always looking. Joe did not have a response to that. It was true, and it was the thing she had been building in the margins, and it was in the room now, not the file, and she was not ready for it to be in the room. I'll update the forum brief, she said. Thank you. She left. Theo reviewed his footage at midnight. He went through the interview with Joe, the usual sweep. Then he opened the second drive, the long-form footage, the ambient stuff, the hours of background material that he would eventually edit into something a fraction of its actual length. He stopped on a clip from 3 days ago. He had been filming Natalia during a policy briefing, standard embedded footage, the kind he got every day. In the background of the shot, 20 feet behind Natalia and at an angle that put her in soft focus, Joe had said something. The words weren't audible, they were below the threshold of the lavender mic he'd been running on Natalia for the briefing. But Natalia had looked up. And laughed. Not the managed version. Not the event laugh, the one he'd seen her give in rooms full of people, precise, calibrated, deployed at the right moment. This was different. It started as a reaction, something Joe had said that was apparently the right thing at the right moment, and it was unguarded and unscheduled, and it transformed her face entirely, and she had immediately looked around the room the way you looked when you'd been caught at something. She hadn't looked at his camera. She hadn't looked in his direction. She'd looked at the room in general, and then, when no one who mattered had seen, she'd looked back at Joe. He made a note. He watched the clip again. The question he had been hired to answer, or the question beneath the question, the one that made good documentaries instead of adequate ones, was what real looked like inside a machine designed to produce it. He had spent 3 weeks watching the campaign and the arrangement and the two women at the center of both, and he had been accumulating an answer. The answer was in the clip. It was in the specific quality of the laugh and the looking around and the looking back, and it was not performed and it was not manufactured, and it was, unmistakably, the real thing. He added it to the clip package he was building. He went home. Chapter 11, What the Internet Reads as Romantic. The forum was on a Tuesday. The venue was a civic center in a suburb that had gone for Beaumont by 11 points in the last cycle, which was why Natalia had insisted on it. Derek had called the venue choice aggressive. Natalia had called it accurate. They had agreed, as they agreed on most things, by proceeding. The format, 90 minutes, moderated, both candidates present. Not a debate, the campaigns had negotiated carefully around that word, but a forum, which meant the candidates could not address each other directly, which was technically true and practically irrelevant because the room would do the work of making it a debate regardless of what the format was called. It was, by any measure, the most significant event of the primary. Natalia knew this. She had known it since Derek had put it on the laminated schedule 6 weeks ago, and she had been building toward it the way she built toward everything, precisely, without ceremony, the way you did a thing you had done 10,000 times. The briefing files were complete. The Rivers framework documentation was embedded in the talking points at the exact place it needed to be. The infrastructure argument had been prepared and revised and prepared again, and the exit line was the one Joe had given her on the bus, 2.5 weeks ago, because it was the right line. It stands. She had her preparation. She had her argument. She had the specific quality of focused calm that came from being extremely ready for something you had decided you were not afraid of. She had, also, the awareness, resident now, unavoidable, occupying the lower register of the day the way a low note occupied a room, that Joe was going to be in the audience. This was not new information. Joe was at every event. This was different only in that Natalia was no longer pretending she didn't track it. They arrived separately. The arrangement had never required arrival together for events with this much media attention, and tonight's press pool was substantial. For cameras, 6 reporters, the Tribune's senior political correspondent who had been covering Beaumont for 15 years and whose presence meant the paper had decided this forum mattered. They had arrived separately and would perform nothing that required proximity in the pre-forum staging area, which was how the evening had been designed. Natalia stood in the holding area with Derek, who was running the final logistics check. Priya was at the venue entrance managing the press pool access. Theo's crew had a position near the side wall, the angle he preferred. Beaumont's on messaging, Derek said, looking at his phone. His team released a statement this afternoon on the infrastructure record. I saw it. They're getting ahead of something. They're getting ahead of the Rivers framework. They know we have it. She looked at the door to the main room. It doesn't change the argument. We still use it. Derek looked at her. You're sure? He released a statement that doesn't address the committee vote. He addressed the allocation outcome. That's not the same thing. She paused. We use it. Okay. He put the phone in his pocket. You're ready? Yes. Vega. She looked at him. It's a good campaign, he said. Whatever happens tonight. It's been a good campaign. Natalia looked at him for a moment, at Derek, who had been managing her races for 11 years, who had started laminating the schedules after the coffee incident, who had made the call on the arrangement 10 days ago with the specific dread of someone who knew he was opening a door he couldn't close. Yes, she said. It has. She went through the door. The forum was 93 minutes. Beaumont was polished. He was, she had always acknowledged, good at this format, the measured answer, the avuncular register, the delivery of the practice line with the specific timing that made it sound spontaneous. He was the incumbent. Incumbents had a gravitational advantage in these events. The room had been oriented toward him for 6 cycles, and that orientation was a force that had to be actively displaced rather than simply competed with. She displaced it in the third exchange. Healthcare first, a question about the funding formula, which she had been waiting for. She gave the version she'd been building since the town hall, the 1994 formula, the budget committee, the 20-year-old line item, the closed-room conversation she was choosing to have in public. The room went still in the way it had at the town hall. Beaumont gave the polished answer on healthcare, which was the polished answer, and the contrast was visible. The infrastructure question came 40 minutes in. The moderator asked about the broadband expansion in the 11th district. Beaumont began his answer, the standard version, the Clarkson Bridge, the federal investment, the credit properly claimed, and Natalia watched him give it with the focused attention of someone who knew exactly where the seam was. She waited for her turn. Congressman Beaumont is right that the federal investment in the 11th district's infrastructure has produced real results, she said. Maria de Jesus runs a grocery store in Clarkson. Her delivery trucks rerouted 20 miles for 4 years while the bridge project was in development. She drove the route herself on the first day the new bridge opened. A beat. That result happened because the Kellerman Amendment funded it. The congressman supported the Rivers formula, which would not have funded Clarkson, in the December 2017 committee vote. The record is public. Both things are true. She looked at the moderator. I mention it because the congressman has described the Kellerman investment as his signature achievement for 6 years. I think the people of the 11th district deserve to know which framework he actually backed, and which one built the thing he's taking credit for. It stands, she thought. The bridge stands. That's the end of this. She didn't say it out loud. She didn't need to. The room was already doing the work. Beaumont had an answer. It was the answer they'd expected, the gap in the Rivers formula, the evolution in his position, the administrative record. It was a partial answer. It addressed the outcome and not the vote, which was exactly what they'd prepped for, and the partial quality of it was visible to everyone in the room who was paying attention. The moderator moved on. Natalia looked across the room. Jo was at the side wall, standing with her arms crossed in the way she stood when she was watching something she had worked on arrive in the world. She had the look on her face, not the professional one, not the argument one, the fourth one that Natalia had identified and named in her own internal file. Jo was already watching. She had been watching. She was always already watching. Natalia finished the forum. The clip went live at 9:47. Someone in the press pool had caught the moment on a phone camera, not a professional shot, but clear enough, the angle catching both of them, Natalia at the podium after the infrastructure exchange, the specific quality of composure she had after landing an argument, looking across the room. Jo at the wall, arms crossed, the look. The caption, which appeared on the account of a political reporter with 80,000 followers at 9:53, read, "The way she looks at her girlfriend after a slam dunk, I cannot take it." By 10:15, 40,000 engagements. By the time Natalia was in the car, it was 90,000. By 11, 140. The car was quiet. Derek was in the front. Natalia had the back. The city moved past the windows in the particular way of a city that did not know it had just been the backdrop for something. Derek was on his phone. He was always on his phone after events, the immediate post-forum window being the critical hour for shaping how the night was going to be described. He handled it with the practiced efficiency of someone who had done this for 11 years. He put the phone down at some point. "We won the room," he said. Yes. Beaumont's infrastructure answer left the opening. You took it cleanly. He paused. The clip is at 160,000. I know. The polling move will show by Thursday. I know. He was quiet for a moment. It's a good result. Yes. She looked out the window. The city at night, everything moving, indifferent to the specific quality of what had just happened inside that room, not just the forum, not just the argument, but the moment across the room. Joe at the wall. The look. Derek, she said. Yes. When does it stop being strategy? The car was quiet for a long moment. Outside, a traffic light changed. Derek sat with the question the way he sat with things he had been waiting for, with the stillness of someone who had been holding a door open and was now watching it finally be walked through. That depends, he said carefully, on what you want the answer to be. Natalia looked at the city. She wanted, and this was the thing in the file she was no longer not opening, the thing that had been building since the first prep session and the 2 coffees and the bus and the windowless conference room and the parking garage and the thing about Daniela and the laugh she hadn't managed. She wanted the answer to be the one she had been refusing to give herself for 3 weeks. She knew what the answer was. She had known for some time. She had been knowing it the way you knew something you were not ready to name, cataloging it carefully and placing it in the right file and declining to look directly at it. She looked at it now. Joe had been watching her for 3 weeks. Joe had been building a case, not for the campaign, not for the research, but for her, for Natalia, the case that said you are more than your strategy, and she had been building it in the margins of everything else, in the 2 coffees and the late night and the honest conversations and the argument on the bus and the door at 11-something and one of the least ordinary things about you. Joe was building the file. Natalia knew how to read a file. It stopped being strategy, she said, to the window, around the 2nd week. The city moved past. Derek was quiet for a long time. Okay, he said, finally. That's all? What do you want me to say? Natalia looked at the back of his head, at the city beyond the glass. I don't know what to do with it. Yes you do, Derek said. You always know what to do. You just don't always do it. She looked at the window. I have a primary in 4 days, she said. You do. After the primary. After the primary, Derek agreed. The car turned onto her street. She sat with it, the city, the night, the fact of what she had just said out loud to the one person in this race who would keep it, and the fact that saying it had not, as she had always distantly feared, made the floor go away. The floor was still there. She was still in the car. The primary was still in 4 days. She had known. She had been knowing. She had just told someone. Derek pulled up to her building. She thanked him. She went upstairs. She stood in her apartment, which was clean and ordered and quiet, the east window going dark now, the city doing what it always did. She picked up her phone. She did not call Joe. She put the phone down. She was not going to do this the wrong way. She was not going to make a call at 11:30 at night after a forum, in the compressed space of a primary that was still running, in the middle of the arrangement that was still in place. She was not going to be the person who said the true thing in the wrong moment and made it smaller than it was. She was going to do this right. She was going to win the primary and she was going to find the right moment and she was going to say, she was going to figure out what she was going to say, and then she was going to say it. She was going to wait 4 days. She sat down. She looked at her phone. She was going to wait 4 days, and she was going to be fine, and it was going to be fine, and the arrangement was still professional, and she was still the person who decided everything first. She sat for a long time in the quiet of her apartment with the east window dark and the city outside and the knowledge she had been carrying settling into a different shape, not lighter, exactly, but truer. The weight of something that had been named. Tomorrow, 4 days to the primary. The work was still there. She picked up the briefing file and read the first page and closed it again and put it on the table and went to bed. She did not sleep for 40 minutes. She lay in the particular wakefulness of someone who has said a true thing and is still feeling the shape of it, and she looked at the ceiling, and she thought about Joe at the wall with her arms crossed and the look on her face, and about the bus and the 2 coffees and the file she had finally opened. Then she slept. The primary was in 4 days. She was, as she had always been, prepared. The difference was that prepared now meant something it hadn't meant before. Chapter 12, The Better Answer. The profile piece had been on the calendar for 2 weeks, which meant Natalia had prepared for it the way she prepared for everything, thoroughly, specifically, and in the early morning when the building was still empty and the shape of her answers could be held up to the light without anyone watching her hold them. Aisha Brennan arrived at 9 a.m. with a hand recorder and a legal pad, which Natalia noted. Most reporters used their phones now. Aisha Brennan took notes by hand, which either meant she was old-fashioned or that she understood something about the way handwriting looked to the person being interviewed, unhurried, less clinical, the kind of attention that encouraged disclosure. Natalia filed this. Congresswoman. Aisha set her things on the small table Priya had arranged in the side office, neutral ground, not Natalia's desk, not a conference room. Another deliberate choice. Natalia was beginning to think Aisha Brennan did not make accidental ones. Thank you for the time. Of course. Natalia settled into the chair across from her. She was comfortable with this, the formal version of herself, the one that knew where the edges of the frame were. You've been covering the campaign since February. Since the day after the filing deadline. Aisha clicked her pen. You were the second person I called that morning. Who was the first? Beaumont's office. A small, level smile. They didn't call back for 3 days. Natalia allowed herself to find this mildly funny. What would you like to start with? They went through the standard architecture first, her record in the Assembly, the transition to Congress, her committee work on infrastructure and education. Natalia gave the answers she had given many times before, which was not the same as giving them badly. She believed what she said. She had spent years making sure she only said things she believed, because the alternative was a kind of maintenance she didn't have the energy for. Aisha asked about the primary. About Beaumont's record. About the polling gap. You're within 4 points, Aisha said. Some models have you ahead. Are you running a different campaign than you ran in 2020? Every campaign is different. The district changes. I change. Natalia paused. The work I'm most proud of in the last term is the education funding mechanism we attached to the infrastructure bill. It's not the piece that got covered. It's the piece that will matter in 10 years. Aisha wrote something. You have a reputation for playing a long game. I have a reputation for being patient. Those aren't always the same thing. What's the difference? Natalia considered this genuinely. Patience implies waiting for something to come to you. The long game means building the conditions for it yourself. More notes. Then Aisha looked up. Can we talk about the infrastructure bill? The federal allocation piece specifically. There's been some criticism that your position has shifted since the committee markup. My position has evolved since the committee markup, Natalia said. That's not a shift, it's a response to what the field data has shown. The criticism is that the revised allocation formula deprioritizes rural broadband in favor of urban transit corridors. The original formula did that. The revision I proposed actually increases the rural broadband percentage by 3 points. Natalia paused. I'd be happy to send you the side-by-side analysis. It's publicly available. I've read it. Aisha's pen moved. What I'm asking about is the perception gap. Your opponents are saying one thing. The numbers say something else. Why do you think that gap exists? Natalia gave the answer she had prepared. It was good, specific, accurate, properly calibrated to the range of readers who might encounter it. It polled at 74% favorability with the target demographic. Derek had shown her the numbers. She knew the answer the way she knew her own name. She finished it. Aisha waited. And then Natalia heard, very clearly in the architecture of that waiting, the shape of a different answer, the actual one, the one that lived underneath the polling, the one she had been sitting with since Joe had asked the question in debate prep 2 weeks ago with the focused precision of someone who was not trying to win an argument but to locate the truth of it. She stopped. "Can I?" she exhaled once, short and controlled. "I want to say something else." Aisha's pen stilled. She did not look surprised. "The perception gap exists because I haven't been clear enough about what I actually think." Natalia looked at the middle distance, not performing, just finding the words in the order they needed to be in. "The honest version is this: the rural broadband funding is not enough. The formula I proposed is better than the original, but it is not sufficient, and I know that. What I haven't said publicly is that the insufficient version is the version that can pass, and I made a calculation that a bill that passes and does 70% of the job is worth more than a bill that is perfect and dies in committee." She looked at Aisha. "That's not a shift. That's a compromise I made and haven't fully owned." Silence. Aisha was writing. Not in the quick, efficient shorthand of before. This was slower, more careful, the handwriting of someone transcribing something they wanted to get exactly right. "That's a more honest answer than you needed to give me," she said, still writing. "Yes. Why did you give it?" Natalia thought about this for a moment and did not say. "Because someone I work with asked me a question I couldn't answer cleanly, and I've been thinking about it ever since," and the polished version stopped sounding like me somewhere around the third time I rehearsed it. What she said was, "Because it's the answer that's actually true." Aisha looked at her. They finished the interview. Natalia walked her through the remaining items on the list: the opponent contrast, the general election strategy, the coalition building work her field team had been doing in the western precincts. She was good at all of it. She gave clean, defensible answers that she believed. She did not give the better answer again. Aisha gathered her things at the end. She capped her pen, stacked her notes, tucked the recorder into her bag with the practiced economy of someone who did this every day. Then she paused at the door. "Congresswoman." Natalia looked up. "The second answer. On the infrastructure bill." Aisha's voice was neutral, professional. "That was the better one." Natalia held her gaze. "I know. So why don't you lead with that one?" The question sat in the room between them. Natalia had no answer she was willing to give, not because she didn't have one, but because the answer was, "I'm not sure I know how anymore." And that was not something she could say to a Tribune reporter with a hand recorder in her bag. "That's something I'm working on," she said. Aisha nodded, once, and left. Natalia sat in the small side office for a moment after she heard the outer door close. The laminated schedule was visible through the glass partition: the 10 a.m. debrief, the 11:30 field call, the afternoon event in the 3rd precinct. The day was arranged and waiting. She touched the inside of her wrist with 2 fingers, which she did not know she was doing. Then she stood up and went back to work. Across the building, in the cramped corner of the bullpen that had become Joe's territory, evidenced by the 3 additional monitors she had requisitioned, the filing system she had rebuilt in the first week, and the specific brand of controlled disorder that characterized her working space, Joe was reading a Beaumont opposition file that was beginning to give her a problem. She had been building the case against Beaumont's healthcare record for 2 weeks. It was solid work, clean and well-sourced, the kind of file that could anchor an attack line through the final stretch of the primary without rattling under scrutiny. She had cross-referenced every claim against primary sources. She had flagged the interpretive gaps. She had built it correctly, which was why she could see, now that she looked at it from a particular angle, the thing that did not hold up. The Beaumont Hospital closure timeline. Renata had given her the initial briefing, not unusual. Renata had deep familiarity with the district's healthcare landscape and Joe had used her research as a starting point. The claim was that Beaumont had voted against the Rural Hospital Stabilization Package in 2019, which had contributed to 2 closures in the district the following year. The vote was real. The closures were real. The causation was, on closer examination, not quite right. Joe opened the hospital closure reports in a separate window. Read the actual administrative filings, which she should have done in week 1 and hadn't because the Renata briefing had been detailed and confident and Renata did not, historically, make mistakes. The closures had been initiated in 2018, before the stabilization vote. The vote had failed to reverse a process already in motion. Beaumont's record on rural healthcare was still legitimately poor. The vote was still a vote against the package, but the framing Natalia's campaign had been using in surrogates' talking points positioned him as the cause of those specific closures in a way that was not technically accurate. It was a small difference, in the architecture of an opposition campaign. It was the kind of thing that got papered over in final stretch pressure, the kind of claim that was close enough to true that most people would not examine it closely. Jo examined things closely. It was the only way she knew how to work. She sat with the file for a while. Then she sat with the question of why Renata had given her research that contained this particular imprecision, and what it meant that Renata was too careful to make this kind of mistake by accident. She didn't tell anyone yet. She went back to the file, and she flagged the discrepancy in a margin note, and she kept reading. The evening debrief ran long. It always ran long in the final stretch, when the days had accumulated enough decisions that reviewing them felt like translating a foreign language back into one you were tired of speaking. Natalia moved through it efficiently, the field numbers, the press clips, the event debrief from the 3rd precinct, the finance call she still owed the campaign's Northeast bundler. The room had thinned by the time Jo came in and set a folder on the table. "I need to show you something." It was not the phrasing she used for standard briefing updates. Natalia looked at her. Jo sat down across from her. Opened the folder. Walked her through it in the direct, organized way she had, the Renata briefing, the hospital closure timeline, the administrative filings, the specific discrepancy between the claim and the record. "How long have you known?" Natalia asked. "Found it this afternoon. I confirmed it an hour ago." Jo held her gaze. "It's not in any public-facing materials yet. It's in the surrogate talking points. The talking points we send out Tuesday." "Yes." Natalia looked at the folder. Looked at the timeline Jo had laid out, clean and precise, the kind of documentation that could hold up in a fact check. She thought about who had used those talking points in the past 4 days, and where, and what the exposure was if someone at Beaumont's operation had found the same thing and was waiting. She asked 2 clarifying questions. Jo answered them without hedging. Then Natalia said, "You found something that hurts us." Jo said, "I found something that's true." A beat. Neither of them moved. "We use the true things," Jo said. Natalia picked up her phone and called Derek. What followed was the version of herself she was best at: fast, specific, thorough. She walked Derek through the exposure in 4 minutes. She had a revised talking points document framing the hospital vote accurately, with less rhetorical force but with a foundation that would not crack, in her head before she finished the call. She told Priya which surrogates needed the corrected version before their next appearances. She sent a note to the communications director. It took 40 minutes to close the loop. When the room was empty, she looked at Jo across the table. "Thank you," she said, "for bringing it forward instead of managing it quietly." Jo looked at her. There was something in her expression that Natalia did not quite know how to read, not satisfaction, not relief, something more careful and more interior than either of those. "Of course," Jo said. Her voice was even. "That's what you do with true things." She gathered her folders and went back to her desk. Natalia watched her go, and then did not watch her go, and looked down at her phone instead. Derek had already sent the revised document. The communications director had confirmed receipt. The surrogates were covered. Everything was fixed. Everything was handled. She thought about the phrase Jo had used, "You could have buried it, and you didn't," and about the way Jo had set the folder down on the table, and about the fact that somewhere in the last several weeks she had started to know, without needing to catalog it, what it meant when Jo walked into a room with that particular quality of stillness. She had filed that knowledge away in the place where she put things she wasn't ready to look at directly. The filing system was getting crowded. She picked up her phone and called the Northeast bundler. Chapter 13, Renata's Reasons. Jo called Renata on a Thursday morning from the stairwell, which was where she went when she needed to say something she didn't want the bullpen to hear. This was a habit from 3 campaigns ago, when she had learned that the only truly private spaces in a campaign office were the bathroom and any room that required a key, and the stairwell was at least quiet. She had been holding the question for a day and a half. She was not someone who could hold questions for very long. Renata answered on the second ring, which was characteristic. Renata was always available for calls she had been expecting. Joe. Her voice was warm. Renata Voss's warmth was a real thing, which was what made it complicated. It was not performed warmth. She genuinely liked Joe, had genuinely invested in her career, had called her on the night of her first Real Oppo win 3 years ago to say I knew you'd get there with a satisfaction that had sounded unfeigned. The problem was not that the warmth was false. The problem was that it coexisted with everything else. How are you finding the final stretch? Busy. Joe kept her voice neutral. I have a question about the Beaumont healthcare research. The hospital closure file you gave me in week 1. A very small pause. Renata's pauses were calibrated, which Joe had learned to read as meaning, I know what you're going to say, and I'm deciding how to say what I've already decided to say. Of course. What do you need? The causation chain on the rural closures. The briefing frames the 2019 vote as the contributing factor, but the administrative filings show the closure process started in 2018. Before the vote. That's a fair reading of the timeline, Renata said easily. The vote failure accelerated the outcome. The closures were already in motion. The vote failure didn't reverse them. Those aren't the same thing. They're adjacent things. Adjacent isn't accurate. Joe kept her voice even. The research I put in this file needs to hold up to a fact check. That framing doesn't. You've corrected it? I flagged it to the campaign last night. The talking points have been revised. Good. Renata's voice was still warm. That's exactly the right call. That's why you're good at this. Joe leaned against the stairwell wall. Above her, someone crossed the landing, a field staffer, not paying attention. She waited until the footsteps receded. Renata. She paused. You're too careful to make that mistake. Silence. Longer than the previous one. You were always better at this than you gave yourself credit for, Renata said. Joe recognized this. It was Renata's specific form of deflection, the compliment that landed in the space where an answer should be. She had received it before, in other contexts, and it had worked before because she had wanted it to work, had wanted the warmth of being seen accurately to be enough to fill the gap where the direct answer wasn't. That's not an answer, Joe said. Another pause. Then, with something that might have been respect, no. It's not. Did you give me bad information on purpose? I gave you a characterization that you were always going to test, Renata said. You test everything. That's not a weakness, it's the thing that makes you exceptional. I knew you'd find the gap. Joe stood with this for a moment. Outside the stairwell door, she could hear the muffled sounds of the bullpen, phones, voices, the particular productive noise of a campaign in the final weeks of its primary. That's not the same as an accident, she said. No, Renata agreed. It isn't. So you were testing what I'd do with it. I was observing what you'd do with it. That's a distinction without a difference. It might be. Renata's voice shifted, barely, the warmth went a degree quieter, something more frank coming through underneath. Joe. I have relationships across this district. Some of those relationships predate this campaign by 15 years. I needed to understand something about the operation you'd stepped into, and watching how you handled a discrepancy was the cleanest way to understand it. What were you trying to understand? Whether Natalia Vega's campaign was the kind of operation that buries inconvenient truths or surfaces them. A pause. You've answered that question. Joe let the silence stand for a moment. And if I had buried it, she said. Then I would have known something different. Renata's voice was even. And I would have made different decisions accordingly. Decisions about what? Renata did not answer this directly. What she said instead was, you did the right thing. The campaign is better for it. Whatever I was or wasn't doing, the outcome is the correct one. It was, Joe thought, an impressive non-answer. It acknowledged the question without touching it. It was the kind of answer that would have satisfied her 3 years ago, when she had still been in the phase of professional development where Renata's approval felt like orientation. I need to know if there's anything else in the research you gave me that I should be looking at differently, Joe said. There isn't. A beat. I'll tell you that plainly. The hospital closure framing was the only thing that was approximate. The rest of the file holds. Why that one? Because it was the one I thought you'd most likely examine carefully. Renata's voice softened slightly. I wanted it to be something recoverable. I wasn't trying to damage the campaign. I was trying to understand it. Joe pressed her fingers against the bridge of her nose. Outside, phones, voices, someone calling a name she didn't catch. Renata, she said. You have relationships with Beaumont's donor community. The pause this time was the longest. Yes, Renata said. I do. Is that relevant to any of this? That's a complicated question. I know. I'm asking it anyway. Another silence, the kind that had weight in it. Then, my relationships with Beaumont's donors are long-standing and professional. They are not the reason I placed you with this campaign. They are also not entirely separate from why I wanted to understand this campaign's internal culture. She paused. I am telling you this because you asked and because you deserve a real answer. What you do with it is your call. Joe stood in the stairwell for a moment after Renata hung up. She was very still, which was her tell when she was scared, and she was not exactly scared, more like standing at the edge of something and taking the measure of the drop. She thought about what she had, laid out in order the way she always laid things out. Renata had given her a characterization she knew Joe would test. The test was to see whether the campaign surfaced or buried inconvenient truths. Renata had relationships on both sides of the primary. She had placed Joe with Natalia's operation specifically. She had not been fully transparent about her reasons. None of this was a crisis. The campaign was not compromised. The research was clean except for one corrected framing. Renata had not asked Joe to do anything improper. She had, in her own way, told Joe the truth when pressed, which was more than some people managed. But the shape of it made Joe's professional instincts go quiet and careful in the way they went when a source was giving her something technically accurate that was not quite the full picture. She had two choices: carry this quietly and keep working, or tell Natalia. She had made this decision already, actually. She had made it the moment she'd found the discrepancy, had known then that she would take it forward, had known it the way you know things about yourself that you have tested enough times to trust. She did not bury true things. She didn't have it in her. She went back through the stairwell door and across the bullpen to Natalia's office. Natalia listened without interrupting. This was one of the things Joe had catalogued without meaning to, the way Natalia listened, fully and without performance, the quality of attention she brought to a room when she had decided that something mattered. She did not arrange her face into listening expressions. She simply listened, and the effect was that you could hear your own words more clearly, as though her attention was a kind of acoustics. Joe laid it out in order. Renata's warmth and its complications. The deliberate test. The relationships across the district, on both sides. What Renata had and hadn't said. What Joe had and hadn't been able to determine from the conversation. When she finished, Natalia asked two questions. The first, did she give you any indication of what she intended to do with the information about our operations' internal culture? No. She said what she did with it was her own decision. Consistent with how she's operated for 30 years. Natalia's voice was neutral. Not cold. She was past cold, into the place she went when she was managing something that needed managing, precise and focused and entirely herself. The second question, is there anything in the research she provided, beyond the one framing you've already corrected, that you have any reason to doubt? She said no. I believe her. I'll verify it independently. Natalia nodded once. Then she picked up her phone and called Derek. Joe watched her make the call. Watched her walk Derek through it in the same clean, efficient way she had walked through the hospital closure discrepancy the night before. No hedging, no softening, just the information in order and the decisions that followed from it. Derek said something on the other end that Joe couldn't hear. Natalia said, "I know. Run it down." Another beat. "I'm aware." And then, after a pause, "That's not what I said. I said verify. We don't make assumptions about her motives based on what we don't know." She listened. "Yes." She hung up. "He's pulling Renata's recent donor activity," she said. "Standard protocol when there's any question about a relationship. We'll know more by tomorrow." Joe nodded. She was still standing. She had not sat down, had done this whole thing on her feet the way she always did when she was delivering something she needed to stay mobile for, just in case. Old habit. "Joe." Natalia looked at her from across the desk. "You could have sat on this. You had no way of knowing whether telling me would cost you the position." "I knew," Joe said. "I've been here for 5 weeks. I know how this operation works. You knew I would protect you for doing the right thing. I knew you were worth telling the truth to." Joe said it levelly, without emphasis. "That's not the same thing." Natalia went still. It was the particular stillness that Joe had learned to read as meaning, something has landed, and she is deciding what to do with it. The stillness that looked like nothing from across a room and cost something close up. Then Natalia said, very quietly, "Thank you." Not the professional thank you from the night before, the specific one, the one that named the thing. This was something smaller and more direct, the kind of thank you that didn't come with an explanation because it didn't need one. Joe nodded. She gathered her folders, for the second night in a row, and went back to her desk. She sat there for a while after, not working, just sitting. The bullpen had thinned to the late-night crew, a few researchers, a data analyst who kept odd hours, the overnight comms monitor. She thought about Renata. About the architecture of relationships in which loyalty was always, finally, conditional on utility, which Joe had always known, had filed away as a feature of the professional landscape, had chosen not to be surprised by. She thought about what it had felt like to walk into Natalia's office and say, "I need to tell you something," and to have Natalia receive it with that quality of complete attention, and to have that be, simply, what happened next. She thought, Renata was testing whether Natalia's operation surfaced or buried inconvenient truths. She had her answer. Joe opened a new document. Typed a single line at the top that she would later put into a folder she would not label. She saved it and went back to the Beaumont file. Chapter 14, Controlled Proximity. 10 days to the primary. The phrase had taken on a particular quality in the past week. Not anxious, exactly, more like the hum of a refrigerator you stop hearing until someone mentions it and then you hear nothing else. The campaign had reached the phase where the work was largely done and what remained was execution. The field operations were running, the messaging was locked, the surrogate network was deployed. All that was left was the final stretch of events and the daily management of things that could go wrong. Natalia was very good at the final stretch. She was also, in the final stretch, in near constant proximity to Joe. This was not new, they had been in near constant proximity for 5 weeks. But there was a quality to it now that was different from the early weeks, a kind of accumulated weight, the way you stop noticing something and then one day it is the only thing you notice. The public appearances had become automatic. The body language was natural because it was natural, which was the thing Derek had told her was working and which she had chosen, very deliberately, to stop examining. She was aware of when Joe entered a room. She was aware of the specific register of Joe's voice when she had found something she was confident about versus something she was still testing. She knew, without looking, when Joe had been in her office recently, there was a particular quality to the air, a cup moved 2 inches from where she left it, a folder in a slightly different alignment on the stack. She did not examine any of this. The fundraiser on Thursday was at a hotel in the eastern part of the district, a good venue, high ceilings, the kind of donor crowd that responded well to Natalia's specific gravity. She and Joe arrived together, because they always arrived together now, and the press pool got its photographs outside the entrance, and Natalia moved through the room with the ease of someone who had done this several hundred times. Afterward, in the hotel corridor, waiting for the car, the evening having compressed down to just the two of them in a quiet stretch of hallway while Derek spoke to the event coordinator and the last photographers cleared the lobby. Jo was looking at her phone. Reading something, she made a small sound of concentration, a soft exhale through her nose, the kind she made when something in a document confirmed a thing she had already suspected. "What is it?" Natalia asked. "Beaumont's advance team booked the same venue we wanted for the 3rd precinct event." Jo didn't look up from the phone. "They moved faster. We're going to need an alternate. Priya has a list." "I know. I already sent her the options." Jo tilted her head, still reading, still in motion even while standing still. "The VFW hall on Cascade is available. It's not as photogenic, but it's a better crowd for what we need." Natalia looked at her for a moment. The hallway was quiet, carpeted in the particular muffled way of hotel hallways that absorbed sound, footsteps, voices, everything softened. The overhead lights were warm and indirect. Jo looked up from her phone and caught Natalia looking. Neither of them looked away immediately. "You been to the VFW hall," Natalia said. "Drove past it this morning." Jo put her phone in her pocket. "I was looking at venues." "On your own time?" Jo made a small gesture. "There's no such thing as my own time in the last 10 days of a primary." She paused. "You know that." "I do." Natalia held her gaze. "I know you know it too." This was not a deep or significant exchange, on its surface. It was a brief, professional conversation about a venue logistics problem that had already been solved. Nothing about it warranted the way Natalia was standing, which was very still, in the particular way she went still when something was asking for her attention that she was not prepared to give it. Jo said, "Can I ask you something?" "Yes." "A beat." Jo had a specific expression she wore when she was about to say something that mattered, not uncertainty, more like deliberateness, the care of someone who had run the words once in her head before she released them. "When this is over," she said. "After the primary, what do you want?" The question settled in the corridor. Natalia heard, clearly, that Jo was not asking about the general election strategy. She was asking something else, in the plainest possible way, with the directness that was one of the things Natalia had stopped pretending not to notice. Natalia opened her mouth. Her phone rang. It was Derek's specific ringtone. She had said it years ago, a distinctive 3-tone pattern that she could identify in a crowded room. She looked at the screen. "Derek." She looked up at Jo. Jo's expression did not change. She waited with the quality of stillness she had when something mattered. Natalia answered the phone. "The county chair is still in the building," Derek said. "He wants 5 minutes. I told him you were heading out, but he's been good to us all cycle and it's worth the 5 minutes." "I'll be right there," Natalia said. She was already turning, already recalibrating the evening back into its professional shape. "Give me 2 minutes." She hung up. Jo was watching her step away from the call, watching the way she moved through the transition, from the corridor, from whatever this had been, back into the version of herself that managed the final 5 minutes of a long night. Something in her expression was careful and deliberate in the way it got when she was keeping herself where she needed to be. "Go," Jo said. Quietly, without edge. "The car will be out front when you're ready," Natalia said. "I know." A pause. "I'll be there." Natalia went back through the lobby door and found the county chair, and gave him the 5 minutes, and the 5 minutes were good. They accomplished something. She had been right that it was worth it. She was always right about these things. She said the specific things you said to a county chair in the final 10 days of a primary, which were the true things, the things she meant, and they landed correctly. When she came back out, Jo was standing near the entrance talking to one of the advance staff. She was laughing at something, genuine, unself-conscious, tilting her head back slightly. The advance staffer was grinning. Natalia watched her for a moment before Jo looked up and saw her. Jo's expression shifted, warmth rearranged by the particular kind of composure she wore when she was keeping her professional register intact. She said something to the advanced staff member, a brief parting exchange, and then crossed to where Natalia was standing. "County chair good," she said. "He endorsed this morning. He wanted to know about the general election strategy." "What did you tell him?" "The part one could tell him." Natalia looked at her. "The rest is still in motion." Joe nodded. They walked out through the lobby doors into the evening air, the car waiting at the curb where Joe had said it would be, and the city loud and ongoing around them the way it always was. In the car, Derek's voice came through the phone before the door was fully closed, something about tomorrow's field numbers, something about the coverage of tonight's event, the steady operational percussion of the final stretch. Joe looked at her phone. Natalia listened to Derek. The city moved past the windows. What was between them occupied the space of the car seat between them without being named, which had been true for some weeks now and was becoming harder to accommodate in a fixed space. The next afternoon, Natalia was in her office working through a policy briefing when she became aware, without looking up, that she was thinking about Joe's question. "When this is over. After the primary. What do you want?" She had not been able to answer it. She had not been interrupted before she could answer it. She had been interrupted precisely as she was about to answer it, which she chose not to read as the universe having an opinion, because that was not a framework she found useful. She knew what she would have said. She had known the shape of it for a while now, the way you know the shape of something you have been looking at from the corner of your eye for long enough that you could draw it with your eyes closed. She was afraid of wanting it in a way she couldn't justify first. That was the exact thought, which she had had in some version of itself since the third week of the campaign and which she was only now allowing herself to hold in its complete form. She had spent 20 years building a life in which everything she wanted was first made strategic. A cause, a coalition, a policy objective. She wanted things that were worth wanting, things that could be defended in front of a room. She had become very good at this. She had, somewhere along the way, stopped being able to distinguish between what she wanted and what she had allowed herself to want. Joe had asked her the question without scaffolding, without strategy, standing in a hotel corridor with her phone in her pocket and her jacket over her arm, and what Natalia had felt in the moment before the phone rang was not panic. It was something closer to relief. She set down the briefing. She touched the inside of her wrist with 2 fingers, which she did not know she was doing. Then Priya appeared in the doorway with a revised field report and the afternoon resumed its shape around her, and she picked up the briefing, and the moment closed over itself the way moments did. But she carried the shape of it with her for the rest of the day, careful and present, like something she was learning how to hold. The evening event ran until 9. By the time the campaign office had thinned to the late crew and the overhead lights had been dimmed in the front rooms, Natalia was still at her desk and Joe was still at hers, which was the condition of almost every evening in the final stretch. Joe was working. She was always working, and there was a particular quality to her working late presence that Natalia had become accustomed to, the small sounds of it, the occasional exhale through the nose, the pen that she clicked once and then twice and then set down when she had reached a conclusion. Natalia had stopped pretending not to notice these things some time ago. She had simply moved them into the category of things she knew about the world and chose not to act on. At some point Joe stood, stretched, and came to the doorway of Natalia's office. She did not knock, she never knocked, which Natalia had given up having an opinion about somewhere around week 3. "The Beaumont briefing for the final debate is done," Joe said. "It's in your folder." "Thank you. It's good." Joe leaned on the doorframe. "I want to flag one section, his healthcare pivot in the second debate 2 years ago. I think he's going to try a version of it again and I've built the response tree, but I want to walk you through it before Thursday. Tomorrow morning. 8 o'clock. I'll be here." She paused. "I'm always here." It was a simple, factual statement. It was also, Natalia understood, true in more than the operational sense, and Joe had said it with the specific quality she had when she was saying something she meant on multiple levels and leaving it to the listener to decide how many of them to hear. Natalia looked at her across the office. The distance between them was ordinary, 20 feet, a desk, a standard arrangement of campaign furniture. It was also, somehow, not ordinary at all. "I know," Natalia said. Jo held her gaze for a moment. Then she nodded, and pushed off the doorframe, and went back to her desk. Natalia looked at the briefing document on her screen and did not read it for a moment. Then she opened it, and read it, and it was good. Chapter 15, The strategy was working. The clip ran on a Wednesday night, which meant by Thursday morning it was everywhere. Theo had embedded a package with a local news affiliate as part of the documentary's ongoing production, standard practice for an embedded campaign doc, the kind of preview footage that kept the project funded and the access intact while the longer work continued. The segment was 4 minutes and 12 seconds and it was, technically, about the mechanics of opposition research. There were interviews with 2 campaign staffers and a segment with Jo, brief and professional, in which she explained the process of sourcing in language that was specific without being sensitive. Theo had a gift for making the machine look like it had a human pulse. The clip was not the part that got passed around. The clip was 11 seconds of B-roll footage, shot during an event in the 3rd Precinct 2 weeks ago. Theo had been filming the crowd, or the candidate, or the room, and in the background, slightly off-center and clearly not intended to be the subject, was Natalia. She was in a half-turn, speaking to someone just outside the frame, and then something happened, something that Jo had apparently said or done, and Natalia laughed. Not the measured, composed version. Not the version she produced for donors or press appearances, which was a real laugh but a careful one, the kind that understood itself as part of a performance. This was the other one, unguarded, unscheduled, her whole face involved. It lasted 4 seconds. She looked, for 4 seconds, like a person who had forgotten there were cameras. The internet found this devastating in the most complimentary possible sense. The way she laughs when she thinks no one is watching, 22,000 likes by morning. Congresswoman Vega when her girlfriend says something funny. This is the only content I need. 31,000 and climbing. IDC about politics but that laugh is sending me, a screenshot, which Derek forwarded to Priya with a subject line that said only, see attached. Derek called it a gift. He said this to Natalia at 7:45 a.m. when he walked in with the overnight coverage summary, the way he always walked in, with the laminated schedule and the specific brand of controlled satisfaction that he deployed when something had broken well. The polling bump from the clip is in the overnights. We're up 3 points with suburban women 35 to 55. Theo's instincts have been good all cycle but this is exactly what we needed going into the final 8 days. He set the coverage summary on the desk. Whatever he's doing is working. Tell him to keep going. Natalia took the summary. Looked at the polling numbers. I'll tell him, she said. She did not look at the clip. She did not say, I know what that laugh sounds like from the inside. She said, what's the field picture in the 3rd precinct? Derek told her. They went through the morning briefing efficiently, the way they always did, the work doing what the work was supposed to do, occupying the full surface area of her attention so that the things underneath could not get out. Jo watched the clip at 8:23 a.m. on her phone in the empty bullpen. She had come in early, the way she always did, and for once the building had beaten her to it. Derek's overnight team was still in, the comms monitor was at his desk, but the main bullpen was quiet. She had made coffee with the focused intensity that was becoming a kind of meditation, and she had sat at her desk, and she had opened the coverage summary that had hit the campaign's shared inbox at 7 a.m., and she had followed the link. 11 seconds. She watched it twice. The thing was, she remembered the moment. She could place it exactly, the 3rd precinct event, week 3, she had been standing near the back of the room and she had said something to Natalia about the sound system, something dry and not particularly clever, and Natalia had turned and laughed. Jo had filed it away at the time in the running catalog she had started keeping without exactly meaning to. The unguarded one. The real one. She had a note about it in a document she kept on her personal drive, the one she added to in the late nights after the work was done. She watched the clip a 3rd time and made herself stop. The thing about it was not that the moment had been captured. Moments got captured, that was the nature of campaigns with embedded documentary crews, and she had known from day one that Theo's cameras were in every room. The thing about it was the framing of how the clip was being used. The captions, the language, the construction of the moment as evidence of something warm and private and real. The way she laughs when she thinks no one is watching. Jo had been watching. She had been watching for 6 weeks, carefully and with complete attention, the way she watched things she was trying to understand. She had documented it, not in any official capacity, not for the campaign, but in the margins of her other work, in the late hours, building the record the way she built everything, carefully, because evidence doesn't disappear and someone should know. And now the thing she had been watching was content. It was 8 more points with suburban women 35 to 55. It was clip circulation. It was Derek at 7:45 a.m. saying whatever he's doing is working, tell him to keep going. She did not have an argument with this. The clip was real. The polling was real. The strategy was working. She looked at her desk. At the legal pad with the notes she'd been making that had nothing to do with Beaumont's opposition file. At the growing stack of index cards in the back corner that she kept turned face down. She thought, the thing I've been seeing, the thing I've spent 6 weeks building a record of, is now campaign material. And Natalia looked at the polling numbers and went back to work and didn't look at the clip. The thought sat with her for a long time. Natalia came in at 9, which was late for her. She had the debate prep session until 8 and the drive across town after. She moved through the bullpen with the efficient morning energy she brought to long days, coat off, coffee in hand, already reading something on her phone. She stopped at Joe's desk. Good morning. Morning. Joe looked up. Briefing book for Thursday's debate is updated. I pulled in the healthcare pivots section we talked about. I saw it. It's good. Natalia held her gaze for a moment. Have you seen the coverage? Yes. Derek's pleased. I saw his email. A beat. Natalia looked at her with the quality of attention she brought to things that had moved outside the edges of the frame she was holding. I didn't look at the clip, Natalia said. Joe said nothing. I read the polling numbers, Natalia said. I didn't look at the clip. It was a very precise thing to say. Joe understood, with the exactness of someone who had been paying close attention for 6 weeks, that Natalia was telling her this for a specific reason, that she was drawing a distinction between the polling and the footage, between the campaign's use of a moment and the moment itself, between knowing the numbers and watching herself laugh on a phone screen in the morning. She was not sure what to do with that. Derek wants Theo to keep filming, Joe said. I know. That's the right call. Natalia's voice was even. He's an embedded documentarian. That's his job. Is it working? The clip. The polling says yes. That's not what I asked. A silence. Natalia looked at her. Something in her expression was very carefully composed in the way that cost something. The strategy is working, Natalia said. The campaign is in good shape. We have 8 days. She walked to her office. Joe looked at her desk. At the index cards. At the coffee she had made with the focused intensity that was not, she was understanding now, really about the coffee. She picked up a pen. Turned one of the index cards over. Wrote something on the back of it, 1 sentence, in the specific handwriting she used when she was writing for herself and not for anyone else. She set the pen down. The bullpen was filling around her now, the field team filtering in, the communications staff, the daily operational percussion of a campaign in its final 8 days. Derek's voice came from the side room, his phone call tone, the one that meant he was satisfied. The strategy was working. Joe looked at the card for a moment. Then she turned it back over, face down. She opened the Beaumont debate file and went to work. Chapter 16, Evidence. The file was not finished on a particular night. It accumulated. Joe had not set out to build it. She was not someone who made declarations about her own intentions. She built things and then looked at what she had built and understood, after the fact, that this was what she had meant to do all along. She had been keeping notes since week 2, in the margins of her other work, in the late hours when the opposition file was closed and the building had emptied to the overnight monitor and the soft ambient hum of the HVAC system. Notes that had nothing to do with Beaumont. Notes that were, if she was being honest with herself, research. She had a document on her personal drive, opened in the second week and added to intermittently since, not every day, not systematically, but often enough that it had become a record of something. Observations. Dates and times. The specific things she had watched Natalia do when Natalia did not know she was watching. She had written it the way she wrote everything, with the care you brought to things that had to hold up to scrutiny. It was a Tuesday night, 5 days from the primary, and she had read it back. October 4th, the education policy brief, for drafts, the moment Natalia had said this is good and meant this is not enough and said nothing. Joe had timed the 11 seconds. The Caldwell event. The infrastructure question. The better answer that went unprinted. The specific way Natalia said someone's name when she was thanking them, not good work, always the specific thing, always what it was that had been good. Joe had counted 12 instances in 6 weeks. The coffee. The 2 coffees. The moment Natalia had said that's not what that was and Joe had said I know, that's what I said and neither of them had moved for a moment. The photograph in the desk drawer. The fact that Joe had not looked. The fact that she had not looked because she had known, without being told, that there were things Natalia had not made available to her yet and she would not go where she hadn't been invited. The Wednesday call with Gloria. The laugh, the real one, the unguarded one, that Joe had heard for the first time sitting on the edge of Natalia's desk with a stack of files she wasn't supposed to still be holding. The clip on Theo's preview package. She read the whole thing. Twice. It was, she thought, the most complete and most useless thing she had ever built. She had made the case. The case was thorough. She had documentation, dates, the specific language of someone who understood that love was a form of evidence and had approached it the way she approached every other form of evidence, carefully, with primary sources, in a format that would hold. She sat with it for a while. The building was quiet. Through the glass partition she could see the overnight monitor at his desk, earphones on, the blue light of his screen. Beyond that, the street, the city, the ongoing indifference of the world to what was happening inside a congressional primary campaign's headquarters at 11 o'clock on a Tuesday. She thought about what she knew. She knew Natalia had not looked at the clip. She knew Natalia had said the strategy is working with a precision that was also a door closing. She knew that Natalia was, with every tactical and professional tool at her disposal, managing the distance between herself and the thing she wanted, because she had not yet found a way to want it that she could justify first. She knew this because she had been watching for 6 weeks, because watching was what she did, because she had spent her whole career building the case on things she could not quite bring herself to say out loud. She thought, I could leave it here. Finish the primary, do the work, exit professionally. She would not be the first person to build a careful record of something that went nowhere. She had, in her personal history, 3 such records. One was a folder on a hard drive she no longer owned. One was a letter she had never sent. One was a conversation she had replayed with enough frequency to have worn grooves in it. She had become, over time, very good at constructing the case. She had never been good at presenting it. She thought, or I could leave the record. Not as a declaration. Not as a demand. Not with any reasonable expectation of outcome. She was an opposition researcher. She understood probability. She understood the difference between making a case and winning one. As a record. Because someone should know. Because Natalia had spent 2 decades being seen only as what she could do, what she could win, what she could control, what she could produce. Because she had watched Natalia swallow the better answer 11 times in 6 weeks. Because she had watched her say this is good when she meant I want this to be better and then get back to work. Because she had watched her laugh unguarded for 4 seconds on a phone screen and then read the polling numbers and not look at her own face. Because the evidence said otherwise, and evidence did not disappear. She opened a new document. She typed a header. Vega, Natalia. Internal. Eyes only. Then, below it, in the smaller, handwritten feeling of someone writing to a person and not to a file, she typed, "This is not for use." She worked until 1 a.m., and then until 2, with the focused attention she brought to things that mattered. She was building it correctly, not as a declaration of feeling but as the record it was. Evidence, organized. The thing she had been watching, translated into language, in the specific way that language was the only form in which she could say things she could not say out loud. She saved it. She printed it on the campaign's laser printer, which was the only printer she had access to and which she chose not to feel conflicted about, because the campaign had access to her too, had had it for 6 weeks, and she was taking something that was worth more than anything on the supply shelf in exchange. She held the pages. She had not left a note. She would not leave a note. The file was the note. She did not know what would happen. She understood, with the clarity that came from genuine honesty, that the case might never go to trial. That Natalia might read it and recognize herself and fold it quietly and go back to work. That this might be one more record she had built and kept to herself, and this time she had simply found a different drawer to put it in. She thought, I will leave it on her desk and let it be what it is. She set the pages down. She did not print anything yet. Gloria called on a Tuesday. Not Wednesday. Gloria called on Wednesdays, always Wednesdays, because she had book club on Sundays and Natalia would never ask her to cut it short, and the Wednesday call had become one of the fixed points in the week structure, the thing that did not require a decision. Natalia had organized her life around the reliability of this. Gloria called on a Tuesday because she wanted to. Because something in the week had shifted and she was paying particular attention, and she was not, despite 20 years of evidence, the kind of woman who waited for the right day when a different day was what was needed. She answered. She always answered. Mija. Gloria's voice, warm and careful in the way it got when she was paying particular attention. How are you? The primary is in 5 days, Natalia said. We're up in the overnights. The field operation is. I didn't ask about the primary. A pause. I know you didn't. You sound like you're carrying something, Gloria said. Not as a judgment. As a simple observation, the way you observed the weather. I'm fine. I know. You always are. A beat. I'm asking how you are. The distinction was so small and so enormous that Natalia had to stop walking. She was in the kitchen of her apartment. She had gone home, actually gone home, at 9 o'clock because the final stretch required maintenance, and she had learned, at some cost, that maintenance required sleeping. She was standing at the counter with her phone and a glass of water that she had not drunk. She said, I don't know how to answer that. That's an answer, Gloria said, gently. Mama. You know I'm not going to push. And she wouldn't. Gloria did not push, had never pushed, had offered and waited and understood that her daughter came to things on her own schedule. It was the same patience that had gotten her through Natalia's 25 years of arriving at things sideways. I just want you to know I'm asking the real question. Natalia looked at the glass of water. At the kitchen, which was clean and organized and contained one chair pushed in at a perfect angle to the table and no evidence that anyone else had ever been in it. There is someone, she said. It was the most she had said, to anyone, and she was aware of how incomplete it was and how it was also, simultaneously, the most complete sentence she had said about this. I know, Gloria said. I haven't, Natalia stopped. I don't know what I'm waiting for. Gloria was quiet for a moment. Natalia, she said. I have watched you wait for things to be safe before you wanted them for your entire adult life. And some things can wait for that. A pause. Some things don't. The city was quiet outside the kitchen window. Not silent, it was never silent, but the particular Tuesday late-night quiet that meant the traffic had thinned and the restaurants were closing and the city had moved into its overnight register. I'm afraid, Natalia said. This was the truest thing she had said in this novel, or possibly in a long time. Of what? Gloria asked. Natalia thought about this carefully, the way she thought about things that mattered. Of wanting something before I know what to do with it, she said. Of not being able to make it strategic first. Gloria said, "That's not the thing to be afraid of, Mija." "What is?" "Deciding the strategy is enough." Natalia was quiet. She heard her mother shift on the other end of the line, the sound of a kitchen chair, a cup being set down, the particular domestic quiet of her mother's house on an unscheduled Tuesday night. "Call me after the primary," Gloria said. "And call me before, if you want to." "I will." "Both calls," Gloria said. "I mean it." "I know you do." After the call, Natalia sat at the kitchen table for a while. The one chair at the perfect angle. The clean counters. The glass of water she still had not drunk. She thought about what she wanted. Not strategically. Just thought. She thought, "I know what I want." She thought, "The question is whether I'm going to let myself have it." She thought about a hotel corridor and a question asked plainly and a phone that had rung at the exact moment she had been about to answer. She thought about the file that would not yet exist for 4 more days, which she did not know about. She thought about Saturday. She did not pick up her phone. She looked at the ceiling of her kitchen, which was white and clean and entirely her own, and she sat with the question that Joe had asked in the hotel corridor, "What do you want?" And she held it, deliberately, without answering it strategically, without making it safe first. She sat with it until the city went quiet around her and the glass of water was warm. She went to bed. Joe printed the file at 11:47 p.m. She did not print it that Tuesday. She was not ready, not yet. The primary was still 5 days away and the work was still ongoing and the file was still accumulating. But she read it back that night, and she understood that it was finished, and she understood that she was going to leave it. Not tonight. For more days. She filed it in a folder she did not label. She put the folder in her bag. She went home on the subway with the document against her side, in the dark of a Tuesday train car in a city that did not know or care what she was carrying. She was not afraid, exactly. She was the thing that was the opposite of afraid, which was not brave, not yet, but the state that preceded it, the one in which you have decided, and all that remains is the doing. Chapter 17, The File. For days to the primary. Joe left the file on Natalia's desk at 6:47 a.m. on a Saturday, which was the first morning in 4 weeks that the building had been quiet enough to do it. The overnight monitor had gone home at 6. Priya didn't come in on Saturdays until 8. Derek had a finance call at 7 that he took from his car. She knew all of this because she had been paying attention for 6 weeks, and attention was the one thing she had always been able to offer in abundance. She did not stay to watch. She set the folder, unlabeled, manila, the kind that lived in every campaign office in the country, in the center of Natalia's desk, slightly left of the coffee she had made and left there too, because Natalia always made her own coffee and Joe thought, let this be the last morning she has to. Then she left. She went to the subway. She sat in the second car from the front, which was her habit, and she looked at her phone without reading it for 4 stops. She was not shaking. She was the opposite of shaking, very still, very deliberate, the quality of stillness that came after a decision had been made and before the consequences arrived. She thought, I have done what I came here to do. She did not mean the opposition research. Natalia arrived at 6:04 a.m. This was her hour, the building empty, the day unstarted, the specific quality of early morning quiet that she had built her working life around. She made the coffee herself, the way she always did. She read the overnight email standing up. She was already somewhere else before she sat down, already in the first meeting of the day in the part of her mind that ran ahead. She almost didn't open the folder. It wasn't labeled, and Natalia had trained herself over 20 years not to engage with things that weren't labeled. Unlabeled things were someone else's organizational failure and she didn't have the bandwidth to. She opened it. The first page was a standard Oppo template. She recognized the campaign's own formatting, which meant Joe had built this using the tools she'd been given to dismantle other people. At the top, in Joe's handwriting, not typed, handwritten, in the specific print she used when she was writing for herself, was a single line. This is not for use. And then, below it, Vega, Natalia. Internal. Eyes only. Natalia sat down. It was not what she had braced for. She had spent 20 years in politics, which meant 20 years of anticipating the particular shape of damage people could do with information. She had felt the tightening in her chest when she'd seen the unlabeled folder, the specific tension of someone who has been surprised before and learned to anticipate the door opening. She had, without knowing she was doing it, prepared herself for something that would require managing. What she found instead was evidence. Page 2, October 4th. You made the comms team redraft the education policy brief 4 times. On the 4th version you said, "This is good," and then didn't move for 11 seconds. I timed it. You were reading it again. You wanted it to be better than good. You were deciding whether to say so. You said, "This is good." The brief went out. This is the thing about you nobody writes about. You know exactly when something isn't enough and you swallow it because the clock says you don't have time. I've been watching you swallow things for 6 weeks and I want the record to show that I've seen it. Page 5, the night of the Caldwell event. The reporter from the Tribune asked you about the infrastructure bill and you gave the answer you give, the polished one, the one that polls at 74% favorability with the target demo, and then you stopped mid-sentence. You looked at her. You started over. You gave a different answer, a less polished one, and it was better. It was actually what you think, and she didn't use it. She used the first quote. You knew she would. You gave her the better answer anyway. I think about that a lot. Page 9, I want to say something about the photograph. I know what it looked like. I know what Derek saw when he saw it. I know why you said yes to the arrangement, and I said yes too, and we were both professional about it. But you want to know what I saw? You were angry at me. You were making a point, your hand was in the air, you were about to say something that was going to be correct and you knew it was correct before you said it. I was looking at you the way I look at things I'm trying to figure out. That's what the internet read as romantic. I've been thinking about what that means. Page 11, here is what I found when I wasn't supposed to be looking. You call your mother on Wednesdays. Not Sundays like most people, Wednesdays, because she has her book club on Sundays and you've never once made her cut it short. You keep a photograph in your desk drawer that you have never displayed. I don't know who's in it. I didn't look. That's the only thing in this file I didn't look at. When someone on staff does good work, you tell them specifically what was good. Not, "Great job." The specific thing. I've watched you do it 12 times in 6 weeks and each time the person stands up a little straighter afterward and I don't think you know you're doing it. You haven't taken a lunch longer than 20 minutes since I've been here. You laugh differently when you think no one senior is watching. I've been watching. The last page was short. I'm not leaving the file because I'm in love with you. I mean, I'm leaving it because I am, but that's not the point of it. The point of it is that you have spent a very long time being seen only as what you can do. What you can win. What you can control. And I think somewhere in the last 20 years you started believing that was all there was. I wanted there to be a record. You are more than your strategy. You have been more than your strategy every single day I've been here, and someone should have told you, and I don't know how to say things like that out loud. I organize them, I document them, I build a case, so. Here is the case. J. Natalia sat with it for 47 minutes. She knew because she tracked it. 6:04 to 6:51, the folder open on her desk, the coffee going cold in a way she didn't notice until later. She read it twice. The second time she went slower. On page 3, Joe had written, "You are the only person I've met who apologizes by fixing things. You never say sorry. You just quietly make whatever it was better. I don't know if you know you do that either." Natalia put her hand flat on the desk. She had a primary in 4 days. She had a 7 a.m. call with the finance director. She had a county endorsement announcement at 9, a debate prep session at noon, and Derek was going to walk through that door in 8 minutes with a schedule she had already approved and a list of decisions she needed to make before 10 a.m. She picked up her phone. Joe answered on the third ring, which meant she'd been awake. You shouldn't have, Natalia started. I know. This is not a professional. I know. Joe. A pause. Outside, a car passed on the street below. The building was still empty. I don't do this, Natalia said. It came out less steady than she intended. I have not once in my career made a decision that I couldn't defend in front of a room of people, and this, she stopped. I don't know how to do this. Joe, on the other end of the line, was quiet for a moment. Yeah, you do, she said. You're doing it right now. Natalia closed her eyes. The thing about Joe, the thing she had been cataloging without meaning to, cross-referencing against everything she thought she knew about what she wanted from her life, was that Joe argued back not to win. She had understood this early. She had filed it away like something she wasn't ready to look at directly. Joe made the case. Joe built the file. Joe had apparently been building this particular file for 6 weeks, in the margins of her other work, in the hours between opposition research and debate prep, in the careful and meticulous language of someone who understood that love was a form of evidence and had wanted to make sure the record was clear. I keep a photograph in my desk drawer, Natalia said. You wrote that you didn't look. I didn't. It's my sister. She died when I was 26. A beat. I've never told anyone on a campaign that. Silence. Not uncomfortable. The kind of silence Joe was good at, the kind that left room. Okay, Joe said quietly. I'm telling you now. Okay. Natalia heard her exhale. Heard her shift somewhere, a couch, maybe, or a kitchen chair. Joe was a person who perched on things, who never quite settled, who made coffee with the focused intensity of someone defusing a small emergency. Natalia had a sudden, specific image of her in a kitchen at 6 a.m., legs tucked up, phone pressed to her ear, and the image was so ordinary and so unbearably clear that she had to press her hand to her sternum. I have 8 minutes before Derek gets here, Natalia said. I know your schedule. After the primary. Vera. The name landed. Natalia went still. Joe had never used it, no one on the campaign had ever used it. It was the name that lived in her mother's voice and in Daniela's old letters in the box in her closet, and she had not heard it from a new mouth in a very long time, and it was, she was understanding now, the most specific thing Joe had said in 6 weeks of specific things. She did not ask how Joe knew it. Joe was an opposition researcher. Joe knew everything she had decided to find, and apparently she had decided to find this. I'm trying to, Natalia started. I know, Joe said. I know you are. You're scheduling it. A long pause. Yes. Okay. There was something in Joe's voice that wasn't quite a laugh but lived next door to one. Schedule it. Put it in the calendar. I'll be there. After she hung up, Natalia sat for a moment in the quiet of the office, the early morning quiet she had built her working life around, which was different now, which had a different quality to it, which was the quality of something having shifted. She opened her calendar. She added one entry to Saturday. No description. Just the time. She heard the outer door open, Derek, precisely on schedule, footsteps she had known for 9 years. She closed her calendar. She picked up the folder and put it in the inside pocket of her jacket, against her side, and when he came through the door she was standing and already reading the first item on the laminated schedule. She went back to work. But she was carrying something different now, and she knew it, and for the first time in a long time she did not try to put it down. Chapter 18, 4 days. The final debate was on a Tuesday evening, which meant the 4 days between the file and the primary were structured entirely around other things, which was a condition both of them had agreed to without saying so. It was a functional agreement. The campaign needed the next 4 days to be exactly what they were: the field operation at full deployment, the press operation locked, the debate performance clean and decisive. The primary was a job. The job was not finished. Neither of them was the kind of person who walked away from a job before it was finished, and so the 4 days were what they were: a deadline that was also, underneath, a promise. Joe knew this. Natalia knew this. They did not discuss it. What they did instead was work. Monday. 56 hours to the primary. The debate prep session ran from noon until nearly 6, which was longer than any of the previous sessions, which was appropriate. This was the last one, the only one that would air, and the margin for error was effectively zero. Derek ran the room with the controlled urgency of the final stretch, calling time and redirecting and managing the energy of a room that had been at high intensity for 6 weeks and was beginning to fray at the edges. Joe stood in the back. She had built the briefing. She knew every entry in it. Her job in these final prep sessions was to watch, to observe what landed, what stalled, what needed adjusting in the 36 hours remaining. She was good at this. She had been doing it for years, and she was good at it, and she was today having some difficulty focusing because Natalia was at the front of the room in the specific register she inhabited when she was working at full capacity, which was the register Joe had documented on page 14 of a file that was currently in the inside pocket of Natalia's jacket. She was aware of this the way you were aware of weather, background, persistent, not something you could think your way out of. Natalia gave the healthcare answer. It was clean. It was good. It had the infrastructure callback Joe had built into the briefing, which landed exactly where she'd calculated it would. Then Natalia stopped. She looked at Joe across the room, directly, briefly, the specific kind of direct that meant, I see you there, I know you're watching, I am choosing not to look away. Then she went back to the prep. Joe made a note in the margin of her copy of the briefing. It had nothing to do with the debate. The debate itself aired on Tuesday at 7. Natalia was, objectively and without sentiment, excellent. Joe watched from the campaign's viewing room, the field team clustered around the monitors, Derek with his phone in one hand and his pen in the other, Priya tracking the live reaction feed in the corner. The room had the focused, communal energy of people watching something they had worked very hard to make happen. Beaumont was competent. He was always competent. He had been a competent politician for 20 years, and competence was the quality that had kept him in office and would keep him in office indefinitely if nothing changed, which was why it was important that something change. Something changed. It happened in the third segment, on healthcare. Beaumont gave the answer he always gave, measured, practiced, the slightly avuncular delivery of someone who had given the same speech so many times he no longer heard himself giving it. He mentioned the rural hospital closures. He positioned himself as having fought for the stabilization package. He used the framing he had been using all cycle, which was the framing that Natalia's original talking points had also used, the framing that Joe had corrected 3 weeks ago. Natalia paused. In the viewing room, Derek looked up from his phone. In 2018, Natalia said, and her voice had the specific quality it had when she had decided to say the actual thing, the closure process for those hospitals had already been initiated. The 2019 stabilization vote, which Senator Beaumont opposed, was an opportunity to reverse a process already in motion. He chose not to. The distinction matters because it is a distinction between causing harm and declining to stop it, and I think voters deserve to understand which one they're being asked to forgive. The room went quiet for a moment. Then the live reaction tracker in Priya's corner climbed 8 points with suburban women. Derek said, under his breath, something Joe didn't catch. She was not watching Derek. She was watching Natalia, who had just used the corrected framing, not the rhetorically powerful version, not the one that polled better, the accurate one, the one that held up, in the highest stakes moment of the campaign. On live television. Without flinching. Joe looked down at her notes. She had written, on the margin of page 1, she used the true thing. She had underlined it twice. Wednesday. The day after the debate. The coverage was good. Better than good, the post-debate polling had them up 6 points with 3 days to the primary, which was the number Derek had been working toward all cycle and which he received with the controlled satisfaction of someone who had earned the right to be satisfied and was choosing not to spend it until it was confirmed. Joe spent the day in the bullpen with the final field reports and the surrogate deployment schedule and the last of the opposition monitoring, which had become largely ceremonial at this point. There was nothing Beaumont's operation could do in 3 days that would reverse a 6-point gap, and they both knew it. Natalia was in and out of the office all day, the endorsement event in the morning, the field visit in the afternoon, the finance call she owed the Northeast bundler that she took standing at her desk at 5 with the phone to her ear, and the specific quality of attention she brought to the final days of a campaign, everything, all of it, the full force of what she was. At some point in the late afternoon she passed Joe's desk and stopped. Joe looked up. Natalia did not say anything for a moment. She looked at Joe with the expression she had been wearing since Saturday, not different from her usual expression, barely detectable, the kind of difference you could only see if you had been paying close attention for 6 weeks. "The debate notes," she said. "They were good." Joe held her gaze. "I know. The healthcare framing. The correction. You used it." "Yes." A pause. Natalia's voice was even. "I used the true thing." Joe said, "I saw." They looked at each other across the 6 feet of campaign office between them. The bullpen was active around them, phones, voices, the final percussion of a primary campaign in its last 72 hours. None of it was relevant to the 6 feet between Natalia's standing position and Joe's desk. 3 days, Natalia said. 3 days, Joe agreed. Natalia went back to her office. Joe turned back to the field reports and held very still for a moment, which was her tell, and then went back to work. Thursday passed in the way that the penultimate days of campaigns always passed, in a sustained blur of tasks that had been planned and executed and planned again, the whole machine running on its own momentum now, requiring direction but not invention. The field team was deployed. The GOTV operation was running. The calls had been made and were being made again. Joe finished the last opposition monitoring report at 2 in the afternoon and sent it to Derek. It contained nothing useful, the race was decided, the reports confirmed what the polling said, and she closed the file knowing it was the last one she would write for this campaign. She sat with that for a moment. She had been doing this for 11 years. Campaign to campaign, research file to research file, the specific discipline of building the case and handing it to someone else to use. She was good at it. She had built, in the course of this particular campaign, what she was increasingly understanding was the most important file she had ever made, and she had given it to Natalia, and Natalia had called her by a name no one else here knew and told her to schedule it. She had scheduled it. Saturday was 2 days away. She opened a new document, out of habit, and stared at the empty page for a moment. Then she closed it and went to find coffee. Friday. 1 day to the primary. The building ran on adrenaline and organization in equal measure. Derek orchestrated the final GOTV push with the precision of someone who had done this many times and knew exactly which details could be delegated and which could not. Priya managed the event logistics for primary night, the hotel ballroom, the AV setup, the press credentialing, the specific arrangement of a room designed to hold a victory or absorb a loss with equal grace. Natalia moved through it the way she moved through everything in the final stretch, present, precise, the full architecture of her attention deployed entirely on the work. She gave the last field team briefing at noon. She did the final press call at 2. She went over the victory speech with the comms director at 4, working through it with the same patient specificity she brought to policy documents. This phrase, not that one, this acknowledgement before this one, this is the true thing and this is the less true thing and we are saying the true one. Joe sat in on the speech session. She listened to Natalia work through the draft, the specific way she marked it up, the places she slowed down, the 2 moments she stopped and rewrote a line by hand in the margin. The comms director took notes. The session was efficient and professional and contained, for Joe, the specific quality that everything had contained since Saturday morning, which was the quality of knowing something that was also being held in reserve, which was one of the more unusual conditions she had ever worked inside. Natalia looked up at one point and caught Joe watching. "The 3rd paragraph," Joe said. "The infrastructure line. You should say the actual percentage." Natalia looked at the draft. "A beat." "You're right," she said. She rewrote the line. They worked until 8. Then the building began to empty, the overnight crew taking their positions, the field team dispersing to their precincts, the final preparations settling into their grooves. Jo gathered her things. She had what she needed for tomorrow. She had what she needed for Saturday. At the door, she turned back. Natalia was still at her desk, reading the revised speech draft, the lamp on, the office around her quiet. She looked the way she looked when she was working late and had forgotten there was anything else, entirely present, entirely herself, the version of her that Jo had been watching for 6 weeks and that the file was about. She looked up. They looked at each other across the office. Tomorrow, Jo said. Tomorrow, Natalia said. Jo went home. She was the opposite of afraid. She had decided. All that remained was the doing. And then, Saturday. Chapter 19, Primary Night. The returns started coming in at 8:15. The hotel ballroom had been arranged with the specific grammar of a campaign that expected to win but could not afford to perform winning prematurely, the stage set, the podium lit, the crowd held at a calibrated pitch of expectation. Derek stood near the back monitor with his phone and the overnight data and the particular expression he wore when the numbers were doing what the numbers were supposed to do, and he was not yet willing to say so out loud. Natalia stood with the county chair and 2 members of the endorsing labor coalition, listening to the county chair say something about the 2nd precinct's turnout numbers. She was present. She was specific. She had been doing this for 20 years and she was good at it, and she was also, in some interior register that she was keeping carefully separate from the room, somewhere else entirely, somewhere that had a Saturday morning in it and a calendar entry with no description and a coffee she had not made herself. The second wave of returns came in at 9. The number on the screen was 6 points. Derek looked at it. He looked at Priya. He looked across the room at Natalia, who was still talking to the county chair, and something in his expression shifted by a fraction, the controlled satisfaction of a man who had spent 9 weeks building toward a number and was now looking at the number. He did not say anything yet. He texted Natalia, "It's ours." Natalia read the text, finished her sentence to the county chair, and excused herself to go find Diane. Diane Okafor was near the bar with a glass of water and the specific quality of stillness she deployed in rooms where everyone else was in motion, not uninvested, more like she was measuring the distance between what was happening and what it meant, which was a calculation she had been running for 25 years and had gotten very good at. She had been watching the room all evening with the attention of someone who had read all the drafts. She had also been watching Jo. Jo was in the 3rd row of the gathered crowd, arms crossed, in the specific posture she adopted when she was paying full attention to something, alert under the casual, always a little ready for the next thing. She had been standing there since the return started. She was watching the stage, but the particular quality of her attention was not the attention of someone watching a scoreboard. It was the attention of someone who had already done the math and was waiting for the room to catch up. Diane watched her for a moment. Then Natalia appeared at her shoulder. "It's ours," Natalia said. "I know." Diane looked at her. "You look different." Natalia said, "We won." "That's not what I mean." Diane's voice was even, deliberate, the voice she used when she was saying something once and not saying it again. "You look like you've put something down." Natalia was quiet for a moment. "I may have put some things down," she said. Diane looked at her for a moment longer. Then she made a small sound that was not quite approval and not quite relief but was something in the neighborhood of both. "Go give your speech," she said. Natalia gave the speech. It was good, it was the best she had given all cycle, which was saying something, because she was a good speaker and she had given many speeches in the past 6 weeks. What made this one different was not the preparation, which had been thorough, or the delivery, which was polished. What made it different was 2 moments in which she went off script. The first was in the infrastructure section. She had the revised line that Jo had flagged, the actual percentage, the true number rather than the rounded one, and she said it, and then she said, without having written it, "I have spent a long time giving you the answer that is accurate enough. I want to start giving you the answer that is complete. Those aren't always the same thing, and you deserve to know the difference." The room responded. Not with the reflex applause of a line that had been crafted to land, with the quieter response of a room that had heard something it recognized. The second was near the end. She had looked at the crowd, at the field team in the back, at the precinct captains who had spent 6 weeks knocking on doors in weather that had not always cooperated, at the finance staff and the comms team, and Priya near the side exit with her tablet, managing the evening the way she managed every evening, and at Derek standing with his arms folded in the back, and at Diane near the bar, and at Jo in the third row with her arms crossed and the specific expression on her face that Natalia had spent 6 weeks learning to read. She had gone off script. The people in this room, she said, built this. Not me, this room. And I want to say something I don't say in speeches, which is that I see you. I know what you did. I know the specific thing each of you did. I am grateful for it in a way that is not strategic and is not designed to produce a polling effect and is simply true. She paused. Thank you. The room stood up. Jo, in the third row, did not stand up immediately. She was looking at Natalia with the expression that meant I see you. I've been watching. It was the expression that was, Natalia had come to understand, the most honest thing Jo's face did. Natalia looked at her for a moment from the podium. Then she looked back at the room and finished the speech. Afterward, the finance director, the county chair, the 3 journalist calls she owed, the photographs with the labor coalition, the brief and genuine conversation with the field director who had run the 3rd precinct operation and who deserved the specific acknowledgement she gave him, which was, the western precincts were the margin, and you knew it before I did, and I won't forget that. The room gradually shifted, the evening moving into its later register, the crowd thinning, the intensity redistributing itself into something warmer and less structured. Derek found her near the stage and said, in the efficient shorthand of 9 years, General Election Strategy Call is Monday. You have Sunday. And then, after a beat, good speech. Thank you, Natalia said. The infrastructure line was Jo's. Derek looked at her with the expression he wore when something had confirmed something he had already suspected. I know, he said. He paused. She's good. Yes, Natalia said. She is. He went back to his phone. Natalia moved through the room. She took her time. She said the specific things to the specific people, because that was the right thing to do and because she meant them and because the room was full of people who had worked very hard for something real and they deserved to have that named. Then she moved toward the back. Jo was at the back bar with a glass of something and her jacket over her arm, which was the same posture she had been in for most of the evening, the slightly ready quality that never quite left her. She was watching the room the way she always watched rooms, gathering, cataloging, building the record. Natalia stopped in front of her. Staplers missing from the supply closet, she said. Jo looked at her. Something shifted in her expression, the careful composure she had been wearing since Saturday rearranging itself, warmth coming through underneath. Campaign finance law is very clear that small office supplies. I'm not asking for it back. Oh. Jo's mouth curved. Then why bring it up? Natalia looked at her. At the specific quality of her attention, which had been turned on Natalia for 6 weeks and which Natalia had spent 6 weeks pretending not to feel. At the way she was standing, alert under the casual jacket over one arm, the glass she wasn't quite drinking from. At the fact that she had built a file out of things she had seen and put it on a desk at 6:47 a.m. and left without staying to watch, because she was a person who did not ask for more than she was willing to offer. I have Saturday open, Natalia said. Jo blinked. The whole day. Nothing on the calendar. Derek tried to put a debrief on it and I moved it. She paused. You said you'd show me what to do with a day that isn't scheduled. For a moment, Jo didn't say anything. Then she unfolded her arms. She set the glass down on the bar behind her. She looked at Natalia with the expression that was the most honest thing her face did, and she said. Yeah. Okay. I can do that. Outside, through the ballroom's high windows, the city was still going, the indifferent, ongoing city, the city that did not know or care what had happened in this room tonight except in the aggregate way of traffic patterns and noise ordinances and the particular hum of a Tuesday in November when something had been decided. Natalia had been making decisions her whole career. She thought she understood, now, what it felt like to make one that was only for her. Chapter 20, I don't know how to do this. Saturday morning. Natalia woke at 5:51 a.m., which was 9 minutes before her alarm, which was when she always woke. The apartment was quiet in the particular way of early Saturday mornings, a different quiet from weekday mornings, less pressured, the city running at a slower frequency. Light came through the kitchen window in the unhurried way of a morning that did not require anything of her yet. She lay still for a moment. Her phone was on the nightstand. She looked at it without picking it up. There were no overnight briefings, she had told Priya, specifically, no overnight briefings on Saturday. There was the calendar entry at 10, no description, just the time. There was a text from Gloria sent at 11:30 last night that said, Mija. I watched the speech. Call me tomorrow when you have a minute. And then, the infrastructure line was good. And then, after a pause in the timestamps, you seemed different. She put the phone down. She made the coffee herself, because she always made the coffee herself, because it was the ritual that started the day and she needed the day to start correctly. She read the overnight email standing up, which was habit, and then she put the phone face down on the counter, which was not. She looked at the apartment. It was clean. It was organized. The bookshelves were arranged with the precision of someone who had unpacked them once, years ago, with the intention of being here for a while, and had not added to them haphazardly since. The walls were bare in most places. The kitchen table had one chair pushed in at a perfect angle. From the bedroom, she had brought the photograph. She had taken it from the desk drawer, where it had lived for 11 years, face down in the back, behind the spare phone charger and the emergency ibuprofen, and she had carried it to the living room bookshelf and she had put it there, in the light, where it could be seen. Daniela at 22, laughing at something outside the frame, her hair loose, the specific joy of her that Natalia had spent 11 years carrying privately and quietly and without display. She looked at it for a moment. I didn't look, Joe had written. That's the only thing in this file I didn't look at. Natalia touched the frame once, briefly, and went to wait for the coffee. Joe arrived at 10:02, which was 2 minutes late, which was because she had stopped to argue with herself on the corner about the coffee. She had opinions about coffee, she always had opinions about coffee, it was one of the minor and persistent ways she exerted control over her environment, and she had spent 4 minutes on the corner of Natalia's block debating whether to bring the coffee she had already bought, correct, from the place on West 14th, oat milk, no sugar, or whether bringing coffee would look like she was managing the morning before it started, which was a thing she did and had been trying to stop doing. She brought the coffee. It was the right call. Some opinions were correct. Natalia opened the door before she knocked. You looked up my address, Joe said. You're on the campaign's emergency contact list. That's a slight misuse of. Come in. Joe came in. She stood in the entryway for a moment and looked at the apartment, the clean lines of it, the organized bookshelves, the bare walls, the kitchen through the doorway, the one chair at the kitchen table. It was the apartment of someone who had been very busy for a very long time and had not gotten around to accumulating the evidence of a life outside the work. Then she saw the bookshelf. The photograph. Daniela laughing, in the light, displayed. Joe went still. She looked at it for a moment. She did not say anything about it. She turned back to Natalia, who was watching her with the expression she wore when she was waiting to see what someone did with information. Joe handed her the coffee. I have opinions about this coffee, she said. I assumed. Natalia took it. Oat milk? Obviously. They stood in the entryway for a moment. The apartment was quiet around them. Natalia was in clothes that were not her work clothes, dark trousers, a soft sweater, the version of herself that existed before the day required her to be the Congresswoman, and she looked, Joe thought, like the person in the file. The one she had been documenting in the margins of the opposition research for 6 weeks. So, Natalia said. You said you'd show me what to do with a day that isn't scheduled. I did say that. I have nothing on the calendar until 10 tomorrow morning. Joe looked at her. At the specific quality of that sentence, nothing on the calendar, which was not a small thing for this particular person and both of them knew it. Okay, Joe said. First thing, you're going to have to put the phone down. I put it down. Where? Counter. Face up or face down? A pause. Face down. Joe nodded. Good. That's good. She looked around the apartment. Do you have anything here that isn't a policy brief or a charging cable? There are books. Workbooks. Some of them are workbooks. The non-work ones. Natalia considered. There's a novel on the nightstand. I've been reading it for 4 months. Where are you in it? Page 43. Joe made a small sound that was not quite a laugh. Okay. We're going to fix that. She set her own bag down on the entryway table. Also, do you know what you want to eat? Not a working lunch. Actual food, somewhere you like, that isn't near the office. Natalia considered this with the focused attention she brought to genuinely unfamiliar problems. There's a place in the West Village, she said slowly. I haven't been in 2 years. There was a time I went there regularly. She paused. Before I was in Congress. What kind of food? Mexican. It was my mother's, she found it when she visited. We used to go. Another pause. I haven't taken anyone there in a long time. Joe looked at her for a moment. Then that's where we're going, she said. What happened after that was, on its surface, ordinary. They walked to the restaurant, which took 20 minutes, and the city was unhurried in the way of Saturday mornings, and Natalia was aware, with each block, of the specific quality of walking somewhere with no particular urgency, of having nowhere to be at a specific time, of the ambient pressure of the schedule being absent, of noticing things she walked past every day and did not see. A mural on a building she had passed 200 times. The quality of the light on the street at 10:15 in the morning. The way Joe walked, quickly, like she was always slightly ahead of herself, and then adjusting to match a slower pace, and then quickening again without meaning to. You always walk like that? Natalia asked. Like what? Like you're late for something. Joe considered this. I think I'm always a little behind in my head, she said. There's a version of me about 45 seconds ahead who has already figured out the next thing. I'm trying to catch up to her. Natalia looked at her. Does she ever slow down? Not really. A beat. Does that bother you? No. Natalia looked at the street ahead of them. I've been moving at a fixed pace for 20 years. I think I might need someone who goes a little faster. Joe was quiet for a moment. Then, that's the nicest thing you've said to me. I told you your briefing book was good. You told me it was good. You told me the Renata file was good. You told me the healthcare framing was good. Joe glanced at her. You have a very specific definition of good. You have a very specific definition of nice. Joe laughed, the genuine version, unguarded, tilting slightly, and Natalia heard it and felt, in her chest, the thing she had been filing away for 6 weeks. She did not file it. She let it be there. The restaurant was smaller than she remembered. The same tile floor. The same table near the window where she and Gloria had sat the last time, the November after Daniela died, the two of them eating in the particular silence of people who had used up all the words and were grateful for food and proximity. They sat at the window table. Natalia ordered in Spanish, which she did here and almost nowhere else in her professional life, the two registers sitting side by side, the Congresswoman and the person who had grown up speaking this at her mother's kitchen table. Joe watched her do it with the focused attention she brought to things she was adding to her record, which Natalia was aware of and had, she was deciding, no objection to. Your Spanish is better than mine, Joe said. Your Spanish is good. It's functional. Yours is, it's different. It sounds like home. Natalia looked at her. It is home. Is it hard? Keeping them separate. The two registers? Yeah. Natalia thought about this honestly. It used to be. When I was first in the assembly, I was careful. I didn't want to be the thing they expected me to be, the performance of it. And then I realized I was so busy not performing it that I was hiding it, and those aren't the same thing. What changed? Gloria. Natalia's voice was even. She came to Sacramento for a session vote. She heard me give a speech and afterward she said, in the car, in Spanish, "You sound like someone who is trying not to sound like us." She wasn't angry. She was just accurate. Joe was quiet for a moment. "She's like that," Natalia said. Accurate. Is that where you got it from? Natalia looked at her. Probably. A pause. She's going to want to meet you. Joe blinked. After she hears the full version, Natalia said. She'll want to meet you. I'm telling you now so you're not surprised. Joe looked at her for a moment, the careful composure she had been wearing since Saturday morning rearranging itself again, something undefended coming through. It was the expression she had when something had landed that she had not fully prepared for, which was not a common condition for Joe and which Natalia found, privately and specifically, very dear. Okay, Joe said. Also she's going to ask you questions. What kind of questions? The kind that sound casual and aren't. Natalia looked at her levelly. She takes notes by hand. Joe stared at her. Then she laughed, helplessly, and it was the unguarded version, and Natalia let herself laugh too, and it was the real one, the one that the internet had found devastating and that Joe had documented on page 8 of a file that was currently in Natalia's jacket pocket, still, where she had put it on Saturday morning and had not moved since. They ate slowly. They talked. Not about the campaign, about the things that lived underneath it, the things that had been accumulating in the margins of the work for 6 weeks. Joe's first campaign, at 22, in a county race in a state she did not live in, for a candidate she had driven 7 hours to work for because she had heard the candidate give a speech and thought, that person is saying the true thing. Natalia's assembly race at 31, the one she hadn't been supposed to win, the one her first campaign manager had taken on as a favor and spent 6 weeks being surprised by. Did you know you were going to win? Joe asked. No. I thought I might. I knew I was going to run the race I wanted to run regardless. Natalia paused. That was the first time I understood the difference between running to win and running to mean it. They're not opposites. You can do both. But the meaning it has to come first. Joe was looking at her. What? Natalia said. That's page 3 of the file. I haven't read page 3. Yes, you have. Natalia considered this. I've read all the pages. I know you have. Joe held her gaze. That's okay. That's why I wrote them. The afternoon light had moved. The restaurant had filled and begun to thin. Natalia looked at the window, at the street, at the city going on outside in the unhurried way of a Saturday, and she thought about what she had said to Gloria on the phone. I don't know what I'm waiting for. She was not waiting anymore. She looked at Joe across the table. I want to tell you about Daniela, she said. Joe went still. Not all of it. Not today. Natalia's voice was steady. But I want you to know her name and what she laughed like and the specific argument we had the week before she died, which I won and which I have regretted winning every day since. She paused. I don't tell people that. Joe looked at her for a long moment. Then she put her hands flat on the table, both of them open, a gesture that was not quite an offering and not quite a request and was somehow both. Okay, she said quietly. Tell me. Natalia told her. The afternoon went on around them, unhurried, the city indifferent and ongoing. They stayed until the restaurant began to set for dinner and the light had turned to the golden register of late afternoon, and when they finally stood and put on their coats and walked back out into the Saturday city, Joe reached over and took Natalia's hand, without announcement, the way you took hold of something you had decided was yours, and Natalia let her. They walked back through the city toward her apartment, not quickly, the afternoon still open around them. Natalia thought, I have 9 minutes before Derek calls about the general election strategy. She thought, I have decided, for the first time in my life, not to pick up. Joe was walking beside her, slightly ahead, catching herself, matching the pace. The city was wide and loud and entirely itself around them, indifferent to what had shifted between two people on a Saturday morning. Natalia had spent 20 years making cases for things she believed in. She was beginning, now, to understand what it felt like to be on the other side of one. Chapter 21, Saturday, nothing on the calendar. The phone rang at 9:47 a.m. Natalia looked at it from across the kitchen. Derek's ringtone, the three-tone pattern she had set years ago and had never changed, the sound that had accompanied every early morning and late night and long drive of the past 9 years. The phone lit up on the counter, face down where she had placed it. She looked at it. She let it ring. It rang 5 times and went to voicemail, and the kitchen was quiet again, the coffee in her hands, the light coming through the window in the particular way of Saturday mornings when nothing was scheduled. She stood in the kitchen in the unhurried clothes she had been wearing since she woke up, dark trousers, soft sweater, the version of herself that did not require the Congresswoman, and she drank her coffee and she did not pick up the phone. A few minutes later, a text, general election strategy call rescheduled to Monday. Go enjoy your Saturday. A pause in the timestamps. And then, good work. She set the phone face down again. She went to the living room. The bookshelf. Daniela's photograph in the light, the way it had been for 4 days now. She looked at it for a moment, at the specific joy of her sister's face, the laugh aimed at something outside the frame, the 22-year-old who had not known yet what the next year would bring. Hi, she said, quietly, to the photograph. It was a new habit. She was allowing herself to have it. She heard the knock at the door at 10:02. Joe came in with coffee and the particular quality of someone who had argued with herself on the corner and reached a conclusion. She was wearing something that was not quite casual and not quite dressed up, jeans, a jacket that was better than it needed to be, the considered uncasualness of someone who had made a decision about what the morning required and executed it. She stopped just inside the door. She looked at Daniela's photograph on the shelf. At the light falling on it. At the fact of its being there, displayed, in a room that had been bare walls and careful arrangement for years. She had not said anything about it on Saturday. She did not say anything about it now. She handed Natalia the coffee. Their fingers overlapped on the cup for a moment, which neither of them remarked on. So, Joe said. What do you want to do? Natalia looked at her. At the question, the plainest question, asked with the plain directness that was the most consistent thing about Joe, the thing that had been landing on her like a specific form of weather for 6 weeks. What do you want? Not what the campaign needed. Not what the polling suggested. Not what could be defended in front of a room of people. What she wanted. She thought about it. Not strategically. Not in terms of what was prudent or defensible or appropriate to the moment. She simply thought, what do I want? I want to finish the novel on my nightstand, she said. I'm on page 43. I've been on page 43 for 4 months. Okay. I want to call my mother. Not at a scheduled time. Just call her. Also okay. I want to go back to that restaurant. A pause. Not today, necessarily. But again. I want it to be a place I go again. Joe was looking at her with the expression that meant, I see you. I'm listening. I'm adding this to the record. And, Natalia said, I want to know what you look like when you're not working. Joe's expression shifted, something careful and composed rearranging itself, the look she had when something had landed that she had not fully prepared for. I'm always working, she said. I know. Natalia looked at her steadily. Show me the version that's also something else. A beat. Joe set her bag down. She took off her jacket, the considered uncasual jacket, and laid it over the entryway table with the ease of someone making herself at home, which was what she was doing. She looked around the apartment with the assessing attention she brought to everything. You don't have a couch that's good for sitting, she said. It's a good couch. It's a couch you sit up straight on. Joe looked at it. You need a couch you can actually be horizontal on. That's on the list. You're adding to my list. Someone has to. Joe turned back to her. Also, those bookshelves there's no order to them. They're organized by size. I know where everything is. That's not the same as organized. Joe crossed to the bookshelves. She tilted her head at the spines. What's the novel? Natalia went to the bedroom and came back with it, the novel she had been on page 43 of for 4 months, a slim thing, the kind of book she had bought in the before times when she still bought books based on wanting them rather than needing them for something. Joe took it. Read the back cover. Handed it back. Sit down, Joe said. Where? The couch. The bad one. She gestured. Read. I have things to look at. Natalia looked at her. You're going to reorganize my bookshelves. I'm going to look at them. Whether I reorganize them is a different conversation. Joe. Sit. Read. You have 43 pages of deficit to address. Natalia sat on the couch. She opened the book to page 43, which she remembered perfectly because she had read it several times. Always page 43, always the same paragraph, always interrupted by the thing the campaign needed next. She read the paragraph. It was the same paragraph. She kept reading. Behind her, she heard Joe moving with the quiet purposefulness of someone making herself comfortable in a space, which was a sound that was different from the sounds of the campaign office, lower, slower, the sounds of a Saturday. Joe made a small sound of disapproval at something on the bookshelf. She moved something. She was, in her own way, doing what she always did, paying attention, building the record, quietly making things better. Natalia turned a page. She had spent 20 years arriving at days from inside the machine, the schedule, the briefing, the call on the way to the event, the debrief on the way back. She had not had a day with nothing on it in so long that she could not locate the last one. She had been, for 20 years, the person who was always already somewhere else. She was here. She read until page 61, which was where the first chapter break was, and then she looked up. The light in the apartment had shifted. Joe was sitting on the floor with her back against the bookshelves and her legs stretched out in front of her and a book she had apparently found and decided to read, her hair loose, her good jacket on the table by the door. She looked up when Natalia looked up. Good, she said. Very good. Natalia looked at her. You're on the floor. The couch is bad. I told you. You told me you knew where everything was. You didn't tell me the couch was bad. Joe held up the book she'd found. This is yours? Natalia looked at the spine. My sister gave it to me. The year before she died. Joe looked at it for a moment. Then she held it out. Tell me about it, she said. Natalia got up from the couch. She came and sat beside Joe on the floor, which was not a thing she would have done a month ago. She did not sit on floors. She was not a person who sat on floors. She had furniture specifically so that she did not have to sit on floors. She sat on the floor. She took the book. She looked at the cover. Daniela gave it to me because I'd been working too hard, she said. She said, you need to be reminded that people have internal lives. That was the gift. A novel, and the implication that I had forgotten people had internal lives. A pause. She was not wrong. You remember that. I remember everything she said in the last year. Natalia's voice was even. That's the thing about losing someone young. You don't have the long accumulation of ordinary moments to draw on. You have the specific things. The argument. The book. The last Wednesday call. She paused. I've been very careful with the specific things. Joe was quiet beside her. Not the quiet of someone who didn't know what to say, the quiet of someone who understood that some things didn't need a response, just the presence of a person paying attention. After a moment, she leaned her shoulder against Natalia's. Natalia did not move away. They sat on the floor with their backs against the bookshelves, the apartment quiet around them, the coffee going slightly cold on the kitchen counter, Daniela's photograph in the light on the shelf above their heads. The city moved outside the windows, unhurried, going on. Natalia thought, this is what she meant. Daniela, at 22, laughing at something outside the frame. The book given as a reminder that people had internal lives. The implication, gently made, correctly made, in the manner of someone who loved her enough to be accurate, that Natalia had sometimes forgotten she was one of those people. She had been remembering, lately. It had taken 6 weeks and one manila folder and a phone call at 6:04 a.m. and a woman who built her cases carefully and left them on desks without staying to watch, and here she was, on the floor, on a Saturday, with nothing on the calendar. She was not performing anything. She was not managing anything. She was here, which was something she had not been, not truly, in a very long time. Joe shifted beside her. "The couch really is bad," she said, after a while. "I know. We should fix that." Natalia said. "Is that, I mean," Joe stopped. Looked at her. Something in her expression was carefully calibrated and then deliberately less calibrated, the composure she wore when she was choosing to put it down. "Yes. If that's, yes." Natalia looked at her. At the specific quality of her face in this light, in this apartment, on this floor, on a Saturday with nothing scheduled. At the person who had spent 6 weeks watching her swallow things and had made a record of it. Who had known her name, the first name, the one her mother used, and had said it on a phone at 6:51 a.m. in the moment she needed it said. "Yes," Natalia said. Joe nodded once, as though confirming something she had already filed. Outside, Derek might have been calling again. The general election was out there, organized and patient and waiting, the next machine, the next schedule, the next 6 weeks of necessary work that she would do because she believed in it and because it mattered and because the work was real. All of that was Monday. This was Saturday. Natalia picked up the book Joe had found. She turned it over in her hands, the cover her sister had held, the pages Daniela had read before she decided to give it away, the small and specific artifact of a person she had been carrying quietly for 11 years. She opened it to the first page. "Do you want to hear it?" she said. Joe looked at her. "Read it out loud," she said. "I'll listen." Natalia read. The morning went on around them, unhurried and unscheduled, the light shifting through the kitchen window, the city wide and ongoing outside. At some point Joe made fresh coffee because the first round had gone cold, which she did with the focused intensity she brought to everything and which Natalia watched from the floor and did not try to stop. At some point they moved, eventually, necessarily, back to the bad couch, which was bad, and which they sat on together in the particular way of two people who have decided to share a space, close enough that their shoulders touched. It was an ordinary Saturday. It was the first ordinary Saturday Natalia had had in 20 years. She thought, "I should have been afraid of this. And then, I wasn't. And then, I don't think I ever was, not really. I think I was afraid of wanting it before I knew what to do with it." She had the phone in her jacket pocket, face down, the way she had been carrying it since that morning. At 11:15 she took it out and called her mother. Gloria answered on the first ring. "Mija," she said. Her voice warm, unhurried, entirely itself. "Hi, Mama." "It's Saturday," Gloria said. "It's not Wednesday." "I know." Natalia looked at the apartment. At Daniela's photograph on the shelf. At Joe on the other end of the bad couch reading a book she had borrowed without asking, which was a thing she would apparently just do. "I wanted to call." A pause on Gloria's end. A small sound that was not quite approval and not quite relief and was something larger than both. "Tell me everything," Gloria said. Natalia told her. "Not all of it. Enough of it. The true things, in the order they needed to be in, without managing them first." Outside, the city went on. Inside, the morning did too. And Natalia, for the first time in a long time, was entirely present in it, not elsewhere, not ahead of herself, not already in the next meeting or the next decision or the next version of the life she was building. Here. In a room with a bad couch and a bookshelf that needed reorganizing and a photograph of her sister in the light and a woman reading on the other end of the couch who had made a case for her when she had forgotten how to make one for herself. Here. That was enough. That was, it turned out, more than enough. It was everything.